All right, well, today is the Army's big 250th birthday. The reason why I'm having this stream is because, well, I am an Army vet, so we're going to watch some videos and probably some streams about the Army's uh, birthday. Because, this is a once in a lifetime event. I I might be around to see the 300th, but I'll be 80 years old, I'll be almost 90 years old, actually. Not 90, I'm sorry. I'll be almost 80 years old. I'll be 78, almost 79. So, I highly doubt I'll be doing this in 50 years. So, we're going to at least celebrate the 250th and get to experience, the pride of being a member of the military, which is what I have done. I joined in 2020, right before the events of, truly the big COVID takeoff. When I went to boot camp, it was still boot camp. It was a red, white, and blue phase. I got a shark attack, which was also like my unit. Uh, my shark attack was the very last shark attack for my old training battalion at 239 in Fort Jackson. After that, they switched to the first 100 yards, I think is what it was called. Some sergeant major decided they wanted to change it from uh, the shark attack, which was brought up during the Vietnam War, to the first 100 yards, which I thought was dumb. The whole point of the shark attack was to get your anxiety up, but as everything is going crazy, you're still able to do what you need to do to get the mission done. The whole point of the first 100 yards is it's stuff that you expect to do during your forge during week 8. So it's really fucking stupid. I also got to see the change of boot camp while I was there, because we were marching everywhere. We had no space in between us. It was always butts to nuts, shoulder to shoulder, all that shit. But then it wasn't until about week 4, I think, where the COVID virus had truly expanded to the point where uh, we needed to switch the way boot camp was structured. So we went from marching everywhere in formation to staggered formation, marching everywhere. We stopped marching entirely. So if you watch my graduation, which was May 7th, 2020, or May 6th, one of the two, I can't remember. Uh, One second. All right, I'm back. As I was saying, yeah, I remember we switched over during the COVID event, so I truly got to experience. I was one of the last groups to experience a pre-COVID style boot camp before they introduced, yellow phase, which was really fucking stupid. Hell, around the time I graduated basic, they had completely switched. It was now yellow phase, red phase, white phase, and blue phase. And what really threw me was that I saw people, new trainees with full heads of hair. I was like, what the hell? It's like, yeah, because of COVID, we can't get people in to go to the barber. And I'm like, we're really changing shit up. So that happened. I was also a holdover at after I graduated for a month because of COVID. After that long wait of being at another unit doing literally nothing but waking up in the morning, going to PT, eating breakfast, reading a book or sleeping until lunch, and then doing it again until dinner. I did that for a month, and it was honestly a terrible experience. I mean, reading a book definitely did help me pass the time. But after that, I went to AIT at Fort Gordon, where I trained as a 25 Quebec, which is no longer an MOS. It's now a 25 Hotel, which I think merged with the 25 Papas and the 25 Sierras. I could be wrong. After that, I went to my unit at the great place, Fort Hood, which is now Fort Cavazos. And the great place it is not. It sucked. And that's where I spent my time in the Army, was at Fort Hood. You know, I joined the military to see the world, and then I went back home to my home state for my unit, and then I was medically retired for multiple sclerosis, which still hurts. If it was up to me, I'd still be in the Army today. But we're going to watch some videos about the U.S. Army's 250th birthday. And we're going to watch this first video, which is witnessing the 250 years. Back in 1775. I'm sorry, that's like part 4?
For 250 years, the U.S. Army has defended its people, land, and the American way of life. At the dawn of our nation, farmers, craftsmen, and patriots stood against the mightiest empire in the world.
Why does it say 1783? What happened 2 years after? The war ended in 81.
These citizen soldiers took up arms to fight for independence, and prevailed. At Lexington and Concord, and through the bitter winter at Valley Forge, the Army fought for and secured our nation's freedom. 30 years later, in the War of 1812, the Army faced another test as British forces marched on our young republic. At Fort McHenry, under relentless bombardment, the Army held firm. "This will defend" was not just a rallying cry, it was a promise that ensured the sovereignty of our country. Then, the greatest test of all, the Civil War, pitted brother against brother in a nation divided.
What the hell? Hang on. I'm trying to figure out why my eyes were like closing and I wasn't blinking properly.
The Army fought not just for land, but for the preservation of the Union and for freedom. At Gettysburg, at Antietam, and beyond, they defended.
If I remember correctly, I think Gettysburg was overall the bloodiest battle, but Antietam was the bloodiest day.
Their belief in a unified country, which shaped the future of our nation. In the bloodiest battles of the 20th century, American soldiers answered the call, fighting wherever liberty was at risk. In 1917, as the world was consumed by war, the U.S. Army entered a conflict like no other. In the trenches of France, soldiers faced barbed wire, poison gas, and relentless artillery. At Cantigny, they launched their first major assault. At Saint-Mihiel, they executed a swift and decisive attack.
Oh, is it the Battle of the Argonne? Was that World War I? That's where Sergeant York became a hero,
proving American strength. And during the Meuse-Argonne offensive, the largest battle in U.S. history,
yeah, that's like that large, like that the number of people for that battle still holds today. You know, people talk about it's like, oh well, the Battle of Normandy, that was a pretty big force. I was like, yeah, but I think it was still like 10 times smaller than the Argonne offensive, which had 2 million soldiers.
Shattered enemy lines, helping bring the war to its end. In 1941, when the world plunged into war yet again, the Army was ready. From the deserts of North Africa to the hedgerows of France, from the islands of the Pacific to the streets of Berlin, U.S. soldiers carried the weight of the free world.
Yeah, the Army was everywhere in World War II. Like, the Army was like actually in the World War. And it's it's possible you can meet a soldier who was like, oh, you fought in the Second World War? Yeah. Well, where were you? I was at Normandy. Oh, that's interesting. I was in Pacific. And then you got another guy's like, I was in North Africa. It's like, wow, we all had like quite different experiences. It's like, oh yeah, the Pacific sucked.
On June 6,
so did Berlin.
1944, they stormed the beaches of Normandy, charging through the surf and gunfire, and climbing cliffs against overwhelming odds. Victory was never certain, but they fought fiercely and triumphed. Their fight wasn't just for America. It was for millions silenced by...
Yeah, like 11 months after we got into Europe, the war was over.
Tyranny.
Please over there.
5 years after World War II, another struggle for freedom erupted. In Korea, the Army faced not only a determined enemy, but brutal winters and impossible odds. In the Battle of Incheon, their fierce fighting forced the North Korean Army to retreat. At the Pusan perimeter, they held the line. And in the frozen hills of Chosin, they fought with every ounce of strength to defend liberty. But peace was fleeting. In the 1960s, as tensions escalated in Southeast Asia...
This war could have been over in like a few months. But Congress kept getting in the way. Every time we wanted to end this war sooner, Congress would get in the way. It was like, no, you can't do this. No, you can't do that. No, you can't do this. No, you can't do that. If Congress would stay the fuck out of the way of the military's affairs, we would end wars a lot faster.
The Army was called to Vietnam. In the dense jungles, soldiers fought a relentless battle against an elusive enemy. The Army's strength was on display in the Battle of Le Dreux.
Also, notice how it says 73 right here? 73. This was when the war technically ended because we forced Vietnam to come to the table and agree to a peace deal that, hey, we're going to get out, we're going to get all of our shit out. Whatever the fuck you do afterwards is not on us. And that's why people say, oh, Vietnam won the war. No, they didn't. They came to the table in 1973. The fall of Saigon happened in 75. We were already out of Vietnam by then.
Where soldiers held firm under extreme conditions. In the face of uncertainty, the Army showed
I think it was called the Treaty of Paris
to their mission. In 1990, the Army was called to the Middle East as Iraq threatened to dominate its neighbors.
But oh god, I think the Desert Storm had like one of like the most the biggest and last tank battles. Like the American Abrams were like going around on a battlefield against the Iraqi like tanks, and we absolutely demolished them.
From the deserts of Saudi Arabia to the streets of Kuwait, soldiers launched a decisive offensive, pushing back the forces of tyranny and restoring peace. In just 100 hours, the Army's swift and overwhelming force liberated Kuwait, proving the might of American power and determination. Then, in 2001,
Tragedy.
The world changed.
The towers fell. The Pentagon became a rhombus. The field gained a crater.
The attacks on September 11th set in motion a new era of conflict. The U.S. Army stood at the forefront of the global war on terrorism, fighting in Afghanistan and Iraq. In the mountains of Tora Bora, soldiers
The battles were
pursued
really
those responsible
only like
for the
big
attacks.
between
And in the
02
streets of
to
Baghdad, soldiers
12.
faced an
After that, they kinda
insurgency
calmed down.
determined to tear the region apart.
and very rarely would you see
Their
a skirmish.
commitment never wavered as soldiers confronted each new trial, ensuring the security of America and its allies in a world.
Even though I never
that has
saw
been
combat,
forever altered.
I'm considered a veteran of the Great War on
The
Terror
nature of war
because
changed,
I enlisted
and so
around
did
that
the
time.
Army. Today, the
I'm not a
Army
combat
stands
veteran.
ready
I'm
for
never gonna fight.
whatever is next. Faster, smarter, and more lethal than ever. Battle-tested and constantly evolving, today's Army thrives under pressure.
Damn, I should have picked to be a
Across
drone pilot.
every domain, land, air, sea, space, and cyber, the Army remains ready and engaged. Through training and transformation, the Army ensures soldiers are equipped, empowered, and prepared to win against any adversary. Artificial intelligence and advanced weapons are changing the way we fight. But our foundation stays the same, the warrior ethos. Mission first. Never quit. Never accept defeat. Never leave a fallen comrade.
Where's the never leave a fallen
Wherever
comrade?
the need, soldiers show up to fight and to serve, ensuring the safety and security of the nation. The Army's legacy lives in those who step forward. And the next chapter? It belongs to those who are ready to lead, to adapt, and make the same promise that every soldier makes to the nation and its people. This will defend.
$250 baby. That's like a brief overview of the history of the U.S. Army. So, I wore those colors, so I have a bit of bias towards it. So let's check this out. I want to see what's going on. Hopefully the mic isn't crackly. If I had the money, I would have gone to DC to experience this, but I'm a broke bitch, so that's unfortunate. What's this? It's basically the same thing, but it's at a different angle. There's no Black Hawk helicopter here. Is this one better? Because the people who are recording have like a crackly mic.
We'll get him next year, right? There you go. He needs a pass.
Yeah. Now, I think we're going to start making our way on over to the medical tent so we can learn a little bit more about the Medical Corps' history in its part in the Army's 250 years of service.
And that really goes into what we were talking
who's
about
controlling the mic?
of the
Not the mic, the camera.
multifaceted career pathways that you can take when you become a soldier. The American public oftentimes thinks of the 11 Bravo, the infantrymen.
Yeah, they think everybody in the Army is an infantryman, but
experts with their weapons. But there are so many different
we have
things
different
that
fields.
you
Like you can
do.
be a cook, you can be
you
an
are in the
HVAC mechanic, you can be an
communications
engineer, you
line
can
of work.
be
I'm as well. I'm in military intelligence. But these guys, these
I was
doctors,
basically an IT guy. I was cybersecurity.
It really is incredible.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what your interests are or what drives you, what goals you may have in life to achieve. The Army seems to have an MOS, which is a military occupation specialty, just for you. It has degrees, certificates, it has training, everything put in place to help you achieve those goals through service.
For you, was the Army something you always wanted to do?
You know, I think I've heard it before, but when 9/11 happened, I know it seems to be so long ago, but this wasn't. This was just 24 years ago. And that really
a quarter of a century.
motivated me to want to do something different, be a part of a change, be a part of a community that
9/11 was
gave
basically
their
the
all
second
to
round of
those
like Pearl
that
Harbor,
really
because the
weren't
day
able
after
to.
that, the
So
recruiter line
9/11 was my
packed.
motivating factor. As I grew, I found a purpose in life. I'm a husband, I'm a father, and I knew I needed to provide. And through service, I was able to provide. I still am. I love it.
And that's so important to talk about because in the
Yeah,
conversation
it was like
surrounding
I
the
wanted to join
military,
the Army
often
when
hear this
I was
being part
in
of
middle
something
school.
bigger,
Well, not Army. I
being
wanted to join the
part
military
of a team.
because of
And
my
that
high
was
school's
one of
ROTC
the
program that came
hospitals
to
was
show
reporting
off
on
what
the
they were
military. I
what they were
always heard
capable
that
of.
in my
So I joined the
interviews,
ROTC
but
program and spent 4 years in that.
until I joined the Army myself that I fully grasped what that meant. having someone to your left and your right of you that always has your back, and feeling like you are truly a part of an experience that is far greater than yourself.
Yeah, I mean, for example, find me another employment where your direct supervisor reaches out on a Friday. Hey, man, if you need anything, let me know. Reach out. I want to make sure you're good to go. These safety briefs, in service, we make jokes, right? Safety brief every Friday. But there's value to that. There's an investment into the soldier and their well-being from their direct line of supervision.
It's almost always the same
It is
safety
huge.
brief,
It is
though.
huge. We're
The only
next
time
to
it's a
it.
fun
Pan
safety
over,
brief-
Which actually, let's pan over and see, because I love the words on this truck. Turn
potential into purpose?
into purpose.
But the
And
safety briefs, it's
so
almost
many
always the
folks
same thing.
out
I mean,
here can tell you,
you can have a fun time with it being
what
like,
they've done
oh,
through their
don't
army
add to the
career.
population, don't remove to the
One person that we
population,
wanna
if you
talk
get
to
arrested, assert
is
dominance and all that shit.
medical and the veterinarian corps.
It's only
I'm
very,
going to
like,
put
rarely
down
do they
my
have to, like,
phone and
add, be like,
let
don't do
them
fucking
grab
stupid
them.
shit. Don't
We'll have
do
them in
fuck
about,
shit.
I don't know, you can time me.
Like,
30
don't get
seconds.
drunk and
We'll see.
go out and
Right.
drive. Like,
All right, so we got 30 seconds to kill. Now, we are here again celebrating the Army's 250th birthday. Now, this is for you guys, the viewer. So please tell me, if you have served previously, what are some of your most fondest moments? If you haven't served yet,
I was
what are
only
some
at Fort
things
Hood,
you want to
unfortunately, so my
achieve?
fondest moment is
And if
drop
there's
kicking a
recruiter
Connex
in
door
the
because it
chat,
wouldn't
please
close.
Get with these individuals and let them know that there are opportunities out there to help them achieve their goals. Now, if there's a question directly you have for myself or the young lieutenant, let us know as well. We are here to answer your questions in real time. There's a slight delay. We may be engaged in an interview, but when there is time and it's brought to our attention, we'll answer them. Again, out here we have some of Army's most senior leaders. We have the Sergeant Major of the Army, we have the Chief of Staff, we have the Secretary of the Army. They are all out here.
Who is the Sergeant Major of the Army
wanted to
now?
engage with even the more division-led leadership, come on down. The gates are open. We're here with static displays, programs, benefits, everything to inform you
Weimer,
what the service
okay.
is and what the soldiers have to offer.
So Sergeant
I'm not
Major,
sure
when
who was
I was
counting, 'cause I
in,
lost count.
was
I would say it was
Grinston.
29
I
seconds.
say 29 and a half. Yeah, that was
Oh,
close enough.
I still got it. I still
Apparently,
got it. Okay, so
Sergeant
we've
Major
talked
Daniel
about how
Daly
there
was
are
like
so many
the best
different
Sergeant Major.
paths you can go down when
'Cause everybody
you
loved
join the
Daniel
US Army.
Daly.
And there's no one better to talk about than these two. This is Colonel Geeson and Lieutenant Colonel Watkins. I'll let them describe to you what they do.
Her
for
mic's
the-
not working properly.
It's above my head, and I might mess it up. But sir, you are in the medical corps. It's really incredible to hear about your passion for what you do.
Oh, thanks so much. I'm actually an Army dentist. I've been an Army dentist for the past 18 years. I did the Health Professional Scholarship Program.
Oh,
As a college student, I wanted
It's
to become
not
a
messed
dentist. I
up.
was looking to
It's in
a way
1
to
year.
Make that happen. Found out about the scholarship program. Had my dental school covered, and then owed 4 years back. Finished that and really enjoyed what I was doing, and have had just an amazing adventure being part of the Army for 18 years now.
Let's talk about that. You had your dental school paid for by
right.
the U.S. Army. You didn't have to worry about student loans.
Nope.
It's been an incredible path for you, right?
It has. It's just opened up so many opportunities. I wanted to see the world as a kid. I've been all over now. Just came back from 3 years in Germany. Been to Korea, Kuwait, Afghanistan, Honduras, and all over the U.S. So just really have had a great career of treating soldiers, taking care of soldiers and family members, and seeing the world.
Awesome. Ma'am, just to pivot to you, you have an incredible career to talk about. You piqued my interest because I'm an animal person. And if I could do it all over again, I might go down your path. Talk about a little bit about what you do.
Yeah, so I think we actually, ironically, have two of our smaller specialty corps here representing Army medicine today. So I'm a veterinarian. I've been a veterinarian for 13 years. Came directly onto active duty, again, through the Health Professions Scholarship Program. As a little kid, I probably had the same path that most people do, wanted to be a vet. Didn't really see how that was compatible with service and didn't see it in my future, but I ended up doing ROTC and found some veterinary corps recruiters there, realized that there was actually a future for me. So came on to active duty to serve my time following the scholarship, and I've been here ever since, enjoying my life.
Talk about what a veterinarian for the Army or someone that's a vet tech, someone that's support, what are you doing day to day?
So I think probably the most forward-facing mission that we have, obviously, is the animal care that we do. So the military working dogs are probably the forefront that everybody sees. Obviously, the Army employs horses as well, and you'll see that represented in the parade today. So we do the care for them. and really any animal that supports the DoD. So what's maybe not always known is that the Army is the only veterinary corps, and so we do a tri-service mission. So we provide veterinary support to Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force, and the other part of the veterinary corps that's maybe not as forward-facing to the public is our food protection mission. So we actually have a whole enlisted MOS, 68 Romeo, who are veterinary food inspectors, as well as a warrant officer corps or warrant officer group that is our food safety officers. And so anything that you consume in our dining facilities, on post, our MREs, they're all inspected by actually the veterinary corps prior to being received.
And that's something that I just learned today. I had no idea. Sir, bringing you back in here, this was probably not the exact path that you expected.
They need to reconfigure their microphones because it's weird that I'm only getting it out of one ear.
Wanted to be a dentist, but any regrets? Are you proud to wear this uniform?
Oh, certainly proud. Like I said, I mean, I've gotten to work with so many teams, so many soldiers all over the world, so many different duty stations, and just have some incredible experiences. I really value, having soldiers as patients, right? I mean, they're just an incredibly deserving population to work with and be team members with. And you're right, didn't foresee this maybe back in high school, but it has worked out really well, and I've just had a great career.
Do you feel like, ma'am, that there are people who may want to go down the veterinary route and might not even know this is an option?
I think there's a number of people that do, and we thankfully try to do some recruiting through the veterinary school pathway, but certainly even the food inspection side of it. I think what I love so much about the veterinary corps that maybe people aren't always realize is the variety of things that you can do with the degree. I think everyone thinks you just go into private practice and you're doing direct patient care, but we have specialties. I'm a veterinary, I do public health. Specifically, we have pathologists, we have people in research, we have our clinical consultants, and so it's really opened my aperture to what the veterinary profession does at large for really all of our communities, and what I can do with it in uniform to support our brothers and sisters at arms that are fighting the fight every single day.
What an incredible career. Okay, so for someone out there watching this, I keep asking the same question, but if there's someone standing by thinking, God, what they're saying is speaking to me, why should they walk into a recruiter's office, sign on line, and ask the question? Why should they take that first step?
I think if you want an unforgettable experience that's going to open your eyes to what this country has to offer, to what the world has to offer, take the chance. You never know what could happen in the places you're going to be stationed. You'll never know who you meet, the teams you're going to be a part of, and I encourage anyone out there to look into all the medical professions, not just dentist and veterinarian, but we've got doctors, nurses, technicians of all kinds, right? And so the Army has so many health professions programs available, and it's a great team to be a part of.
And the most incredible part, maybe not the most incredible, but a good perk is the fact that the Army takes care of your schooling.
Yep.
And you're not bogged down with student loans, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I had a lot of classmates coming out of school with a lot of debt, and I really didn't have to worry about that. I just started working, right? And so, and earning that paycheck. So it's been a great ride.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you for what you do. So many incredible pathways out here. We've just hit the tip of the iceberg of telling you about all the options, all the paths that you can go down in your Army service. Out here on the National Mall, we're going to be out here till 5 o'clock. You can get to meet your United States Army up close and personal, meet those soldiers, find out what this uniform is all about. We'll be back in a few minutes to tell some more stories.
Thank you so much.
Yup. That's gonna get me in trouble. Dang, I just googled U.S. Army and a lot of it's just about the parade today. Birthday parade. It's for the Army, you fucking idiots. The people marching around No Kings are fucking stupid. Golly, I've been scrolling for a while and it's still just about the parade mostly. Here we go. Here's an interesting one while we wait for shit to start happening. Ooh, machine guns.
Not far from here on the hallowed grounds of Fort Liberty near the intersection
Oh,
of Rock
fuck, that was loud.
Destined to the green marble is a quote from the 35th President of the United States. And it reads that the Green Beret is again becoming a symbol of excellence, a badge of courage, and a mark of distinction in the fight for freedom. President Kennedy also challenged us and challenged our nation to go to the moon, not because it was easy, but because it was hard. Talk a lot about an article I read a while ago in which the author wrote about how today's youth, well, they're lazy. They're lazy in language and communication. They don't seek hard work, nor have the endurance to see it through. They are nor gritty or resolute, and they lack ambition. That article was from an op-ed in the 1938 edition of the Chicago Tribune. The youth the author talked about went on to parachute behind enemy lines in France and stormed beaches like Omaha and Utah, ultimately becoming the greatest generation. And as great as that generation was, I believe that your generation can be even greater.
Well, let's take a look at what's happening. Nope, gotta mute that. Golly, the fucking... I'm gonna get in trouble. Did they fly this here, or was this towed here? I know the windshield wipers are like... I don't know if they're on standby or if they're activated. And like they just shut the helicopter off as it was wiping water off. Damn it. Nope. Oh my god. The music is so fucking loud. There's nothing really happening. You'd think there'd be more fucking videos, but so far, everything is all about the fucking parade. Here we go. Is this actually going to be an interesting video, or is it going to be full of shit?
Rangers and Warrior requesting permission to drop. Your fault, Ranger. Stop touching the stand. Stop, Ranger. Ranger!
You are going to be watched every single day for the rest of your lives. Are they doing the right
A buddy of mine I went to basic with, he became a ranger.
Everyone is always watching. The United States Army makes men and women. We make warriors and leaders. And that's what you are. You chose to serve your country at a time of war, and you chose to do it in the greatest fighting force this world has ever seen, the U.S. Army. Everyone's talking about your generation.
Ranger! Ranger! Ranger!
You are great. You are special. You are deadly. You are disciplined. You are professional. When the bullets start flying, you're going to find out that you're only as strong as that brother and sister to your left and right. The United States Army makes men and
Oh, wow.
we make warriors and leaders. And that's what you are. I hope you never see close quarter combat, but I hope you're always prepared to keep moving forward. People are depending on you to make decisions. The only
The
sin
mud.
you can commit as a combat leader. You can make mistakes, we'll fix your mistakes. You can be afraid, we can fix that. We cannot fix indecision. You must make a decision, right or wrong, make it. And we'll fix it if it's wrong, and we'll sustain it when it's right. Because the only way we're going to get on the other side of this time of war is to remind our enemy and the children of our enemy that there is a whole lot they can do with their lives than fight against the United States Army. It is going to end in tears every single time. Our children will grow old. Our children will be free. And it's because of your sacrifice that we can make that promise. And if our enemy's children have a choice, they will see that there's no romance in war against our allies or against the United States. And they will see that if they choose the path that their fathers chose, that they too will be erased from history. Left side down! Left side down! Moving!
Reminds me of that, I think it was a Medal of War awardee. He said, you want to go to war with us, then somebody else will be raising your children.
God bless you, and may God have mercy on anyone stupid enough to engage you in an open field. You are gonna absolutely clean their clock.
Ah, yeah. David, I think it's Balavia, is how you pronounce it. Yeah. I think he was also the one who said, if you want to go to war with the U.S., then somebody else is going to be raising your children. We're still at that fucking helicopter. Why the
This is my dream.
fuck are these so loud?
It's what I've always wanted to do. I wanted to put myself to the ultimate test. And come out on top.
If we were still at a time of war when I enlisted, I was actually debating on becoming an infantryman, but then I was like, nah, I don't want to be a glorified janitor because we're going really into peace times. So I became a signal soldier.
So I decided to join the army because, man, as a kid, it was a dream. It was really a dream. It was this is what I've always wanted to do as a kid. You know, I had toy soldiers. I watched all the movies, and then my
Well, he's a
my brother's
ranger,
also in the
so
military. He's actually starting first class right now in Germany. He's stationed over there. I think he's coming down for his next PCS. So he really like integrated my vision of what I want to do for my future. He brought me down to Fort Campbell actually when I was 15 years old, and you know I got to hang out with all his friends. He took me to the museum. He showed me the helicopters. He showed me the just like all the culture of the Army, and I took it all in. You know, I just really loved it. Everything to do about it. I seen how it took care of his family, and you know that's just like what I've always wanted to do for myself as well. Just a future, a purpose, and a career that I can be proud of, and something you know like give back to the country that gave a lot to me. Because I was also born in Mexico, so I came over here. I got
oh, we going for a run?
did real good. My mom got her citizenship as well. Took care of her. So you know, this country did a lot for me. So I just want to give back to the country, and I think.
Oh
being in the
God.
military, joining
This
the
is a
Army
company or a battalion run. Either way, they fucking suck.
really is like my main purpose. Why I wanted to join.
Okay, they're the hearts. That's the spade. Is this like a deck of cards style like company or battalion?
You know, like
It's like, oh, I'm part of
my
Heart
brother was in
Company.
the Army as well, and he was.
No, I'm part of Spade Company.
And he always talked about.
I'm Club Company.
Man, I wish I could have been infantry. They're like the tip of the spear. They're what. They're the ones that go in first. They're like the main fighters. The ones that put their lives in front of danger for everybody else. And I think that's what I've always wanted to do. You know, I just kind of wanted to help people. I think infantry really.
What are you doing?
They put their emotions, they put their mental, their physical to the test, to the limit, to really defeat the enemy. And I just want to be that guy. I want to be the person that people look up to. I think an infantryman really is that person.
I would say the infantry is the first lethal ground force to enter into a combat zone to close with and destroy the enemy. We are the ones that win the war. I mean, we're the infantry. We come in and we destroy enemy forces so that we can provide a freedom of maneuver.
502nd, 101st Airborne Air Assault Division.
Other support personnel in that.
Well, Airborne Division Air Assault.
Ultimately, the 101st's ability and execution this past year in incentivizing.
We're following infantrymen who are part of the 101.
Long-range air assault capability is something that essentially moves a brigade combat team in one period of darkness over 500 nautical miles into a combat zone where we can close with and destroy all enemy forces lethally and as quick as possible. So the transformation in contact within the 101st Airborne Air Assault as well.
The 10 hardest days air assault.
Is allowing the freedom of maneuver for soldiers from the team level.
I actually got to my unit and asked if I could go to an air assault school. They said, no, you just got here. I was like,
safely.
and? I want to go do air assaults. It's not like I'm leaving. It's like, yeah, I'm going to be gone for 10 fucking days.
The unmanned aerial system is an asset that we can utilize to.
They kept denying me chances for school because they're like, you just got here.
So that we can emplace
Like, yeah.
quicker and safer with in regards to route reconnaissance, counter reconnaissance, as well as identifying locations of enemy forces in that area quicker. And you know, with that being said, the ISV, the infantry squad vehicle, is a asset that is, when combined with UAS, is creating lethality that the United States Army has never seen before.
So what my family means to me, it's a lot. And you know, in a family in the military, we really get put through a lot of strains. You know, we deploy, we go to training, we go to JRT, NTC, OLE, and we not just long ago we did the large-scale long-range air assault mission, and it lasted about 20 days. So you know, like my wife had to take care of the family. They held it down, and they're troopers. All my kids are troopers. My wife's a He's actually in the military as well. So we're dual military, and she kind of understands what I have to go through. As a first generation immigrant, you know, like, I'm serving my country kind of just as a figure, somebody to look up to, a role model, a leader that my kids can strive for. You know, like they're in this country.
Nothing like the paint.
I love this country, and I hope they love this country as much as I do.
Motor pool.
So as a motor sergeant, I manage several different sections.
Everything always seemed to be a level 10 issue. Like, hey, my engine is missing. That's level 10. My engine is a level 10? What the fuck do y'all do then?
So our sections consist of unscheduled maintenance, which are field level maintenance services on time-based or day-based intervals. Also, I manage unscheduled services. Unscheduled services, members of our team, they come out, they conduct PMCS, they identify faults. Once they identify the faults, we try to get the piece of equipment back in the fight as soon as possible. So I came from a pretty large family. It was 12.
When I got to my unit, they put me on a team that hadn't been put together yet, so I was the first member of the team. I was a PFC, and they said, you need to go PMCS your vehicles. I go to my vehicle. One of the steering columns was broken entirely. Like, it wasn't where it was supposed to be. Like, you know, when you're driving, you put your arms in front of you, that's where the wheel is. Well, it was down by my fucking knees, and I was like, that seems to be a problem. So a mechanic comes by, he looks at it, and he says, that's a level 10 fix. And I'm like, the fuck it is? What the fuck do you do then?
Brothers and sisters on my dad's side. So my dad was a mechanic. Most of my uncles was a tinker, carpentry, woodwork, you name it. It's something I grew up doing, so it's just natural that I did it. Oftentimes in the neighborhood, people's cars would break down, so my uncle was the guy that they took the car to, right? So as a kid, he had sons too. We would go over to his house, they would come over to our house, and we would just work on cars, four-wheelers, dirt bikes. He served in the military. He used to talk to us, so it's little pictures about him when he was in the military.
Yeah, this being a 91 Bravo is a good career field because it translates to the real world.
Things that okay.
But I didn't want to be a mechanic, so.
Gave it a try, and I love it. So typical day, generally we start our day off with a sync. So our sync, we bring an ESR to our sync. Our ESR is pretty much the status of all our equipment we have out here. We identify what we can fix and the time frame we can fix it, and then we assign mechanics to work off their ESR. Also, each section is responsible for briefing that part of that actual sync. We'll have our shop operation up there as well. They'll talk about parts that's coming into the SSA, so we can kind of game plan what our week will look like. Our garrison is a little bit simpler. Everything is condensed. Everything is out here online. However, once you go out to the field, right, you got a multitude of elements in different locations. Breakdown procedures, recovery procedures, they also change. They get a little bit more complicated out there in the field, i.e. the odds of us rolling a piece of equipment here is low. However, in the field, that kind of increase risk. So for the soldiers, I think it's a good opportunity to them being out in the field. That's why I truly believe they get to learn their job because of some of the minutes they don't have. It's a lot of field expedient procedures that we do have to use while in the field. It's a wonderful opportunity. It's one of them jobs where the day-to-day operations for a mechanic is not the same. 1 month you could be on unscheduled services. The next month you can be on scheduled services. And even if they don't plan on making it a long military career, it's something that's easily transferable in the civilian world.
Being long enough, you'll be behind a desk.
Today, for us, it's all about the soldiers. Working with the soldiers, teaching the soldiers, developing the soldiers, that is the greatest part of being a motor sergeant.
Attention! Your mission is to subscribe and beat feet to the next video. Why haven't you done it yet?
I'm not moving. What the fuck you talking about, drill sergeant? Where the fuck did she come from? So we can find a video involving my MOS. Well, not my, well, maybe not my MOS, but my, this is from a year ago. 6 years ago. I guess we're going to go back to before my time. This is what I did. 164 years now. That's it? Oh! I thought we were going to talk about something. Oh, shit. Okay, here's one from 8 months ago. But it's the Army National Guard.
Communication is key to mission success in the Army. The success of nearly every undertaking depends on reliable signals communication. In the Army National Guard, you can enlist into the Signal Corps, a team of professionals who the Guard relies on for installing and maintaining all communication systems. These soldiers
This right here is called a snap. It is what I mostly worked on, but I was only trained on it for a week.
relies on for installing and maintaining all communication systems.
I have put this son of a bitch together like a million times. I was trained to work on a thing called an STT. I was also trained to work on a HECLOS for a long time. But when I got to my unit, we were turning HECLOSes in, and we barely did anything with the STT. We mainly worked on SNAP. And there's a piece of equipment in this thing right here that is $500,000. And if you break it, you owe the Army $500,000.
These soldiers develop the skills necessary to communicate through radio transmission and information technology to keep the Army connected and ready for any mission.
Hang on.
Information technology to keep...
That's an STT. Sorry, I'm eating. What he's doing right here is turning the engine on. He's literally just starting the engine up. And this thing right here is the, it's a generator. This is a generator.
Be connected and ready for any mission.
Communications is the key to success for leading the battle charge.
The Signal Corps was founded in 1860 to support efforts in the Civil War and continues to this day to provide communication to forces on and off the battlefield. The Signal Corps encompasses telecommunications from wireless radio communications employed in tanks, helicopters, and Humvees to information technology, network administration, and cybersecurity.
We go in first as communication specialists to make sure that we can communicate throughout the battlefield.
Wireless communication is achieved by radio transmission.
Yeah, the joke is that the infantry can't do their job until we've done ours.
Throughout the electromagnetic spectrum, including short and intermediate range radio and satellite communications reaching across continents.
Yep, that's the snap.
The Signal Corps is to ensure that we have communications everywhere, stateside, overseas. Just make sure that the soldiers can get in touch with each other to make sure that our mission is accomplished.
Computer networks and servers are critical to Army National Guard information technology operations. Signal Corps soldiers.
This is an overall thing of the Signal Corps. Like, this right here, this is like 25 Bravo stuff. She is, I think, called a... Is it a 25 Charlie or a 25 Papa? Because they work namely on, like, the phone lines.
Is accomplished.
To Army National Guard information technology operations. Signal Corps soldiers...
But we're all basically trained to do, like, the same thing. Like, the Signal Corps, like... field has been getting smaller and smaller because they're combining MOSs.
Require extensive training in installing and maintaining networks and securing these networks through encryption.
Cybersecurity is the fastest growing and now the most consequential field that the...
It's also the most fucking saturated because it pays pretty well, but it's impossible to find a job now because everybody's trying to do it.
The Army can be pursuing at this point in time.
The Army National Guard needs smart men and women with an attention to detail and technological drive to fill roles in the signal.
Yeah, this guy right here, I think is I can't remember. I think this is a 25 Papa because they're cable guys.
Corps. Fort Gordon is the heart of Signal Corps training. It's here that soldiers learn the technology and the craft of their work in signals.
They give you all the tools necessary to take something that's broken or needs...
Yeah, these things suck ass.
A little bit of troubleshooting.
Hold up, that's different.
Tools necessary to take something that's broken or needs a little.
He's got an AIT patch. We didn't have that when I was there. They must have. We had phase badges, and it represented which like company you were a part of. I guess they got rid of the AIT patch.
A bit of troubleshooting.
I mean, it doesn't even really matter because you wear a U.S. Army patch.
Tell you how to fix it. Once you learn a little bit
It's
of
like,
one
yeah.
part of it, you can take that and you can apply it to troubleshooting, repairing other
This has to be a 25U class.
systems that you might not have had as much experience with.
The type of jobs that you would find in the Army are very, very relevant to the type of jobs that you would find in civilian work.
We do offer, as part of the DoD, many civilian careers, and we have civilian counterparts here that work with us as instructors.
Yeah, my instructors for the first 10 weeks of my AIT were civilian instructors who were former soldiers. I had a former first sergeant and a former chief warrant officer as my instructors, and they were totally different. The first sergeant yelled and was screaming and very excitable, and the chief warrant officer was very calm and quiet and everything like that. It was so different.
MOS will open up many careers for you in the civilian community.
Without high-end communications, the Army can't operate as a highly effective and efficient organization. The soldiers of the Signal Corps provide their essential service to support all soldiers to achieve victory. Signals, one of the many career fields available in the Army National Guard to augment your skills in science, technology, engineering, and math. Please visit nationalguard.com.
That's probably the best I'm going to get when it comes to a Signal Corps video. So I got music playing, you fucking shits. That one's 8 years ago. That's also 8 years ago. Whoop. Let's check this out. Very loud, very loud. Being a rifle is tough because if you gotta hold that salute for a while, that rifle is like 8 pounds. When I was in ROTC, I did color guard with some friends of mine, and we went to this event, and they had Whitney Houston do the like a recording of Whitney Houston doing the national anthem. And she sang it so slow, held notes for so long, that I was the Texas flag, so I had to push my arm out to hold the Texas flag. My arm was shaking. The rifles to my right and to the flag's right, or I can't remember, I think it was my right and the American flag left, or vice versa, they were shaking like crazy because the national anthem should only last about a minute. They played one that lasted like 5 solid minutes, and we were in pain. Like, people were actually like looking at us, they were seeing our arms shaking, And they were like, oh, I think we picked a very bad rendition of this to play for them. We were caked in sweat because we were trying to like hold bearing and everything like that. And once it finally ended and the American flag said, return colors or whatever it was 10 years ago. I can't remember. And we walked off. Our naval science instructor, because it was a Navy ROTC, said, I did not know it was going to be that one. I apologize. How is your arms? And we were like, oh, they hurt. But like Whitney Houston's like national anthem, the way she sang it, she would hold notes and she would like, it felt like an eternity. Like, it was like when she went to like, and the rocket's red glare, she was like, and the rocket's red glare. And I was like, oh, fuck, this is not good. Three minutes is how long she sang the national anthem. 3 fucking minutes.
Please join in the singing of our national anthem. The anthem will be followed by a flyover of F-6.
Maybe it's not this one. One of the national anthems she sang, I swear it was Whitney Houston, lasted so long that it felt like our arms were about to fall off. Like, holy shit. The wreath laying. There's a helicopter flying over my house.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The ceremony that you are about to witness is an Army full honor wreath ceremony. Today's wreath
Wait a minute.
placed in honor
Oh no, it's in the video.
since its official birth, June 14th,
And it's a plane.
more than a year before the Declaration of Independence, the U.S. Army has played a vital role in the growth and development of the American nation. The wreath will be placed The host for today's ceremony is Major General Trevor Brady, Commanding General, U.S. Army Military District of Washington. It is requested that everyone remain silent and stand during the ceremony. ruffles and feathers. Those in uniform should render the military salute from the first note of music and retain this position until the last salute. Those not in uniform should place their right hand over their heart. Veterans are also authorized to render the hand salute. In the conduct of this ceremony, it is our desire to maintain an atmosphere of dignity and respect. Your cooperation will be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
So many fucking retards.
This year marks the 250th anniversary of the United States Army. A legacy born in turmoil, uncertainty, and nearly insurmountable odds. 2.5 centuries ago, thousands of citizen soldiers answered freedom's call. At a moment when tyranny tried to dim the spirit of an emerging nation, our first heroes forged an institution whose strength, sacrifice, and enduring resolve have come to define our republic. The Army's story begins in the spring of 1775. 1 month after the Massachusetts militia humbled British regulars at the battles of Lexington and Concord, America's colonial leaders assembled in Philadelphia for the Second Continental Congress. The meeting had been called to address long-standing grievances with Britain's imperial government. But the recent bloodshed at Lexington and Concord fundamentally changed the purpose of the gathering. Until then, many colonists had hoped for reconciliation with their mother country. It was increasingly clear that freedom would not be possible without war. The reasons for a united resistance were growing. Among other offenses, the British Parliament had earlier passed the Intolerable Acts, which had closed the port of Boston to all trade, forced colonists to house and feed British soldiers, and restricted the colonists' right to public assembly, allowed British officials to be tried in England instead of the colonies, and effectively put Massachusetts under martial law. In April of 1775, they fired on American colonists. By the end of May 1775, Patriot leaders were calling up militia in all 13 colonies. They stockpiled guns, ammunition, artillery, and military supplies. Some militia units drilled every day. The battles of Lexington and Concord proved that Minutemen could push back British forces. Those early battles also proved that the colonies needed a united fighting force with a clear chain of command. Mindful of the perilous road ahead, the delegates to the Second Continental Congress debated establishing an army. Letters from citizens in Massachusetts were read aloud before the assembly, recounting British acts of tyranny and calling neighboring colonies for assistance. As the Provincial Convention of Massachusetts wrote in a letter to the Continental Congress on June 2nd, quote, "We tremble at having an army established here without a civil power to provide for and control them." Having received reports that British troops would soon arrive in great numbers in New York, the Continental Congress directed that if the British were to commit hostilities and invade private property...
I've been vaguely paying attention, so I'm trying to figure out, is he talking about... There's a massacre, or is he talking about... No, this has got to be a massacre.
The inhabitants
whatever it's called.
defend themselves and their property and repel force by force. Ultimately, the delegates decided they had only one path forward.
War.
It was time to create a national army. On June 14th, the Second Continental Congress voted to establish the Continental Army. The official record read, "Resolved that 6 companies of expert riflemen be immediately raised in Pennsylvania, 2 in Maryland, and 2 in Virginia, that each company consist of a captain, 3 lieutenants, 4 sergeants, 4 corporals, a drummer or trumpeter, and 68 privates. That each company, as soon as
we need to bring back the drummer,
shall march and join the army near Boston, to be there employed as light infantry, under the command of the chief officer in the army." The message to the British was clear. This was not a regional outbreak of violence. It was a unified act of defiance. The colonies intended to join together to defend their freedoms and, if necessary, to fight for independence. The very next day, the Continental Congress unanimously appointed George Washington of Virginia as commander-in-chief. The Congress wrote, We, reposing special trust and confidence in your patriotism, valor, conduct, and fidelity, do, by these precepts, constitute and appoint you to be General and Commander-in-Chief of the Army of the United Colonies, for the defense of American liberty, and for repelling every hostile invasion thereof. And you are hereby vested with full power and authority to act as you shall think for the good and welfare of the service. That same day, Massachusetts leaders discovered that the British planned to occupy Boston's Charleston Peninsula. On June 16th, General Artemus Ward sent Colonels Richard Grindley and William Prescott with about 1,200 soldiers to fortify the summit of Bunker Hill, overlooking Boston Harbor. The soldiers labored through the night to build a defensive barrier. By early morning, they had erected a strong earthwork position and were joined by New Hampshire Colonel John Stark and his troops. As the sun rose on June 17th, the British noticed the Americans occupied the high ground. The British ships opened fire but could not reach the hastily constructed American positions. British Major General William Howe ordered his troops to assault the hill. The fierce battle that ensued was a tactical victory for the British, but a painful and costly one. The British sustained twice as many casualties as the Americans and pulled back to Boston, where American forces encircled them. American morale was high, and men streamed in from towns and farms volunteering to join. On July 3rd, General George Washington traveled to Cambridge, Massachusetts, to assemble his officers just off the central yard of Harvard College, where he formally took command of the Army. The next day, he wrote, "It is hoped that all distinctions of colonies will be laid aside, so that one and the same spirit may animate the whole. And the only contest be who shall render on this great and trying occasion
It's like,
the most
my cat is
essential
meowing
service
right outside
to
my
great
fucking
and
door.
common cause in which we are all engaged." Washington then began building the new army. His task was not just...
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, that's it for me.
Okay.
So what's our take on our favorite era?
What's your favorite era?
In the Army, like
Yeah.
Army era? I mean, I'm thinking like generations, right? So like, give me like a
I think this guy's a TikToker.
year span. Like, what do you think? What do you think? What are we thinking? Like every 5 years?
Are we doing World War II, Vietnam, Korea?
Oh, okay. We're going huge,
Yeah.
huge
Oh,
spans.
that's
Got
what
it.
I'm
I was
talking
thinking
about,
that. Okay.
era.
What is my favorite era? Well, favorite era to read and hear and watch and listen. I would say all of them deserve like equal, opportunity, right? And I can say I'm pretty guilty because I enjoy like the World War II era, just like listening to the stories of, the heroes.
His mic is so
everything that's gone
fucked.
on with that,
It's
like,
not coming out of the
movies,
left
right?
side of my headphones.
That's like my favorite time is just watching and seeing those examples of what people
Someone take First Sergeant's fucking microphone and give him a better one.
did, right? So for me, that is a great era. Not to downplay any of the other ones, but that's just how I grew up watching, like Saving Private Ryan, like that's just the time that I like going back to and visiting. But don't get it twisted. Every era's got its good and bads, and I mean even in this one right now, I love it just as much, right? So.
Yeah, it's really incredible. I've gotten the opportunity in my past life as a reporter to go along on some of those honor flights with the World War II veterans, and to have a moment and think that I am wearing the same uniform as the ones that came before us is a moment that'll stop you in your tracks, and you think, why do I deserve that? Because of the ones that have walked before us, those giants. But this legacy is real, and it's amazing that it's being celebrated the way that it is.
Yeah.
How's our YouTube feed looking?
It's going. A lot of comments.
Any questions?
If
Come on, guys.
if they're looking at any, or do they also ask questions? That background, or I don't know if they have.
Just on our YouTube feed.
Oh, okay.
We don't. No questions so far. That's on you guys. You've got these two superstars here. So send in your questions. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with with you out here live from the 250th birthday of the United States Army.
Thank you.
Just about assembling men willing to fight. It was about shaping the character of the men who would forge this new nation. Courage alone was not enough. Washington worked tirelessly to instill good order and discipline, secure supplies, and institute rigorous training to produce soldiers who could fight toe-to-toe with the British Army, then the best army in the world. Washington wrote, "Discipline is the soul of an army. It makes small numbers formidable, procures success to the weak, and esteem to all." As the army took shape, each battle told a story of audacity and sacrifice. Washington won his first victory at Boston in 1776, but suffered heavily at Quebec. When the British returned that year to New York in full force, the army fought doggedly from Long Island to New Jersey. Washington's army suffered heavy casualties, but never giving up. With winter setting in, General Washington did the unthinkable. The bold Christmas night crossing of the Delaware River in a blizzard, and the subsequent victories at Trenton and Princeton turned the tide of the Revolution and proved to the world the unbreakable spirit of the American patriot. These battles were more than military engagements. They were seminal moments that gave birth to our nation. Every volley fired, every battle won, and every sacrifice paid moved our nation one step closer to the promise of self-determination and freedom. Today, as we celebrate 250 years of the United States Army, we remember that the greatest victory ever for liberty, sovereignty, and independence was won by ordinary people. The gallant soldiers of Washington's Continental Army answered the call of liberty and rushed into battle not only for their own freedom, but for ours as well. Their story defines us all. It tells us what we stand for and who we are as a nation, born through the sacrifice of our first heroes who gave their lives for the greatest experiment in self-government the world has ever known. Today, every soldier who dons the uniform guards that sacred legacy, ensuring that the ideals of freedom, duty, honor, and country continue to shine brightly for the whole world to see. The heroes of Lexington, Concord, and Bunker Hill are not long-forgotten ancestors. They are brothers in arms, standing to the left and to the right of us in our formations. To this day, the courage of the Revolutionary War soldier and Minuteman beats in the hearts of every American soldier. These individuals strive every day to build a future that embodies the extraordinary spirit of our nation's very first citizen soldiers. As defined by George Washington in 1775, when he said, "When we assumed the soldier, we did not lay aside the citizen." The formation of our army is a testament to the power and enduring spirit of a people determined to secure their destiny of liberty. As your Secretary of Defense, I am profoundly grateful to every individual who has served, from the courageous patriots of the American Revolution who won our freedom to the soldiers currently serving around the world, defending our Constitution and way of life. Today, on this momentous 250th anniversary of America's Army, let us honor the legacy of those who came before us by committing ourselves to building a future worthy of their sacrifice. May we always remember that in our unity there is strength, in our courage there is hope, and through our service there is an unbreakable promise to defend freedom for all. As we celebrate this rich history, I invite you to reflect on the enduring spirit that began humbly in 1775. a spirit that, against all odds, forged our nation's independence, freedom, and liberty. This spirit remains the backbone of our nation today. No matter what challenge we may encounter, this spirit will propel us into the future with unwavering resolve. Thank you for joining me in celebrating our shared heritage. God bless you.
Not really much left. All these retards putting the No Kings thing are so fucking stupid. This whole parade is for my branch of service's 250th anniversary. It's the birthday of my branch's existence. These people are fucking retards. Excuse me. Ooh, what's this? It's a more Pegasus video. Let's check this out while we wait. God damn it.
Jack Doherty is somehow getting more pathetic. Right, so last time we talked about Jack, he was apparently getting...
Last thing I saw about him was that he actually got bum rushed by a whole bunch of people, so... Like, even his security had a hard time holding back. Like, Jack was terrified. He even got, like, a $250,000 chain he was wearing stolen off of his neck, and he didn't do anything about it.
Robbed at gunpoint. He was apparently filing a police report. I personally still don't buy that story at all. But anyways, after that, he went on the Adam 22 podcast. They had a bonding moment. They both love being pucked and humiliated by the internet, so they got along very well. Jack was talking about how his ex-girlfriend is a holy girl. You know, the same girl who promotes her OnlyFans to 12-year-olds. And yeah, Jack was also confronted on the George Janko podcast for just being a horrible person in general. You know, doing all that pimp stuff, exploiting young girls, signing them up for OF, usual.
Yeah, he'd wait till he'd wait till their 18th birthday and then go to them and say, hey, why don't you make an OF? Like, holy shit, what a creep. He crashed his McLaren, was banned off Kick for a couple of months, then returned, which put Kick into like a very bad spot. They were getting shit. Then he crashed a dirt bike, and then I think he got banned off of Kick again. And as far as I know, he's still banned.
Cringe type of bullshit. Well, since then, a lot has gone down. Apparently, he's recorded himself committing another crime now. He's literally like breaking into homes. He's also been faking stunts for attention. He realized that when he almost died in that car crash, it kind of went viral. So he became obsessed with the whole car crashing thing. He's also being humiliated by his favorite rapper. Apparently, Lil Baby just stole his chain in front of his face and told him to call the cops. Just kind of humiliated him while Jack was crying for about...
Who the fuck is Lil Baby? Who the fuck calls themselves Lil Baby as a rapper?
20 minutes. I haven't been keeping up too much because I'm obviously focused on my world-renowned legendary Gordon Ramsay 10 out of 10 saga. But yeah, I just wanted to check in, see what...
Yeah, your 10 out of 10 saga is the same thing as Nux's, Hassan's fucked franchise. It's a certain percent.
Legendary Gordon Ramsay 10 out of 10 saga. But yeah, I just wanted to check in, see what's up with the squad. Shout out to Atozy and 15 Minutes of Shame for their coverage as well. Also, follow me on Instagram. Legend says if I hit 1,000 followers, I'll finally do a muscle up. God damn it. Anyways, let's begin with Jack
Doubtful.
breaking and entering into a
I'm heading X for doubt.
Streaming it live. Classic IRL streamer, Zero Brain Cells. Apparently he used...
Where is he streaming it to? I thought he was banned off Kick. Where is he streaming it to? X? Facebook?
To be like living in this house before like 4 years ago, so that's why he wanted to visit it. But obviously now it's somebody else's house, so you can't just break in the middle of the night.
I used to walk here all the time, and I'd be like, ooh, dude. This is Michael. Were you friends with me at this house? I've been here. I would wear all my jewelry, no security guard, be a drunk ass. I don't remember half the nights. Like I lived at this house, I got so drunk. But I would literally live right here. We would walk here all the time, put Ubers out, but hey,
the fuck?
I was 18 when I moved here. Yeah. This is crazy.
Yeah, the girlfriend he ordered off of Temu is definitely not interested.
She does not care.
in anything Jack is saying here. She's more focused on playing Flappy Bird on her phone. I guess he paid her to show up, but not enough to actually give a fuck. Anyways, after this, he gets out of his kidnapping van and then he starts like scouting the house.
I was like, this is my OG house. This is no one's living here. No way. I lived in this house 3 years ago when I first came to Florida, and I lived here for like 10 months, and then it flooded on me. And there was a crazy storm, and there was water up to here. Like, there was water all the way up to here, and then we would walk. We had to walk out of the house and evacuate with like the dogs and like we were taking the dogs. We'd walk all the way down the road, like mile down the road in waist deep of water, not even knowing where we were going because it was just insane. This whole entire neighborhood flooded, except that house. That house didn't get touched. It was elevated.
Bro, imagine you're in this house, right? It's like
You got some random person talking like, who the fuck is outside my house?
In the dark of night is this broccoli head ass outside your house, you know, with a camera, flashlight, and he got his 2 goons, like Jesse and James from Team Rocket, right? And I feel like I'm just gonna assume you're trying to rob me, right? Because I didn't really order delivery at 10 p.m. or whatever. I'm not expecting anyone, certainly not expecting a giant douchebag. So I would probably be calling the cops, maybe pulling out the shotgun, you know, depending on where I am. I
Get a little pop, pop.
Controversial take, guys. You shouldn't be snooping outside of people's houses this late. And it's clear that he didn't like contact the owner or something. This would have been so easy, right?
There's like not even a sign that says like for sale for rent, because I went and visited my childhood home about a year ago, and there was a for sale sign. I don't know if it's still for sale, or if they took it off the market, but it had changed drastically. There was a tree in the front yard. They got rid of that. The whole house had been redone. What was once my side yard was now turned into another property for a house. So the house that I grew up in is now on 2 plots of land. Well, it was 2 plots of land, and then right around the time I finished my my time in high school, the landlord built a new house in what was once my side yard.
Sentimental connection to this house or whatever. He lived in it for a while. Just go to the house.
He didn't even live into it for a year.
The owner or whatever, and be like, hey, can I come here later for my stream, right? I used to live here, etc., etc. It'd be good content, whatever. But instead of that, this guy just tries to break in the middle of the night. So anyways, after this, his cameraman also points out that this is probably not a good idea. They have like security cameras.
Show you a little house. Security cameras. Oh wait, maybe this isn't a good idea, Jack. You should get in the gate. Oh wait, yeah, maybe not. What? Maybe not. His camera. Bro, what are you doing? This is OD.
Okay, quick translation there. That guy kind of talks like a mumble rapper. He said there's a security camera. Maybe this isn't a good idea. Maybe not, right? You know what else isn't a good idea? Probably being a cameraman for Jack Doherty. I
Yeah,
feel like that's
bad.
Dumbass career choice, right? If the past is
Didn't the guy who was in the car accident, didn't he leave Jack?
You know this guy constantly gets in trouble. You know this guy's hated by the entire internet. Why the hell would you willingly sign up for this job? And you think
Money is money. I'll give it that. That's the only thing I'm gonna say is money is money.
You're probably gonna get a charge too, because if we look at Vitaly in the Philippines,
He was in the Philippines when that happened? I haven't heard about him in forever.
When he committed those crimes, they went after him and they put him in prison, but they also went after his Filipino cameraman because he was helping him do all the shit, commit all those crimes. So you're not exactly innocent here either, right? You're filming his crimes here and you're basically aiding him in his sort of bullshit. Like, come on, you can't be this untalented that you actually gotta work for Jack as a career.
Oh, it's right there. Look, you see it? Right here, look, up more. It's that right there. That thing.
I'm untalented as shit.
It's right here. Check, I'm looking at it. Look, the thing to pull. See it right there? I thought so. Oh. There we go.
Just so you know, I am armed, so if I saw this, the coroner would be called.
You just like to say it. No, they're breaking in. Chris, you go first.
No, I'm like,
This is my old backyard, bro. Look at it. Oh, they put the net. Yo, they got the guest house here.
This is a shitty backyard.
Roof into the pool every day. But let's go before we all die. Cool house, alright? Guys, have you break and enter? We're trespassing.
Congratulations, you have officially filmed yourself committing a crime, breaking and entering. You literally streamed it. This guy's brain is made out of broccoli. Dude, even his chat was telling him like, yeah, dude, you're kind of cooked now. And all for what? What is this for? Doing a little tour?
Nostalgia for a place.
Jump into the pool, bro.
Nostalgia for a place he lived at for less than a year. Brother. I don't get nostalgia for the houses I've stayed at for 2 years. And this motherfucker's got nostalgia for a house he lived at for 10 months.
You're so cool that not even Timu McKinley was impressed. Dude, what is it with TikTokers and these IRL streamers just filming their crimes constantly? I feel like you gotta be a special type of stupid for this type of shit.
The idea is no publicity, there's no such thing as bad publicity, so they're doing shit that gets them talked about.
Shit. Then he runs out of the house and tells his security to try and ding-dong ditch the neighbor.
Wait, shut that. No, you're good. It's good. Let's go. Sorry. Ding dong ditch. Should I ding dong ditch my old neighbor that hates me? Yo, you dead ass shouldn't just hop in the whip. You think? Yeah, then we do it. I'll blame it on Dave. Dave, can you go ding dong ditch him, please? Please. Please.
That man looks like he's 40 years old and he's working for a kid.
Which one? Right there.
Yeah, this guy's clearly like in his 40s or 50s, and he's working as security for this guy. Oh my god.
Yeah, you see from all over here. Look, guys, they shoot him. Every day, chat. Should we go have a genuine conversation with him though? Oh, he did it. He did it, man. Holy shit, he really just done it. He dropped his phone. They're gonna see you on the ring bell. Cooked on the ring bell.
Dude, Jack is such a pussy. It's
He's an
actually
idiot.
crazy. Dude, this dude probably has his bodyguard wipe his ass cheeks after taking a shit. Literally unable to do anything himself. He's obviously afraid that whoever's in that house is gonna come out and beat his ass, so his bodyguard has to do it in place of him because he's a little bitch. So it's not even enough to bully random people on the street. He has to go and do this childish type of shit, disturb people in the middle of the night, ruin their sleep as well. I mean, they're probably gonna be scared as well because somebody's at the doors so late at night. Like, they're probably gonna think it's some sort of intruder, which it kind of is. So yeah, don't cry when you get shot eventually, because that's what's gonna happen if you keep doing this shit. Anyways, that was like part one. Let's move on to his apparent car crash in Dubai. So he says that he rented.
What the fuck? Oh, it's always the fucking idiots that get rich and famous.
A car from this guy, and
he clearly didn't crash. There's no damage to this wall.
And then his girlfriend crashed it. But as usual with Jack, it obviously looks staged as shit.
Yeah, the wall's not damaged.
Oh my god. Christy! Yes, it's bad.
This amount of damage would have broken this wall.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
What a fucking retard.
This is why I don't let you drive.
Yeah, Jack immediately asking how she is, if she's okay. That is the #1 sign of this being fake. Because if you remember, Jack's authentic reaction after a car crash, like in the real car crash with the McLaren, is him immediately asking, is my car okay? Is the equipment okay? Can I film it? Etc, etc, etc. Basically, everything that is related to clout and stuff like that and his material possessions. Nothing about the guy next to him who's bleeding in his face, his cameraman who is gravely injured. No level of empathy for him at all. His first priority is always preserving his own wealth, right? Also, if you look at that wall, it barely has a scratch on it. Like,
there's no scratch on it at all.
Literally
that's not even from a crash because it's way too low for where this quote unquote thing was hit. This is probably just paint peeling.
Paint has just come off, and that's something you can literally do with your hands, like clawing at the wall as well. And he apparently,
because if you look at it, it's bubbled up. So it wasn't from a quote unquote crash.
Just come off, and that's something you can literally do with your hands, like clawing at the wall as well. and he apparently expects us to believe that that is the car ramming into the wall. Not a scratch on any of them, by the way. So this is like the worst acting I've ever seen. This is another pathetic stunt by Jack. Okay, so you're probably watching the video right now, enjoying your daily Pegasus video. Maybe you're having breakfast or lunch. Maybe you're watching from work during your break. Maybe you're back from school. Plenty of possibilities. And out of nowhere... That's right, baby, a Frogan flashbang in a Jack Doherty video where you suckers would never expect it. I've got mad with power. Now you guys are going to be perpetually terrified for every video for the rest of time because I could just drop it anytime, Okay, I'm not going to do it.
I wasn't even paying attention, so I have no idea.
Evil guys. But yeah, that is now the official blood price for watching a Pegasus video. I gotta balance your dopamine levels, you know? So after this, he calls like the car rental place and he says, yeah, I just broke your car, bro.
Girlfriend was driving and like, I don't know what happened, like she lost control and like kind of crashed.
Is she okay?
Yeah, she's fine.
How bad's the accident?
It's like minor, I feel like.
Can you come past? Can you bring it past here so I can check it out?
We can come right now.
Alright, bro, I'll see you soon.
Who the fuck is recording here? It's clearly this is staged.
The car with you, man.
Okay, again, how did the car rental guy know to record that specific conversation for Jack Doherty's content or whatever? Obviously not, right? And how did he have like a camera guy just holding the camera for him unless they redid the conversation again? So none of that actually makes sense at all. And he's not even that pissed. Like, he looks a little annoyed, but not nearly as pissed as you'd be if somebody screwed...
I honestly think he's more annoyed that he's a part of this stupid video.
with your supercar, right? The real question is, how much did Jack actually pay this guy? Because this is pathetically staged. So anyways, Jack immediately blames his girlfriend after this.
No.
Damn.
She did it.
You okay?
Ugh, just straight up, she did it.
I can fix it. Is it that bad though?
I don't think it's that bad.
I thought it was only a bumper or like a scratch, bro, but you got like headlights are broken, you got reinforcement, you got radiators, you got fans, you got...
How much does all that cost?
Look at the bottom, it's dripping.
Sheesh. That's probably just my water.
No, that's like the coolant and radiator and all that kind of stuff, bro. It's a big accident. To you, it might not look that bad, but once you take everything off, it's pretty bad, man. Did you get a police report?
No.
We need that as well to go through insurance.
I'm at the airport right now. My flight's in literally an hour.
Change your flight, bro.
Is there any way we can just handle this like after? Like, I literally got a dip right now, but I promise you, I'll handle it. Like, I'll make sure everything is taken care of.
Dude, even if this was real, this makes you look like such a bitch because you're immediately selling out your girlfriend when this like intimidating guy is walking at you, right? You're like, oh, she did it, like as if you don't want the heat, right? Anyways, the car has actually been destroyed, but I imagine it was pretty messed up before all.
They destroyed it some way. They didn't hit that wall that they were showing. They probably hit like they probably hit it with like another car.
This, right? It was just like a prop for.
Or it was always like this. They just went to like a junk store and they went to like a garbage. Fuck! What the hell is it called? A garbage dump. A garbage dump. They went to a garbage dump, found this car. Because this is fucking Dubai, and they said, "Hey, can we take that? We want to do a video." And I'm sure they were like, "I don't fucking care." So they did it. So they took it.
For the video. So this next part, Jack tries to apologize, says that you can go find him in Miami if he doesn't happen to pay. You can probably ask him for a kidney or something. And I just can't help but notice, we got Timu McKinley just standing there doing absolutely nothing.
Her hair is long as shit.
I've never seen her do or say anything meaningful ever. So great, she's actually doing her job perfectly. If you didn't know how this works, she's been hired to literally stand there and just follow Jack around all day.
I mean, to get paid to do nothing? It's a dream job of mine. I'd love to get paid to do fucking nothing.
She better be getting 6 figures for this because this is absolutely embarrassing.
And when they're gone,
So come find me in Miami if I don't pay you, I promise. Well, I will fix it. I will make sure she does if I don't, you know? But
I think they went to some sort of garbage dump where this was already a part of a crash. And then what they did was they talked to the guys and said, hey, we want to purchase this. We want to make a video. And the garbage dump guys didn't really give a fuck. Because don't forget, this is in Dubai. So cars are pretty nice in Dubai. So they took it. They found a guy in Dubai who they was like, hey, you want to make a video? We're going to do something funny. We're going to pretend like, you know, we're your car rental agency. We're going to bring in this car that we rented from you. It's smashed and everything. And that way, you know, we have a bit of content. And he's like, sure, I don't give a fuck. So that's what they did.
I will pay for it.
crash, though?
She was driving. That's why.
She on the contract?
Yeah, she is.
I'll check with the admins.
We gotta go to the airport though. I'm sorry. I will handle this. I'm sorry. Like you got my number, right? I will figure this out.
Accidents happen. As long as you pay, bro, I have no issue.
I will. I will pay for it all, man. I'm sorry.
I'm not giving you another car.
Homeboy's way too calm, so that's why we know this is fake. Not.
Yeah, no, I don't deserve another car. I'm never driving again. Well, I didn't drive. She never drive. We're both never driving. I'm sorry.
No.
You're a legend. Very, very kind about the whole situation, you know. But I'm gonna fix it. I promise. I'm not just gonna run off.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's
They
a fake
all seem
video.
like way
It's
too
fake.
Calm about this. It seems like a deal they made for some cringy social media promotion. But the thing this guy didn't realize is that Jack is like the worst way to promote your business. It's like
Yeah.
a warning to
Because again, I don't think this car was theirs.
everybody to never shop from you because this dickhead is associated with it. But I read a bunch of comments saying that the guy himself is also a clown, like he fakes a bunch of videos or something. I don't know if that's accurate or whatever, but that would kind of make sense. Now after this, another TikTok guy called him out. Apparently this one's real.
How he says he got into a minor accident and then pulls up with a car looking like that. He also takes no accountability, puts the entire blame on his girlfriend, and then says he has a flight to catch, but he's gonna take care of it. I'm sure he will. Jack's actually rented cars for me before, including this Ferrari F8 that he's currently standing on. He treated
Well,
my cars like absolute.
With his grippers, bare-toed gripper all over this Ferrari.
Guys, just got a new Ferrari. Whoa. And as if that wasn't enough, he then proceeds to redline the engine for a solid 5 seconds. Crazy how some people have no respect for other people's stuff. I guess that's what you get for renting supercars to a kid. I'd be surprised if anyone would ever rent him a supercar after this.
Dude, how long ago was this? Because how is Jack possibly paying for any of this? This guy was trying to pull like insurance fraud just a while back, right? So I don't know. I feel like he's using the leftover money from his ex's OnlyFans, literally just burning through all his life savings because this guy obviously has no idea how to save money or anything like that. But I don't know. If you're dumb enough to rent to this guy after you've seen what he's done on the internet, I mean, you kind of deserve it at this point, right? You should never trust this guy with any sort of expensive equipment. But I do.
Yeah, clearly not. Homeboy crashed a McLaren because he was too busy looking at chat while driving in the rain going like 70 miles an hour. He's a fucking idiot.
I do feel bad for the guy if he actually didn't know who he was initially. Now we know that basically everything Jack ever said that he owned was like rented or leased or borrowed. Basically none of this stuff was ever his, and he was just using other people's stuff.
Is it the same with that McLaren he crashed? Was that McLaren not his? 'Cause that's bad.
And later on, he even admits that his chain is also just lent to him by the jewelry store. So it's actually confirmed that Jack is one of those rejects who tries to get all of these fancy things in order to create an impression on social media, to brag about being rich and stuff like that and living this lavish lifestyle, when in reality, he doesn't even own any of this stuff.
How much money does he actually have? Or is he just being a stupid, young guy and blowing his money on stupid shit? It's insane.
And now I'm wondering, did he even own the McLaren that...
That's what I asked! Because if he's leasing and renting everything, if he crashed this McLaren that's not his, holy shit. Not only that, but the insurance is already going to be fucking him on that because they have the footage and the VOD of him driving while on the phone going 70 miles an hour in the fucking rain.
He happened to crash, because that was actually one of Jack's real stunts, because that could not have possibly been faked. He hydroplaned and everything like that. This guy definitely has daddy's money or something like that, because there's no other way he's getting out of these situations. But anyways, let's move on to Lil Baby, right? So apparently Jack...
What kind of fucking rapper name is Lil Baby? Were all the good ones taken?
Is like a big fan of this rapper, right? And he paid him like $200K to attend one of his parties, and then at the party he got completely ignored or something. So here the rapper Lil Baby basically takes Jack's $200K chain. Apparently this one's also $200K. I wonder if this is the same one that got stolen or whatever. But yeah, this guy just takes his chain and refuses to give it back.
My chain, bro. No, bro. I need that chain, dog. No, bro. I need it right now, dog. Bro, we're not doing... No, bro. You're not taking that, bro. What? All right, bro. It's on camera. Like, wait. Like, what? You think... No. I got you. Coach, all right, coach. Coach, all right, coach. Yo. All right, Jack, go get your chain back. Yeah, Jack. Took my chain while he was performing and didn't give it back. He had my chain. Like, what the You guys aren't getting away with what? Yo, that's crazy. You think she's taking my $200,000 chain? What do they think this is? Robbery on camera? It works like that. I'm literally just trying to give them like chances. Jack, don't let I don't. What do you mean crying? That's not even my chain. My jeweler lent it to me. Like the.
Right, so this rapper just took your chain and is now running away with it. And I assume this is some sort of a prank by him, right? I don't imagine
Yeah, it's
this
not good.
rapper is stupid enough to actually steal something on camera. I mean, you never know. All these people are pretty goddamn stupid. But I think he just thinks that Jack is his little bitch, right? Because he's like the super fan of this guy. Jack is like the ultimate super fan, you know, giving him the Gluck Gluck 9000, literally paid him to attend his parties just to get ignored, glazed him all this time just to be taken advantage of. And now he's just sort of embarrassing him. Like Jack was walking around for ages and ages like, give me my chain, please bro, like begging him. I wonder where his like ding dong ditch bodyguard was, because apparently he was powerless in the face of Lil Baby. I guess he has more bodyguards, right? So Jack was, for the first time in his life, out bodyguarded. Now obviously I don't condone stealing, but it's kind of funny to make Jack squirm, right? That's always hilarious. Also, I just have to point this out. Jack talks like such a dumbass. No, dog, you can't do that, dog. It's kind of like he polymorphed to fit the environment. In his head, he's basically like, okay, I'm talking to Lil Baby right now. I gotta sound really cool. You know, I gotta start and end my sentences with bro or dog. Dog, you gotta subscribe, dog. Dog, I can't believe you did this, dog. Dog, I'm about to get this broccoli haircut, dog. Such a fucking idiot, dude. Then Jack gets like really sad that his favorite rapper is like robbing him.
Like, bro, don't cry. It's okay. Bro, I'm sorry, but like, no, don't be scared for me. It's like you can't take someone on camera. Like, that's crazy.
Every time I see Jack, and I only see him every like few months, he just gets more and more embarrassing.
It don't work like that. I know why. That's the saddest part ever. It's like my favorite rapper is literally robbing me. Like how the is that possible? Like, that's so sad. All I do is listen to Lil Baby. All day long, I only listen to Lil Baby, and like he's literally just took my chain.
It's like, bro, you already got 200K off of him. Like, what more do you need?
Someone's gotta cough up that chain before like it ain't. We know who did it. Like are you kidding me?
Jack, watch out.
I'm not trying to go to. I don't want to go to the cops. It's Lil Baby. Like he didn't take it, but like no, he can't. But like, bro, I'm not trying to like do that. Like, Bro, I'm not trying. I don't want to tell the cops. Like, no, don't. What? Now's not time to get home. Yeah, I'm not telling them. No. Put the mic. No.
Never meet your heroes, I guess. I mean, Jack is just getting absolutely punked by this dude. I mean, he gave him 200K for absolutely nothing, so...
Yeah, I mean, at least when Steven Spielberg met Alfred Hitchcock, he just thought Hitchcock was an asshole. But you literally gave $200,000 to a guy who probably doesn't really he can't fucking stand you, treats you like shit, and his rap name is Lil Baby. What fucking stupid name.
So, in his mind, he's just a little bitch. So he just went ahead and took his chain. Maybe thought he wouldn't complain about it. I mean, yeah, you can't really steal, but I think he's like testing the limits. He's like, how much of a bitch is this guy, right? Can I just walk away with this 200K chain? Or is he gonna actually fight me for it, right? Also, in general, this type of celebrity worship is like the cringiest thing I've ever seen. Please, dear God, never let yourself be humiliated this badly. Never put yourself so down that you think you're so far below another human, like some random musician or whatever the heck, that you probably don't even know. You just like consume their content or whatever. I've always been so fascinated by this. Like, I understand that, okay, they might have, you know, got you through a tough time or whatever. Then, okay, you can be impressed by them. You can even freak out a little, but don't get bitched by them like this. Jesus Christ, man. Jack gave this guy 200K for absolutely no reason. I will never understand that. That's like the dumbest shit ever, bro. Why can't you just treat them like regular humans? They would probably probably respect you more for it. I don't know, whatever, moving on.
No way. I don't believe that. I know. I don't believe it either. Bro, he has my chain, little baby. Like, yo, which car is he in, bro? Yo, Dan. Yo. Bro, he has my chain, bro. All right, if y'all are gonna be like that, like, all right, like like you can't like rob someone on camera and get away with it if you think it's like that. Like, what? Like, there's no way. Those are not his boys. If you're letting him do that, that's hilarious. Like, it's hilarious if you think it's like that. All right, bro. Like, do I really have to go to the cops over a chain? It's $200,000 chain.
Really? Jack is talking about committing crimes on camera after we literally just watched him break and enter into someone else's house.
Homeboy's an
This
embarrassment.
guy has no leg to stand on, but this is just hilarious, man. They're just ignoring him. He's freaking out. He's just like, yeah, I stole your shit, man. What you gonna do about it?
Like, chat, what do I do? It's like, yo, someone's got to go in there and tell him, like, he has my chain, bro. He has my chain. He has my chain, bro. Baby. Yo. Come on. Bro, he thinks, come on. Bro, I need my chain, bro. Bro, I need my chain, bro. No, bro, I need that chain.
No way he started boogieing. He's just like, cry about it, dude. Wonderful, wonderful. You can tell this is not fake because Jack's whining is so unbelievably real.
Yeah, he's been doing nothing but whining nonstop. Homeboy let his chain get stolen. Now he's bitching and moaning about it. God, Jack's a fucking idiot.
It just cannot be fake, right? The level of desperation in his voice has to be 100% real. That is the wonderful part of this situation.
No, bro, I need it right now, dog. Bro, we're not doing, no, bro, you're not taking that, bro. What? All right, bro, it's on camera. Like, wait. Like, what? He thinks he can take my chain and get away with this? Hilarious.
Bro said call the police. He is dog walking Jack right now. Jack has never been this distressed. Like, his entire family could pass away. He wouldn't give a shit. But his chain? Oh my god. When it's anything to do with his material possessions, he will lose his mind. Also, as he said, apparently it's not even his. It's like been lent to him by the jewelry store or whatever, right? So I guess that's why he's even more mad he doesn't have the money to pay for it.
The rich get richer.
Yeah, I think they're joking though.
It's not a joke?
No, I'm pretty sure they're joking.
Okay.
Chrissy's crying. It's not a funny prank. It's not a funny joke, little baby. Like, with Dominique. What the f? Hey, bro. It's okay. You can't rob someone on camera.
Like we just got cheated on.
Wait a minute. Why
What?
is she crying? It's
Yeah.
not even yours. Okay, so
Yeah, I wouldn't like acting.
now it's basically confirmed. She is literally just there to suck money out of Jack, and she is crying because it got stolen from Jack, so he's just broke now and he has nothing to give her. Okay. Now this equation actually makes sense why she is randomly crying out of nowhere. Now, I don't know if he returned the chain or not. It would be hilarious if he didn't, and Jack was just too pussy to even call the police. That would be absolute cinema. Also, again, I don't know if this is the same chain that was apparently stolen by a bunch of goons that, had him at gunpoint, and he apparently ran at them while there was a gun pointed at his face. Very believable story, by the way. But yeah, police can catch on. If you report this one to the police and you give the same story twice, I don't know. That's gonna be sus as hell. Now, click this video or your.
God damn it. It seems to be just like a lot of like almost kind of museum showings of of this the parade and all that stuff. It's 2 o'clock DC time. Okay, let's see. All right, here's a video.
Our favorite little theorist from Game Theory, which, by the way, the channel has never been the same since he left, saw his cameo in the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. Apparently, he's running for president or becoming like a political official. I got no idea what's going on. This shit's been blowing up on social media. It was trending worldwide for like 2 days. But let's see what's going on with good old MatPat.
Just shook the internet and announced his entry into U.S. politics. What is he doing? People in the replies of this tweet are...
And you know what's crazy? I fully endorse it. Hey, he did his thing. He got hella YouTube money. If he wants to run it down, go for it, man. Brother has my vote 100%. Hey, it's the same thing with Mr. Beast. I would vote for either of them, to be completely honest. Hey, you know what would be nice?
I probably wouldn't vote for Mr. Beast. Homeboy spends money like he's got no care in the world.
Having somebody in politics that's younger than the age of fucking 70. It would be nice for all of the electives to not be Minecraft zombies for once.
Are visibly excited, but understandably confused. Some people even think that this is the start of his campaign for presidency, and while it's not at that level yet, the reality is that it can absolutely be the start of an ambitious political career. My name is Renu, and if you find this breakdown helpful, remember to leave a like and subscribe for more stories like this.
The only thing I've seen about the whole MatPat situation is that MatPat was just trying to get stuff passed through like Congress. That's it. Like I didn't hear anything about him trying to like run for a seat anywhere.
Let's break down exactly what's going on and get right into it.
What if he's the opposite of your views? Well, then I'll have one conversation. It's really that easy, man. Like, here's the thing. Not everybody is gonna agree with everything that you say. However, it's up to you to, when discussing politics, to make sure the people of which you're talking to are of sound mind, to where when you have disagreements, you understand why you're disagreeing, and perhaps being open to change your mind. Like, for example, I was pro-choice like 2 years ago, and now I'm pro-life after one good conversation with a friend. And yeah, as long as you're open-minded and you just weigh logic above everything else, and you keep emotions out of it, I think it's fine talking to anybody about politics.
Now, if you don't know, MatPat is one of YouTube's largest creators. He's most known for his...
He retired, basically.
19.6 million subscriber channel, The Game Theorist. But he's not just a silly gaming YouTube channel. He owns and manages several other channels about topics like film, food, and style. So, what is MatPat doing? MatPat is helping to launch a bipartisan caucus within the House of Representatives, the Creator Economy Caucus. That's a lot of words, but let's break it down slowly. So, what's important to note is that this is bipartisan, meaning that it intends to and has the support of both major political parties within the United States. That being the Democrats and the Republicans. And we have good reason to believe it's bipartisan too, because this press conference was jointly held, notably by Beth Van Duyne and Yvette Clarke. These are congresswomen who are within the House of Representatives, who are in charge of making laws and policies and getting them to pass through Congress. So, what is a caucus? A caucus within the House of Representatives is a group of lawmakers who share a common interest or policy goal. Caucuses consist...
He read that off Google. You can see his eyes. He's reading. He didn't know what the fuck that meant. He Googled it and then he read it out loud. That's what he did. I can tell. And you know what? I fully support it, man. Fake it till you make it, bro. Hey, big ups. Huge.
Policy goal. Caucuses consist of lawmakers in Congress. These are formal members, and they're meant to represent the interests of certain people, and in this case, content creators. They work with outside stakeholders like MatPat and Steph in order to be better informed on topics that interest content creators so that they can better represent them.
Yeah, content creators is kind of in this weird spot that I think is going to become very, very, very regulated very soon. Whether anybody wants to admit it or not, the amount of power that social media has and Twitter and content creators alike have over the influence of what our next generations and current generations are consuming. I'll be real, content creators these days are becoming the new mainstream media. NBC,
Yeah, they are.
CNN, Fox News, people really aren't watching this shit unless they're like
People only go for like the mainstream media to insult them and make fun of them. The only reason why places like Fox, CNN, MSNBC, CBS, PBS even, the only reason why they still kind of exist is because people go to them to insult them or make fun of them. Like, that's how they're getting their views. But third-party independent people are the ones who are truly running the media right now. Like, you go on TikTok, you go on YouTube, you go on... Can't really go on X or Reddit because those are saturated with fucking retards. But there are people that are actively trying... They try to be non-biased. Like, what's his name? His name's Link, I think. He says he's an independent. He says, I'm not being paid by the Democrats, I'm not being paid by the Republicans. I just tell it how it is. Like, he's a good one. And, you know, he asks the questions, what do you think, and everything like that. But mainstream media is basically dead. It's literally surviving off of, like, the skin on it, like, above its teeth.
an outlier or they're like 70 years old and they hate the fucking planet. But everybody's on YouTube these fucking days, man. Everybody's on YouTube. Everybody's on Netflix. You know, streaming services are the way of the future. People really don't watch daytime television because, guys, do you really want to watch daytime television where every 30 minutes they run 13 minutes of ads? No. And unless someone's completely unemployed and they just keep it on for background noise, no one's really watching that shit the way they used to. Because now there's options. And there's so many ad-free viewing experiences that you can have these days because, guys, ads fucking suck.
So what topics and
people need to adapt?
I will admit that I do watch Gutfield because he does make fun of both the left and the right. I've seen him make fun of his co-workers. I've seen him make fun of, you know, left politicians, right politicians. He has people on there who make fun of everybody. So I don't mind watching Gutfield because I actually get a laugh.
Are important to the Creator Economy Caucus.
And also, cable is expensive as fuck for such a piss poor product.
I haven't had cable since I lived with my parents. Like, literally, my mom bought cable, and it was like that until we moved out of the rental that we were living in. And then after that, I stopped watching cable. I don't have cable. All I have is Wi-Fi.
The video, MatPat talks about the following issues.
Online privacy, responsible use of AI, addictive algorithms, protection of children on the internet, the list goes on and on.
He makes a case that content creators have had direct contact with issues that actually affect pretty much everyone within the United States in this.
I think one of the biggest problems, especially that happened early on, like a few years ago, people trying to blame the content creators for what people's children were watching. It's like, that's not my fault. I posted online for people to watch. If you don't like what your children, if you don't like that your child is watching me make content, then you can block my channel. You're the one who needs to be raising your kids. It's not my fault. Oh, excuse me. It's not my fault that your kid's watching me.
This age of the internet. Think about DMCA, the Digital Millennium Copyright.
I think the addictive algorithms is probably like one of the things that I've become a slave to be completely honest. And it's really bad. Can't stop scrolling on YouTube, TikTok, Twitter. I will just spend hours scrolling. And I know I'm not alone in this. Thankfully, because I scroll, I get so informed on so many topics I usually wouldn't give a fuck about. And that allows me to push forward my career by being informed on so many different fucking things. If someone's not doing this as a job, they could just be losing hella time. and essentially just burning time they could have had furthering their life, bettering their education, bettering their life. So I think some regulations to make it less addictive would be good, but that's going to be very difficult to do.
Right Act, and how it was passed in 1998 and is still active today. Think about all the issues that have come with it and the legal battles that have fought about it within just YouTube alone. And you might be thinking,
A lot of things that were passed before the internet was as big as it is honestly need to be reevaluated. Like, it's insane. Because a lot of what problems that content creators are experiencing today is because of laws that were passed before the internet was what it was. It was passed when there was still fucking dial-up.
Does the CEC...
When the internet was namely just, you know, porn. Pretty much porn.
Represent me, the viewer? Yes and no. The Creator Economy Caucus, by its name, is meant to represent the interests of content creators. This might mean things like raising awareness on certain issues, like how content creators might want to be included under the no tax on tips clause, or fairer
Bro, no tax on tips to be brought to YouTube and Twitch. If I'm getting a sub, if I'm getting a dono, why the fuck is Twitch taking half? Explain that to me. Twitch, you can take 5% like your competition kick does. Why the fuck are you getting 50%? For what, bro? For what?
Revenue splits from major platforms, or maybe a redraft of the DMCA.
That's not a tax? Well, it's on top of that, right? They're taking half, and I'm getting taxed, right? So, like, a sub is supposed to give you $5. But then Twitch takes their 50%, and now that's $250. And then the tax bracket I'm at, I'm losing around 34% of my fucking sub. So I take that $250, and I lose 34% more of that, and now all of a sudden, I'm getting $1.
Yeah, the DMCA. 1998 United States copyright law that implements two 1996 treaties of the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO. It criminalizes production and dissemination of technology, devices, or services intended to circumvent measures that control access to copyrighted works, commonly known as the Digital Rights Acts. The Digital Rights Management, I'm sorry. It also criminalizes the act of circumventing and accessing control whether or not there is actual infringed copyright itself. In addition, the DMCA heightens the penalties for copyright infringement on the internet. This is 1998. The internet was nothing like it is today. And the fact that we're still using this, like, technology evolves super fast. This was kind of outdated by 2010.
78 out of every $5 I get.
On its face, their job is to let the House...
How about we take the fucking tax money away from Twitch's cut? Why the fuck's it coming out of mine?
Know exactly what content creators think about certain laws being passed. But MatPat specifically names issues that content creators have had direct contact with, so like online privacy, AI, protecting children on the internet, like I mentioned before. If you're watching this...
How about instead of protecting kids on the internet, how about we just don't let the kids on the internet? I'll be real. What does anybody underneath the age of 18 need to do on the internet? Fucking nothing. Right?
Well, reports can also be done on the internet, and it's... So... That's a stupid take right there, in my opinion.
Right. Let them play with their rocks. Let them play with their sticks. You know, give them the old handheld Pokemon game. Why the fuck does a kid need a Twitter?
Well, they don't need that, but that's a very generalized kind of thought process. Because they don't need to have any of these accounts, but they can definitely go on the internet. They don't need to be locked away from the fucking internet. I used the internet to do reports in high school. That was well over 10 years ago.
Why does a kid need a Facebook? Right? And if you want to have a kid have a Facebook, make it a family plan. So they have to have an ID, and they can only interact with their ID'd family. And that's it. Why the fuck do they need to be on Twitter? Why the fuck does a 12-year-old need an Instagram? They don't. They fuck...
Well, there's already things that have passed. Instagram already has like a Instagram has the teenage kind of thing where it's like if you're under like the age of 16, you're on this teenage plan where you can't see a whole bunch of shit. And I think Facebook is also the same thing. Hell, Facebook, back when I was a teenager, they actually had a rule implemented that unless you were in high school, your account would get deleted. I had 3 Facebook accounts. 2 of them got deleted because I wasn't in high school at the time. And no kid today uses Facebook. My nieces and nephews, who are between the ages of 20 and 15, I think. 16? 16, okay, 16 and 20. None of them have a Facebook. Or they do, they don't use it. Like, no kid or teenager today uses Facebook. I highly doubt they even really use Twitter/X. Like, the only thing they use is TikTok.
Fucking don't.
Video, then that means you're on the internet. You consume content every minute you are online almost. So chances are this directly impacts you. Having freedom on the internet, artists.
When I was a kid, I would go on to Cartoon Network's website, Disney's website, Nickelodeon's website, and I would play their Flash games. Excuse me. That's what I would do on the internet back then.
Like, once again, they can go on like educational websites. They can go on like game websites, single player game websites. But kids don't need a social media account. A kid does not need a Twitter and an Instagram. They don't need a MySpace. They don't need a Facebook. They don't need that shit.
And they don't make them today anyway. These kids don't care. This generation of kid, they don't care about that stuff. The closest thing to social media that they have is TikTok and YouTube. That's it. They don't make Twitter. They don't make Facebook. Nobody's made MySpace since like 2009.
Competing against AI, your little brother, sister, cousins, or your child spending too much time on TikTok or YouTube and rotting their brain.
I do think that you should wait until your child is like at least in the double-digit ages before they start really before they start getting on the internet. Let them go outside and run and play. Because the last several years we've been creating iPad kids where parents don't want to parent. They basically just like if their kid whines, they give them an iPad, throw on something on like the kid's YouTube page, and then just let them sit there and watch. And these kids aren't like using their imaginations. They're not running out and playing. They're not given toys to play with. Like really, they're just sitting there staring at a screen the whole time.
All of these are issues that people online are very likely to have a deep interest in. On its most fundamental level,
I think you saying that we should have kids on social media really tells a lot about you, man. Zadjev's being a firm advocate for letting kids on the internet. Zadjev, why do you want kids on the internet so bad, man? Why do you want kids on the internet so bad? Why is that? Why do you think that is, chat?
This will directly influence the content creators that you subscribe to, and so it will absolutely influence the content that you consume. The outreach is massive. Now you might be thinking, why do content creators matter? Aren't they just a disruptive group of people on the internet making clickbait and doing anything for views? Well, no. Content creators aren't just this colorful cast of people you see.
Some of them are. You know, you got your Jack Dohertys, your iShowSpeeds. Like, look at him. Like, look at that. There's no reason for him to be reacting like this.
For views? Well, no. Content creators aren't just this colorful cast of people you see on online.
They're not really a thing anymore, but the prank tubers, they were like that.
Platforms. With a significant following, they're independent small business owners on its face, producing merchandise and providing effective outlets for advertisers to put their brand on. Not only that, large enough creators hire people from video editors to cameramen to technical and production engineers that can manage a live stream. According to 2024 US YouTube Impact.
Yeah, I'm not that. I don't have that kind of pull. I'm a broke bitch. My bank account is currently 0. And I'm doing everything by myself.
YouTube's creative ecosystem contributed $55 billion to the US GDP, supporting the equivalent of 490,000 full-time jobs in the United States, and that's only what YouTube sees. The potential for Creator Economy Caucus is huge. If the House and other political figures regard it seriously, then you have to
LT interviewing a master sergeant in the Rangers, in the 7th Ranger Battalion. Looks like 75th. I'm sorry.
Candidates and representatives can theoretically get free advertising and outreach using his platform. Be honest. Before this, have you ever heard of Beth Van Dyne or Yvette Clarke?
No,
probably not. But now their names are on your radar, and that's exactly the.
No, they're really not. I'm gonna forget them as soon as this video is over. honestly, the only people in Congress I know about are the people who are actively trying to make names, being the most controversial people ever. AOC, Ayanna Pressley, Jasmine Crockett. I only know their names because they're controversial as fuck, and I don't want to know them.
The kind of influence creators can have. This one tweet over the announcement of a political caucus that half the people replying don't even know what a political caucus is has over 11 million views at the time of writing. How many people, other than MatPat, have a way to get that many people to watch one thing? Imagine if he was announcing a campaign to become US president. The internet would explode. The CEC's main prerogative is to educate lawmakers on the issues that matter to creators. And the issues that matter to creators can be the issues that matter to you. Actually, it absolutely would be, because you consume a lot of the content on the internet. Creators can gauge their community's concerns.
Yeah, it would also be nice to have someone who's trying to back up creators by having platforms not get away with just malpractice like Twitch has been getting away with. I think it's fucking ridiculous that every other platform has a better sub-split. And I think it's fucking ridiculous that every other platform has free features that Twitch is paying their users for. I think that's fucking nuts. Like, straight up. And it would be cool if, you know, people were just like, okay, well, I'll just watch on YouTube and Kick, but Twitch still has a massive fucking following, man, and they really need to be competitive with their practices, because it's just fucking over a lot of users who are loyal to their platform. It's fucking terrible.
Never have loyalty to a platform, because the platform does not give a fuck about you. They care about their bottom line. So if you're on Twitch and you think you want to have this oh my god, brain fart.
It's just fucking over a lot of users who are loyal to their platform.
Yeah. If you're loyal to Twitch and you get fucked over and then you try to fight and everything, it's like, just go somewhere else. Tell your audience on X, especially if several of them are following you there, make a video on YouTube saying, hey, guess what? Twitch is fucking stupid. I'm going to be over here. If you want to watch me, go there. I didn't really have a viewership on Twitch. Even though I had 200 followers, I left, and I don't think I'm going to go back until something changes on Twitch.
Platform, it's fucking terrible.
Through metrics like watch time and
like 6 minutes of ads per hour, that's fucking crazy.
Engagement, data that can offer real insight into what online audiences care about. If you're an artist or video editor, script writer, cameraman, or just someone who posts things online, and if you receive just a single penny from ad revenue, this matters to you. The potential for the CEC's outreach is enormous, and the amount of influence they can hold over lawmakers is potentially scary, but hopefully the fact that this group is intended to be bipartisan will mean that it involves itself directly related to issues on digital media or the creator ecosystem, so that creators everywhere and their audience can feel like they have a say in politics. What I really like about this move personally is that it can inspire generations of people to have an actual interest in politics and how we make our laws and how they can become active within this sort of realm. So final question, which I said I would answer in the beginning, is MatPat running for president? No.
No.
But notably, this could be the humble beginnings of a political career. Most politicians begin by championing a niche issue and founding advocacy coalitions, caucuses, or nonprofits. Examples include Elizabeth Warren, who eventually helped create the CFPB before running the Senate, or Andrew Yang, who ran a nonprofit and advocated for UBI, Universal Basic Income, before running in the Democratic Party presidential primary of 2020. So you never know. He could be setting all that up. But that's just a theory. A game theory.
Maybe, I'm not sure. I mean, MatPat, he made a lot of money off of YouTube. He might want to run for a political run, but I don't see him ever running for president.
If you found this breakdown helpful, give it a like and subscribe for more videos on interesting topics like this.
I think this is great, and I'm glad that I inspired so many content creators. You guys may not know this. I actually told a lot of content creators to make more channels where they discuss different topics by having more because I told him to copy my More Tectone channel. More Red No. There's going to be a lot more coming, like more Saint, more Genizad, a lot of videos. And I'm glad that a lot of these creators took my advice. And I think that this video was a fucking banger, bro. Well-spoken, well-researched. It was great. And yeah, I think Matt Pat will absolutely kill it in pretty much whatever he does. He has a great speaking voice. He has a good head on his shoulders. He's had barely any controversy. I can honestly say I think that would be great for the whole political sphere. Oh, yeah, and Matt Pat's 38. God damn.
Yeah, he can run for president. He's old enough. You have to be 35 to run for president, and I think you need to be 35 to be vice president as well. So he can run for president. He's older than Mark? Holy fuck, I didn't know he was older than Markiplier.
Damn, he is old. He is old. Yeah, bro, but even still, he's like younger than everybody else. Dude, I think he has a good chance, man. I do. I think he has a great fucking chance. Well-liked, well-spoken, well-researched. I think he's going to kill it, and I think we are going to see, not president yet, maybe 2032, 2036, but for right...
Nah, I don't see him running for president at all. I think he'll run for Congress, sit in a congressional seat maybe, realize that government is shit, and then be like, I'm done. It's better being a YouTuber.
Now, man, it's kind of the future. I do think a lot of content creators that we're going to be seeing pivot to political issues down the line, because if anybody cares about the state of our country, of our people, they're going to be the ones with the people who interact with those people on a daily basis, because they do. Creators care because they have to deal with so many people every single day, so obviously they're going to want to benefit the world, and I think it's honestly great. I'm excited for Asmongold to become president in the next 20 years.
Oh, God. I would not want a YouTuber to be president. Ah.
The following video.
Let's check this one out.
Video shows police interactions with large groups and crowds. This video is meant to educate on the tactics and procedures used by police and crowd control.
Over the last few days, Americans have witnessed scenes of lawlessness as radicals in Los Angeles riot to protect criminal illegal aliens. Agitators have attacked law enforcement and shut down freeways. We remain undeterred in our commitment to enforce our laws and secure the border.
God damn. Takedown.
Hi there. Is it that time of the year again where Los Angeles erupts into a massive protest because of the large
Basically
amount of
every
people
fucking summer.
protesting into local businesses and protesting cars on fire? The inevitability of police interactions with crowds has finally come to the forefront. Even now, there's talk of the Marines coming in and the National Guard already going to California.
Oh, this video was uploaded not that long ago, but it's already kind of out of date. The Marines are already there.
And just like all these crazy events, whenever protesters and law enforcement collide, there's a ton of video, and we're going to break down some of that today. Now, all the guts and gore has been removed. If you want to see the video uncensored, please feel free to join me, Donut Operator, and all the rest of the guys on pepperbox.tv. Links down below. Let's touch on
I have a Pepperbox account. I don't know if it's been renewed, though.
some of the incidents we're going to be talking about. Police on horses. How large groups of people get detained.
We are with CNN.
And also when law enforcement decides to go deep into the fray, and that might not be the best idea. But before we get started, this demonetized video is absolutely gonna have a sponsor. But first, a word from today's sponsor.
Like that?
Flavored air is quickly becoming the alternative.
Fume. Pronounced like cume.
to vaping and smoking. And at the forefront of it all is Fume. Have you ever caught yourself falling back into a bad habit? I know I have. Cursing out idiots on Twitter. They never should have given me access to the internet. Well, that's where Fume comes in. It's not quitting, it's about replacing, giving you a simple and enjoyable way to break away from your bad habits, while still having something satisfying to reach for. No vapor, no batteries, no nicotine, just flavored air. In fact, it's an award-winning flavored air device that delivers great taste. Are you jittery? Are you used to puffing on something because that bad habit still haunts you today? Well, guess what? It fixes the oral fixation, and if you need to twitter your thumbs a little bit or fingies, well, it's a fidget thing as well. Click it, snap it, bop it. And with its sleek and portable style, it's built to last. I've thrown mine at people, and it still works. And with all the delicious flavors to choose from, you're never gonna get bored. I personally enjoy Crisp Mint the best. Over 500,000 people have already made their switch to Fume as a part of their habit-changing journey. If you're ready to try it for yourself, well, now's the time. For a limited time, if you order the Journey Pack using my code ANGRYCOPS, you'll get a free Fume topper, an awesome accessory to level up your experience. Click the link below at tryfume.com/angrycops or scan the QR code on the screen to get yours today. Now, before we get started, there might be people saying, hey, AC, you were just a normal policeman. What do you know about riots and stuff? Well, here's me, one of the 2 platoon leaders involved in our emergency response team, or layman's terms, the riot squad.
Is this a photoshopped one?
For the city of Buffalo. This was during the George Floyd riots when...
Nope, that's real.
I had to prevent people from breaking into the federal courthouse, which they successfully did, and then I went and pushed them all out with a large group of my friends. And that was successful because everybody on my team, including myself, was all trained by FEMA. So the incidents on camera that I'm going to talk about today are going to be viewed through my lens from the FEMA training, the federal training, that I received. And boy, was it effective. First, let's break down some of the videos where the press is involved. I'd like to start out by saying, just because you have a vest or a hat or a helmet that says press on your chest does not make you a member of the press. Just because you have a video camera does not make you a member of the press. If directions are given to the group as a whole,
follow the direction.
Hey everybody, you don't leave, you're gonna get arrested. That still applies to you. So let's talk about journalists getting arrested. The police just...
Yeah, it's weird that some people think that they're above the law. It's like, oh, I'm part of the press. Cool, you're still under arrest, fuckhead. You didn't listen to our orders. It's like, the regular everyday American citizen has to follow the law, so the fuck do you? You're not special.
Just said we're all under arrest. Ah, yes. The individual from the press says that he's arrested and that he's been corralled by the local police department. Well, here's the thing there, bucko. That just doesn't happen by surprise.
I stopped saying bucko, I say fucko now. Listen here, fucko.
In fact, I'll tell you exactly how it goes down. You have a group of individuals, the protesters, in the streets. You have the officers off to the side. You have somebody with the bullhorn say, hey, this is Officer so-and-so from this department. You are in violation of this statute of New York State, or whatever state you're from, law, or local statute, etc. You must leave the premises via this direction or that direction, or you'll be arrested. You now have a certain amount of time to leave. Quick breakdown. As an officer, you would put out who you are, the authority that you have, the statute that they're violating, that they will be arrested if they do not leave, and then a way for them to leave. Because if you just box them in and say you can leave now, they're going to fight that in court and say that they were already detained and couldn't leave. And then they walk away free. Which, I mean, anybody getting arrested in California for protesting is probably going to walk away free anyway. But it's good to get them off the street for the night, especially if they're one of the main rabble-rousers.
Rabble.
Fast forward to that time hack, right? That, hey, you've got such amount of time in order to leave this area before we come in and arrest you. Well, press guy didn't want to do that. So what happens? The police form a box. You're detained. They then go over the radio and say, hey, you're now arrested. You cannot leave. And guess what? Now you just can't leave. That's right.
Oh boy.
1 by 1, 2 by 2, individuals are going to be pulled out of that large circle and arrested. Have their information put down on a card or some other form that that department has. Personally, I like wristbands. Before you slap it on the guy that you're arresting, you put the officer's name, whoever's arresting, you put the charges that they violated, and then you put the individual's name and date of birth. Then you snap it onto their wrist and off they go. Paperwork ready to run. It annoys the ever-living shit out of me when I see people running around with press on them. You're not the press just because you're recording something. You're not. You're a LARPer just recording putting it on your YouTube.
And basically demanding, I am the press! Okay, but you're still breaking the law, dipshit!
That. And you're getting in the middle. You don't even know any journalistic principles. Now, there's nothing wrong with recording, but you're not the press. So don't expect any special treatment. And speaking of special treatment, yes, individuals in the press, if you don't listen to police when they say get out of the way, you're gonna be struck with rubber bullets. Your ears are gonna ring from flashbangs. You're gonna cough and sneeze because you're gonna get lit up with gas, either in a paintball form or in like a large canister that's thrown out there, or a fogger. And let me tell you, a fogger is intense. One of the greatest tools you can have. Imagine a flamethrower, but on the back of it, instead of a gas tank, is just CS gas. And it just...
Oh, that's gonna be painful. It'll definitely clear you of your sinuses, though.
shoots it out, and it just fogs up city blocks. Very cool. It is an area weapon, so you better have your masks on. Kate.
If I remember correctly, I think 1 out of every 1,000 people is immune to CS gas.
Case in point, there's the female reporter that's standing too close to the riot line, and after a couple, hey, you might want to move, get out of here, you need to move back. How many times can 50 cops scream, "Oh, get out the way," before your dumb ass realizes, oh,
I gotta get out of the way.
Alone in between the protesters and the police. Perhaps I should
Get the
move
fuck out of the
back.
way.
Verbal instructions weren't enough. Then you gotta go with a little bit of use of force, less lethal. Speaking of, this
Dumbass.
guy got a brand new third eye. I'm gonna go more into
Holy
the
shit.
bridge, the over ramp over the highway incident in LA at the end. But this is where this reporter, journalist person got pegged with a rubber round in the forehead. People are throwing rocks at cars from high elevated.
He got nailed because he was in a spot where people were were actually throwing objects that can kill people at the police.
Positions. The reporter happens to be up there. He pokes his head out as he's looking at other people throw stuff and what's going on. Smacked in the forehead with a 40 mic. To quote Donald Rumsfeld, people who put themselves in dangerous positions are putting themselves in dangerous positions. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Riot lines. Let's talk about riot lines. It's pretty simple. It's a line of officers, and if you get too close or get behind them, you're going to be arrested. Now, these are effective tools that officers can use in order to prevent large bodies of people from moving forward, creating some additional damage. Crowd control. But if you're standing there stagnant for a while, that also means that all the guys that want to get into some trouble and fight the police know where you are and are starting to come to your area. And that's when you have people trying to break the line. Breaking the line is just charging the line of officers in order to, well, break up the line so you can get through and potentially bring other protesters through with you. Continue your long march of shenanigans against whatever thing that you don't like. Now, you shouldn't do that, and the reason why you shouldn't do that is you're gonna get arrested. And if you're in a vehicle, that's gonna be vehicular assault. And if you're charging a police line, that vehicle most certainly is being used as a deadly weapon. Which brings me to one of my favorite police highlights of the day. Scooter Man versus linebacker from Unknown University, Los Angeles.
Yeah, there was that one. Then there was a lady who drove a motorcycle through the crowd and got tackled. She was smiling on camera, not realizing that she's probably gotten fucked and has a record now.
Now, I don't know where that guy was going, and I don't know what he was trying to deliver from Uber Eats, but it is pulverized in the pavement right about now, and it's going to be cold. Heck, I don't think it's going to make it to its final destination.
It's going to be
But
moldy.
he is, and that destination is lockup. Now, a scooter going, 18 to 22 miles an hour may not be the most deadly vehicle, but a several hundred-pound motorcycle being intentionally revved up and then running into the crowd certainly would be.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Oh, here it is. And she's down.
This young lady is going to have a very hard time trying to prove that she didn't intentionally run into officers on a riot line. Obviously, we all saw her just go through them, but what do you mean by prove, AC? Well, let me tell you. If you're sitting on a motorcycle, pointed in a direction, 30
And you're
feet away
revving
from
it up?
officers, and you're revving the engine very loudly, and then you continue to go in that direction once you let off the brake and scoot forward into officers, continually revving your engine.
You can also see that
Go in that direction once you let off the brake.
she has no intention of stopping. Her feet are on the pedals. So it's not like, oh, I lost control. Bitch, your feet are on the fucking things. You're not trying to stop. You're clearly trying to run through them.
Scoot forward into officers, continually revving your engine, hitting several officers, and not turning whatsoever. And then after knocking them down, you jump off the bike like you're a victorious guardian of freedom. The prosecution is going to say, you intentionally drove into several officers causing minor injuries with the intent to cause said injuries. You're going to have a high-level felony assault with the vehicle being a deadly weapon. My favorite part of that video is the girl just going, don't hit me, don't hit me. I just ran my vehicle right into you intentionally, but don't hit me, I'm peaceful now. I decided I'm peaceful now. I'm not obstructing or resisting at all anymore, even though I just ran several of you over. Let's pivot and go into something else. Now, an interesting thing that police officers can do in these protest situations is it doesn't take a large number of officers in order to control a certain space. Because of the uniformity in the riot gear, the longer batons, and having large amounts of options from different gear to assist them can allow a small number of officers to control that large space. Now, what's important is, if you are going to go control an area, you need to do so quickly and effectively. What you don't want to do is this. This is in Seattle now because, of course, once one protest happens, Seattle can't be left out of it. And this group of people has chosen to blockade the entrance and exits of whatever underground or underbuilding garage there happens to be. And they've done it with e-bikes and the rentable scooters that you could just pick up and drop off. And for $5, you could just create your own barricades. Now, if you're going to send officers out there to remove the barricade or portions of it a little bit at a time, you need to think in numbers. How many officers can provide security? How many individuals are out there, right, the protesters, and how many individuals from the police department can go and remove things? Now, with hindsight 2020, the numbers here are way too small, and they get overwhelmed immediately and have to go back inside. And if we Monday morning quarterback that, you would probably have a group of 10 or 8 officers just be security, and have another group of 4, 5, 6, as many officers as you can, go out those entrances or egresses so that they're no longer blocking those entrance or ways of egress. And you're also removing the scooters from anybody trying to pick them up and put them right back again. Throw them in a pickup truck and take off down the road 5 miles and put them near whatever scooter joint they have picking them up. Do you remember when I said that if you're gonna be in a riot line or stationed in an area for a while, you need to expect people to come to you? And unfortunately, those people that are coming to you want to fight and want to engage officers. This portion of the video is only going to be on Pepperbox because an individual does step out with a firearm and looks like they attempt to shoot at officers, which I'm not going to put on YouTube. So if you want to see this portion, go over to Pepperbox. All right, and we're back. Sorry you had to miss that little bit, YouTube.
Damn. Maybe I need to pull a Pepperbox. But I'm also streaming on YouTube, so I don't want to get in trouble. So maybe I'll watch that on my own.
Got a little intense. Now let's go to the coup de grace. Why we're all here. The now iconic videos and scene.
This is not a protest. This is an actual riot. All of these cop cars were vandalized, probably totaled because of this shit.
That we've all been seeing for the past several days of that overpass over the interstate where people are hurling boulders and massive pieces of chopped up concrete on several vehicles. Now, I'm not exactly sure when this happened, the time of day or after what event, but eventually a number of patrol cars and officers that are in riot gear end up underneath this overpass near Alameda.
Look. The damage on these vehicles, I think they're even throwing scooters off because the sides of the vehicles are also pretty fucked up too. This is not a protest. This is a full-blown riot. Look, this. I didn't even notice. Yeah, they were throwing scooters at these guys. Oops, shit. Is there a zoom feature? No.
Now, what did we talk about before? We talked about being stationary And although sometimes necessary, the negative effects of staying stationary, people from outside knowing where you're at, people looking at FaceTime and Instagrams and all these other live streaming things and saying, oh, that's where the cops are, that's just down the street, or I'm not far from there, let's get there and raise a little hell, huh? And that's exactly what happened. After, I'm sure, pushing people away or preventing vehicles from going down to that area of town, these officers have their cars parked underneath and some spanning a little away from this overpass at Alameda Street. And eventually, people start throwing boulders, rocks, chunks of concrete down and completely destroying their patrol cars and trapping these officers underneath that overpass. Because what don't you want to do? Walk out and then get a brick to the head and end up bringing...
Yeah, there was an officer took a brick to the head, and they never fired back. You know, they're actively being hit with bricks big enough to kill a person, but they're not returning fire.
I saved this portion of video for the end specifically because it wraps everything together. Now, you may not like that press people got shot in the butt. You may not like that press people got shot in the head with a massive 40 mic round, or that there's...
That's an incredible shot, too. Look at that distance. That's at least 50 yards, and he domed him.
Like that press people got shot in the head.
Whee!
With a massive 40 mic
Pop.
round, or that there's dudes on top of buildings throwing rocks down on people. But here's the deal. What you are watching
Got
in
fucking
real
domed.
time is attempted murder. One of the videos that will be heavily edited here and shows no injury shows an officer running
Right here. I think it's this guy or this guy.
back to his vehicle. I don't know why. Maybe something was in it that was of importance. Maybe he was trying to move it underneath the bridge. But this is already during the onslaught of concrete coming down, and he gets pelted in the head. Thank God he had his helmet on. Thank God the helmet took the brunt of the damage and then fell off, which I assume aided in some of that kinetic energy being passed off and not going directly through that officer's head and neck, which, by the way...
That could be classified as attempted murder. Had he not been wearing a helmet, then it probably would have been classified as murder. They would have arrested the person who threw that rock.
Hey, even if you're wearing a helmet, if a 5-pound brick lands on top of your head, you're still going to have your spine compressed and have a neck injury or some sort of spinal injury. So what you are seeing is legitimately attempted murder of a police officer. It doesn't matter if you're picking up a boulder and you're throwing it at a car, because there's people directly underneath you and you know that because everybody's screaming F the police. And even if you didn't intend to hit a police officer, but you did, it's still reckless. You still recklessly injured and or killed somebody recklessly because you knew what you're doing was going to cause some sort of damage. You knew a normal person in your scenario wouldn't be just hucking boulders off.
Look at the size of that fucking thing.
Sort of damage. You knew a normal person in your scenario wouldn't be...
Look at that fucking thing. That would kill somebody. This guy is actually doing attempted murder right here.
Just hucking boulders off of an underpass 50 feet above the ground. Now, I'm not exactly sure how those officers got stuck underneath that bridge, why they were there in the first place, and how they weren't able to pull out and move to an alternate location so then this didn't happen. But that's going to be set for whoever was in charge of their riot squad, whoever their supervisor was, or whoever they are as police officers to say, hey, we did this thing. It was the wrong idea. We got stuck under a bridge for hours, having boulders, having fireworks thrown at us and exploding around us. But I can say, thank God, they didn't jump in their cars and try to take off and get pelted with any more of those massive...
They need to reinforce those fucking windows. If those were bulletproof glass windows, they had to have been hit with a lot of rocks, a lot of heavy rocks, to incur that kind of damage.
Rocks. They stayed there. They stayed calm. They fired from their defensive position to make sure people would go away, to send off some warning rounds and some rubber 40 mic rounds to show everybody, hey, we're turtled up. The only way you're getting to us is if you come down here and you don't want that fight.
And they didn't, because they never went down there. Oh god, this is an interesting pause. Sorry, AC. I'm not. This is hilarious.
You all need to let us out of here, so we're going to start popping off a couple rounds in your direction to let you know that we're not just going to sit here taking it lying down. Now, I know that everything's been a little heavy right now, so let's lighten the mood and talk about animals in protests, specifically horses. The equestrians. Everybody welcome the modern cavalry. That's right, horses on the police line. They're fantastic. They're big.
It's interesting that there's still police horses in this day and age. But I guess it kind of makes sense when you got like narrow like turns and corners so that a horse can only break through, especially if a person's running on foot.
Big, they're bulgy, they take up space, they'll walk right through you. They can pull a freaking car if they wanted to. So what you probably shouldn't do, you pony-tailed wearing, is go up to the horsies and try to pet them during a protest. Well,
get the shit
not
kicked
just
out of you.
because the horsies themselves probably don't want to see you, but the dudes and ladies on the backs of them
Have batons.
have long wooden batons that are gonna nope you on your freaking skull. And it just so happened somebody was dumb enough to do it. Woo! Now,
And they took a wooden baton to the dome.
a major rule that I always liked to live by when I was out there on the streets and teaching young rookies is nobody gets to touch you, all right? You get to touch people as an officer while you are dispensing the law or detaining, right? Separating groups, protecting and serving. You are authorized to do that. Nobody is allowed or authorized to touch you. So when that happens, the solution needs to be fast and it needs to be effective. It could be as simple as a push away and say, do not touch me. It could be as complicated as an arrest being effected and going to the ground and being placed in handcuffs. To quote Fleece the Booty Warrior Johnson, so let's all learn a lesson from this ponytailed, fleece shirt wearing hippie who decides that not only is he going to stand in the way of these officers on horses, he's also going to start grabbing the horses by their bridles, which is dumb. And here's why it's really
Hold on, I looked away for a second. Did he punch the horse in the face?
grabbing the horses
Oh, he slapped
by
it.
their bridles, which is dumb. And here's why it's really dumb. Because if you yank on that and pull a horse down, which I don't think you can pull a horse down, but you start moving the horse around, and the person on the back of it, the police officer, falls off, well, they just don't want to fall off. So you're going to get meet with a literal cavalry charge of horses and wooden batons smacking and beating you around because you decided you want to start grabbing and pulling at horses like this is a petting zoo. Well, it ain't
Goddamn.
petting. The only thing you're petting is hickory with your forehead. And God bless this Xena warrior princess woman who looks like she has one of those training katanas made out of wood. Awesome tool.
Hurt like a bitch when you get hit with them.
I see nothing wrong with that. Who stands her ground and just starts walloping this dip on the
She domed his ass.
shoulder.
Boof!
I don't
Right
see
there.
it in the video, but I would be very surprised if this guy got away with that and wasn't immediately picked up by some patrol officers on the ground, some foot soldiers, and snatched up and arrested for obstruction and resisting. Because it looks like he doesn't want to listen to people when he's told to go down or stop or, you know, not pull on the horsey. Best way to support the channel is get yourself a t-shirt. Death before dishonor. I'm on bunker branding now with all.
That's, yeah. I feel like it's slightly outdated, and I also don't think he's currently able to make a new video right now, because I think he's in DC. Okay, there's nothing really happening. Oh, shit. Hang on. Looking for a video. Watch that later. Ooh, this is a new one. It's not the army, but it's still a member of the armed. It's still a branch of the armed forces, so we're gonna watch it. It's probably gonna be loud too, so give it a second. Ooh, it's loud. Wind is loud. Is this just Oh, it's just like an actual recording. I thought it was one of those like oh, what the fuck were they called? Hang on. Let me reload this real quick. Wait, no, hold on. There is a video. Hang on. I know I saw it when I scrolled over here about a couple hours ago. It was a few years ago when I saw the video. Business Insider, that's what it was. This was when I went through training, I think. This is not my boot camp, no. This is Fort Benning, I think. I went to Fort Jackson. The fear in his eyes. I want to know how he's doing. It's been 5 years. He should be a specialist or a sergeant now, if he hasn't ETS'd.
This is Army Boot Camp. Before they join...
Aha! Here's one from a month ago. This is the Marine Corps. Sir! This should be the Crucible. Yeah, so these individuals right here, they should be ending their boot camp. Like, this is a month ago. This should already be over. These guys should already be Marines. Intensity is still high. Oh, get those last few minutes of peace and enjoyment before you're spawned into 13 weeks of shit.
What you're gonna do, you're gonna drop off your recruiter's folder in that red crate, and you're gonna take that piece of paper that you have, and you're gonna hand it to the recruit. Does that make sense? Yes, sir. Then you're gonna load on my bus from the very back to the front. Does that make sense? Yes, sir. That's all. Follow me. Yes, sir. Sir. Yes, sir.
He's very calm. That's because you gotta ease them into it. They're not gonna get the experience until they get off at MCRD San Diego.
Alright, now what you're gonna do, you're gonna put your head down in between your legs. Does that make sense? Yes, sir. You're gonna keep it there until I tell you to pick it up. Does that make sense? Yes, sir. Put your head down now. Yes, sir.
What's funny is that when I got, like, the day we got our pickup from, oh, shit. Oh, what was the AG at Fort Jackson? Was it 140th? I can't remember what the AG was there, but when we got our pickup from our actual drill sergeants, the 3rd Platoon senior drill sergeant was on my bus, and she was playing, like, you know, oh, put your heads down, everything's gonna be okay, it's gonna be fine, it's not gonna be hard. And then we got to Alpha Company 2nd Battalion, 39th Infantry Regiment. We got all the way over there. Bus stops. She stands up and she starts screaming, "You've got 30 seconds to get the fuck off my bus!" And I'm like, yeah, that's what I was expecting.
I was living in Palm Springs with my dad, but I decided, you know, my dad's getting remarried, he's getting a house, I don't want to be there.
I'm going to point this out.
My dad, but I decided, you know,
She's 24. She's going to be considered the old person in her unit.
my dad's getting remarried, he's getting a house.
A buddy of mine I graduated from high school with, we're both almost 30. He's just now getting ready to go to boot camp. And he posted not that long ago, he said, "They're calling me Unc." And I'm like, I told you, you're the old guy.
I don't want to be there anymore. I think that the best thing for me was to go on a journey.
I'm 18, I'm from Houston, Texas. There's nothing really down there for me just besides the plant life, and I didn't want to be stuck in the plants for my whole life.
I decided about 8th grade year, I decided I wanted to be a Marine. My entire life I've been like,
Yeah, it's interesting that they've made San Diego also a duo sex, you know, training installation, because it used to be the males would only go to San Diego and females across the whole country would go to Paris Island, along with males from east of the Mississippi.
My brother's little sister. Like, that's how people know me. And I wanted something to define myself.
Oh, those footprints.
Oh, you sit up straight, look at me now. Yeah, I'm now right, Rico, recruiting for San Diego Building 62 Receiving Company. The only words coming out of your mouth be yes, sir, no, sir, yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am. Do you understand? Yes, sir. When told to do something, you respond with the aye, sir, aye, ma'am. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Now, when I tell you to, you're gonna grab all your belongings and get on my bus. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Hey, get on my bus right now. Aye, sir. Let's go, get off my bus. No, let's go, get off my bus.
Doesn't feel as intense as it used to be, at least right here. It used to be there'd be like a whole bunch of DI screaming.
You melt this short, do you understand? Yes, sir. You will now live, eat, and sleep as a team, do you understand? Yes, sir. Face the front now. Face the front, take a knee now. Yes, sir.
They're about to learn about the UCMJ right here. The big red board.
Absence without leave. What this means, if you leave my base without proper authority, I will find you and I will throw you in jail. Do you understand? Yes, sir.
There's the intensity I was looking for.
Yes. Through these four halls walks the future of the United States Marine Corps. What this means, you will leave your civilian life behind. You will live your life through honor, courage, and commitment. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Move. Let's go. Hurry up. Let's go. Forward. Let's go. Now, what you're gonna do is you're gonna empty out your pockets. If you have a bag, you're going to dump it out. If you have a religious medallion around your neck, if you have jewelry on your wrist, you're going to take it off and put it in the red cup. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Do it now. Hey, say that. Let's go empty it all out. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, sir. Oh, you step forward. Aye, sir. Okay, I say something. You respond. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir.
Oh, that's interesting. They're not all wearing the Charlies. He was wearing an actual like work uniform.
You cannot get in contact with someone. You're going to come over here and you're going to fill out my green logo. Do you understand? Yes, sir. First row, get over there.
Was it always like this? I remember thinking of Paris Island where it's on the wall.
Hello, this is Recruit Roars. I have arrived safely at MCRD San Diego.
The next time I contact you will be by postal mail, so expect a letter in 2 to 3 weeks. I love you. Goodbye.
10 digits. Do it again. Aye, sir. Did you talk to someone?
Yes, sir.
Did you call 3 times?
Yes, sir.
Area code and the 7-digit number. Do you understand? Aye, sir.
Fuck.
Yes, sir.
Homeboy doesn't know how a phone number works? That's bad. Oh, the haircuts. I don't know what it's like for the Marine Corps, but in the Army, it felt like as though they were trying to scalp you. Like, there were so many of my battle buddies, including myself. We walked out with blood coming down our heads. Like, what the fuck were you digging for, my brain? Your soul's already left your head, your body. Just, dude, you're here. You've been here for 10 minutes. You still got 13 weeks to go. And those haircuts, they're not even really that great. They're like a quick vroom, and sometimes you'll find like long strands just right around your head in just in random spots, and it's like, God, these guys sucked.
You will start at a dead hang just like this. Your chin over the bar, back down to a dead hang. Does that make sense? Yes, sir. Get on the bar. You stand the proper greeting, and then you request permission about the bar.
Good morning, sir. Recruit not request permission about the bar, sir.
7.
We're looking for a maximum of between 20 to 23 repetitions. The average is usually between, like, on the low side 1 and on the high side like 15 or 16. If the recruit is unable to do 1 pull-up, we'll authorize them to try to do push-ups.
15. How many did you do?
0, sir.
How many?
0, sir.
0.
Go away.
Aye, sir.
Did I say get out? Get over here.
What the fuck are you smiling at? That's not... What?
Yes, sir. 12, sir.
Why the fuck are you looking around?
We move to a plank.
The best way to stop time is through a plank.
The minimum we're looking for there is about 40 seconds.
You're not cheerleading. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, sir. You're not saying anything to your buddy. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, sir.
I guarantee you only about 10 seconds has passed, but it feels like an eternity.
What do you think when you see these planes going by?
Sometimes I think about just graduating so I get on a plane and go home see my family, sir.
It's been 3 days. You've still got 12 weeks and some change left, my guy.
You just gotta try. You just gotta bust your butt. Where you gonna be in 69 days? On the Reaper, right?
Oh, it's a first sergeant. Makes sense. I was about to say, you would never hear a DI saying that. Follow the rainbow. Men have like 12, right? Oh, 13. Southwest sucks!
Between 6 to 8 failures, and I want to say that rang true this morning, between 6 to 8 failures.
Let's go, follow.
I had my doubts in the beginning for myself, but I actually did better than I thought.
How's it going?
Good. I'm really tired. I passed the whole thing, so I'm really excited to continue with my training. I almost cried earlier because I'm very excited. It felt relieving, and it felt like I wasn't letting anyone down.
It's about to get harder.
So what we're going to do now is we're going to shower them up, get them changed over into their uniforms, and then we're going to do what's called a warm handoff. We'll introduce them to their...
Oh, these aren't their official DIs. Got it. No wonder why it seems so soft.
their actual drill instructor team in Echo Company, and we lovingly refer to it as Black Friday.
You won? Get back! Go!
What is Black Friday?
There's no such
Motherfucker.
thing as Black Friday. Black Friday is just what somebody made up that we call that. That's a pickup where the recruits are introduced to their permanent drill instructor.
Yeah, they weren't trained until 2021, yeah. They tried doing integrated platoons in the Marine Corps. Did they switch it back? Now it's just there's male platoons and there's female platoons now? Because that's how it works at Paris Island. There are females at Paris Island, but there's female platoons where it's entirely 100% females being trained, and then the males are also just 100% males being trained. Like, is that a thing? Because I know they initially tried to do integrated at San Diego around 2021. It's crazy how no one told you to sneeze. I'm just kidding. It's crazy how it's been 4 years since the female started. Yeah, this is an entirely female platoon with a female lieutenant as well. Oh, hold on. Homeboy's just chilling, just watching as the females do their job. He's like, this isn't my shit, but I'm gonna let them have fun. I'm gonna laugh while I watch.
There is a
level of stress that's provided that kind of welcomes them to the institution. But there's nothing wrong with that.
When I say instruct, you are gonna scream explode. Do you understand?
A healthy level of stress to show them that there are going to be stressful times, that there are going to be stressful moments. We're also trying to shake
The green belts known as the kills. Well, no, one of them's the kill.
Introducing them to the way that we do things.
That's probably her. She's probably the kill. Oh, she's being generous. She was being generous with that countdown. Usually it's like 25, 24, 23, 25, 23, 26, you're done! Oh, we're 3 weeks in now. This looks like hot ass. They're not stepping in sync. They're 3 weeks in.
They look like when they were first picked up?
They probably do, but they still look like hot ass with the marching.
Yes, it's a complete 180 from where we first got them. You get a lot of timid recruits, recruits that aren't very confident with themselves. You kind of have to see that and work with that. And
the initial one, if I remember correctly, it should be like the second senior drill who's marching them. Because the senior drill one is like week 9 or 10.
Their iPhones, they don't have their computers anymore. The recruits definitely miss it, and you can see it because with the generation that we have now, they're so used to, just picking up the phone, looking at it. They won't realize it until we kind of bring it up. Like, hey, like you've gone a month and a half without your phone, without your computer, without any outside media source, and you're still a human being. A lot of these recruits that come here, they come from broken homes, families without strong male role models. I myself, growing up from a home without a father, I've received numerous letters from my recruits saying that they see me as a father, see me as a second father. So that in itself, it means a lot.
Oh, hang on, hold on.
Thank y'all.
The Unsub Podcast guys. No. I'm not popping up at the very fucking end of the Unsub guys getting their interviews. Hold on. When did this... Hang on.
We do have special guests here today. We have the Unsubscribed Podcast. Now, these are 4 members, I think, who have
It's the 4 main members. It's Eli, Donut, Brandon, and Nick.
built themselves off a community of camaraderie, from vets themselves to people who after service find community and shared struggles. So let's engage with the team right now. By all means, guys, come on out.
God, this microphone is...
Hi, chat.
There we go. All right. Hey, here's the team. I'm going to have you guys introduce yourself, by all means.
Eli Double Tap from Unsubscribe. Hi, I'm Nick, the Fat Electrician from Unsubscribe Podcast.
Brandon Herrera from the Unsubscribe Podcast.
Yes, I'm Cody Garrett from the Unsubscribe.
That's right, Donuts Cody.
Podcast.
I guess Cody. All right. Hey, so if you guys could take a moment, for those who may not have seen the Unsubscribed Podcast, or may not be familiar with who you guys are or what you guys do, can you please break it down?
It is a veteran-based podcast. Well, we're number 2 in the world now for veteran-based podcast.
Oh, is Sean Ryan number 1?
Dark comedy, history, and then just having a good time and trying to make people laugh. Amazing, yeah, guest-based podcast. Amazing guests too.
All right. So now, where are some notable, episodes, if you guys want to call it that you guys like to speak on?
Yeah, we got super lucky. We had a World War II veteran from Iwo Jima, Don Graves, come on.
Wow.
And it was one of the coolest experiences, at least of my life, being able to sit down and, to my shock, at I believe 101 at the time.
Yeah. Wow.
I believe he was 99. 99. Just turned 100. He was 99 years old, and he sat down and he drank a beer with us. And we still have that beer can. We still have that beer can in the shadow box in our background today. So that was super cool to see.
Talk about a good time.
At the raising of the flag.
Wow, that is absolutely amazing.
We just did one at the Pentagon as well earlier this year. Which
I saw that one. I saw the one with the Pentagon. They had like colonels and sergeant majors come on. They didn't drink because they weren't allowed to, but the fact that they were able to get a pack of White Claws was pretty interesting. It was like a $12 like kind of like write-off for the Pentagon.
Experience for pretty much all of us, I think.
Now, I guess, Cody, can you break that one down for us? How was that experience for you?
Yes, I am Cody. It was just a crazy experience because I know you guys, I mean, your time serving, I don't think you would have ever guessed that your career path would, lead you to the Pentagon, much less after you retired.
We took fake it till you make it to an extreme that most other people just haven't, Got out as an E4, and now on paper, technically, I'm the first person to chug a White Claw in the Pentagon, so there's that.
He's telling the truth.
Is that a recent feat?
Yeah.
That is awesome.
That's a feat you can wear like a badge of honor. I'm the first person to ever drink a White Claw in the Pentagon.
I've got the memorandum and everything framed on my wall.
That is good.
That's legit. They actually gave us a memorandum to drink at the Pentagon on camera. We were the first podcast, everything, to do that.
Well, that's amazing. Do you guys know the episode that was in?
If you look up unsubscribe podcast Pentagon, it's going to pop right up.
That's something you guys got to do. Check it out.
100 something.
Yeah, so how long has this podcast been going on?
A couple years.
3.5 years, I believe. Yeah, I think we've been going about 3.5 years at this point.
What was the driving factor to begin it?
Well, man, we used to we would day drink while we were doing content, and then we're like.
Thank you for the pausing. If I remember correctly, it initially started with Eli, Donut, and Batty. I think it was just those three. Batty left like a year and a half ago, I think, to go focus on streaming.
You know what we can do while we day drink? We can film it and then just talk about that. Well, we do that and then turn it into another business. We never actually thought it would go to this level. It was supposed to be fun. So this was, everyone does their own individual content and are crushing it. And then this was for fun, and then it just kept growing and growing until here.
Until being here. Now, number 2 veteran podcast. Now, that means there's something about you guys that speaks to the veteran or the service member or the civilian aspiring to be a service member. If each of you can speak on it, what do you think that is?
Brandon.
That's Cody.
Well, I think one of the things that that brings people to unsubscribe, at least, is the dark humor and just the comedy and the idea of like it's just guys hanging out. There's a lot of comments we see left and right. They're like, guys, this was the hole that I was missing since I was in the service. Like, I miss this banter. I miss this sort of
a whole bunch of shit talking and having fun.
And like this is a hole that's in a lot of people's lives when they leave the service, and it's really cool to be able to just be a bunch of idiots filling that void,
We get lots of emails from people saying it feels like I'm back in the military again, just hanging out with the boys, having a couple drinks, having a good time telling jokes, and we love it, man. We've helped a lot of people out with the podcast. How much do we raise for veterans?
A lot.
$110,000 last year. Oh, in total we've raised $500,000 for veterans.
Oh, wow.
So,
shit.
Again, it shows a testament to the community that's been built, and then all the guys, because it is truly a mission we care for. It is, hey, how do we give back to this community that's given us so much?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're going for 250 this November.
So in November, you guys do another run of that?
Yep.
All right. And what's the goal there? You said it's for veterans. Now, what's the aim for these funds? Like, is it to support veterans who are what?
We choose different routes every
Yeah.
time.
A lot of medical PTSD. It is how do we help these service members or veterans that are in a dark.
Because as far as I know, I think only Eli, maybe Donut or combat veterans.
Spot that actually needs something. It's
I gotta correct myself. I forgot Brandon's a Medal of Honor awardee.
There's a lot of terrible nonprofits, and then there's a lot of nonprofits that just, it's like, hey, I'm going to take you horseback riding, and that's going to cure your PTSD. It doesn't. So let's send these individuals to get actually like evaluated. Let's send them to psychology. Let's like get them therapy. Let's get them the help they need, and then start rebuilding from that, and then build that community based off of it, so they can then police each other in the same aspect.
Very nice, very nice. So what called each of you guys to service? So having served yourselves, what was the motivating factor to say, you know what?
Eli enlisted not long after 9/11, so that was probably for him.
I'm going to raise my right hand. I'm going to try to pursue a career in the service.
Oh, I tried to be Army infantry. My mom talked me out of it, so I joined the Navy.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay.
No, I've come from a long line of military people. My grandpa, my dad, my mom, like everyone served, so I wanted to do it. And yeah, I just wanted to serve my country, be all that you can be.
There you go. There's nothing wrong with being a seaman. That's great.
Yeah,
I like the fact that-
I'm trying not to make so many jokes right now.
Like
Brandon, what brought you to serve?
Well, I never did serve. Just want to throw.
Oh, don't lie. You have a Purple Heart and a Medal of Honor.
Despite what you might see in the chat, no. Basically, I grew up on Fort Bragg. Spent 25 years there because my family has a long history of military service, and it took me a very long time to realize that the military sense of humor wasn't normal, and people from other places thought it was a little odd or dark or inappropriate. But no, it's given me a lot of respect for what those guys do and what they deal with when they come home, and it brought me to all of the connection I've got with my friends who served, and it's just been rad ever since.
I mean, I just played with G.I. Joes and stuff growing up, played a lot of video games, thought I wanted to do that, and so signed up when I was still in high school, got college paid for. It's a great time, a lot of fun experiences. Recommend it to pretty much anybody.
They paid for your college.
They did, actually.
They're paying for mine.
That's impressive.
Mine's only a technical school. I'm not going to college.
It's amazing.
It worked out even better.
All right.
Man.
Eli's old. He has no reason.
I know. Yeah. I dropped out of high school. I was like, I want to do war. That sounds fun. Join the joined the military. Got shot. Got out of the military. No, I joined just because I wanted to. Man, I hate that I say it. Video games are why I joined the military. That's why I went Army infantry. I was like, oh, I want to jump out of helicopters and planes and do the cool stuff.
Which video games you like?
Metal Gear Solid, 100%. I did not. Well, now I do. But after that, they were like, you have a GED. You cannot do any of that unless you... And then the recruiter's like, oh, just ace your PT score, shoot expert, and then they'll offer all that.
He lied.
Didn't work out?
No.
Oh, boy.
That's a recruiter for you. They lie.
I got out, but I've loved every second of it, and I'm glad I served. Like, truly, truly happy, especially with the relationships I built from that. Because as everyone knows, you still talk to your buddies that you served with. Like,
I do.
15 years later, which is awesome.
Yeah. Now,
Some of them are out. Some of them are still in. Some have made sergeant. Some are officers. Some are warrants.
And even not Cody, or I guess Cody, not having served, what you do now for the community is huge. So thank you for that as well. To the force, there is a message that maybe you guys have that you guys would like to give. We have an audience of 5,000+ at the moment live streaming this. So if you guys can, speak to them, whether it be veterans currently in service or aspiring to be in service. Is there a message you'd like to give them on today's Army's 250th birthday?
If you need a path in life where you feel lost, the military, the Army is a great choice. They will, I mean, they can put your life together. They will help give you, they will ground you, they will give you a mission, and then you will build a really good brotherhood or team around that. And it can...
It's a good career. People need to realize that it's not just the infantry.
And I was like, I needed that. I needed the
Because Nick right here, he was a medic.
military to straighten me out. And then I took that.
And then I got a buddy of mine that I still talk to. He's an HVAC mechanic in the Army.
I can apply the same things I learned.
So when he gets out, he can get a job getting paid really well.
I can lead from the front. I will always lead from the front, but because of that now, I don't get stressed out. I'm pretty sure none of us get stressed out really from the military experience. It's just you get a different look on life, and it's something I think everyone should try at least for 4 years. And free college.
You can't beat that.
I mean, again, super weird. I was an electrician 3 years ago, and now I'm here. But I've been put in a really unique situation where I've gotten to talk to the highest levels of leadership in the United States Army right now, General George and his staff, Command Sergeant Major of the Army, and all of these guys are on the same page that they care almost exclusively about the dudes that are actually on the ground getting the job done, and they're doing everything they can to cut through bureaucracy and get everything done that needs to get done and improve on the things that have not been getting improved on for a long time. And it's really, really exciting to see as somebody that, saw the struggles of bureaucracy and everything.
They said it's coming up soon, Angry Cops. I got to keep an eye out for that one.
And I'm excited to see how awesome the Army is going to be in the coming years.
It's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. The guys who are at the helm right now, really do seem to care about enhancing the experience for the warfighter and the guys on the ground, which is really nice to see.
I joined at the end of Trump's presidency. Like, I finished all my training and got to my unit before the election of 2020. So the rest of my time in the Army was under Joe Biden.
Have kind of a troubled path.
So I don't know what the Army's like right now.
Exactly what they needed.
I know that they
They're in a lot better place now. And since we've actually been
they were on I don't know what it's like right now.
To those guys who are currently in the Army,
I know that they received a whole lot of new recruits.
Man, the military gave me structure, and I needed that in my life because all I was doing was playing World.
Like, had I still, if I was still in right now, I could be a warrant officer or I could be a sergeant right now, because there were so little in the Army that they were promoting everybody. Like, privates were making warrant officer.
Says I'm fine doesn't mean they're fine. Call them.
100%. I appreciate those words of wisdom, the words of encouragement, and praise. Thank you guys so much. Now, I do appreciate your time here, your service, and what you're currently doing for the community. Now, where can people find you guys?
Unsubscribe podcast and say hi to Eli, Fat Electrician.
Just Brandon Herrera, or excuse me, Cody Garrett.
Donut operator.
All right. Hey, thank you guys so much. Stay tuned as we show you guys more of the Army's 250th birthday celebration.
All right, we're going to put it back to the where it's at, and then... Oh, yeah, look at that. This is an old video then, because this was posted last month, but they already finished, because look, there's Joe Biden, Kamala Harris. I think it's Austin, I think is his name. I don't know who that is. But this is from the previous administration.
So the recruits, when they're supposed to be watching the senior drill instructor's house, they weren't cleaning, so at this time they got IT, which is discipline to fix infractions, stuff that they're not doing right.
You don't do what you're told, you get punished. Intensive training. Or instructional, we call it intensive.
It lasts for generally 3 minutes, 30-second rest, and then 3 minutes back again.
That's the frog voice.
It's something that they don't enjoy, sir. You wouldn't get your discipline if they did enjoy it. However, it is beneficial because
they need the exercise.
The IT, one person starts telling other recruits, and then they kind of start police calling each other, so it's honestly beneficial, sir.
McMap. Guarantee you, a couple of these guys are going to come from, doing the McMap program after they graduate, thinking they're killers. It's like, bro, you got basics when it's
fatal. So that's just the motto for our company. So Fox Company, Fatal Company. I mean, it's just always keep it fatal. That's our motto. And that's something that we breed into the recruits, and that's something that we're especially proud of as Fox Company drill instructors, Fatal Company drill instructors. Today we're on Confidence Course 2, which
I liked confidence courses when I was in the Army, when we ran them. I preferred them. They made the days go by faster.
The goal through first phase is to kind of break them down, second phase, and we build them back up. That's the point of this course right here, to build their confidence. Stairway to Heaven, not my personal favorite. It's just challenging because it's so high up. And the higher you get, the more spaced out the logs are that you have to navigate over.
Do you ever find like that any recruits are afraid of heights?
They're usually the first ones to go. If they ever ask who's afraid of heights and you raise your hand, guess what, dipshit? You're the first one up that stairs.
Yes. And you don't know it until we're out here navigating these obstacles. If they're up high on the Stairway to Heaven, they have no choice to give up, and that's what makes them confident in overcoming their fears, is that there's no other way to get off the obstacle other than to complete it. Slide for Life is another obstacle that's higher up than the others. To build their confidence. Get them to do
Either
something
fix yourself or
that
fall.
they would have probably never have done if it weren't for coming here.
So yeah, so when I was in the Army, I don't know if we called it Slide for Life, but we did it when I was in the Army. I went down and then I fell, and the drill sergeants thought I was going to fall, but then I fixed myself, and they said, oh shit, he can fix himself. Pretty funny.
Battles of World War II.
Battles of World War II, I served. Guadalcanal, Iwo Jima, Tarawa, Midway, Okinawa.
Who was the first female Marine?
First female in the Marine Corps, I served. Over May Johnson, 1918.
Do we all know about the Battle of Iwo Jima?
Yes, sir.
Who died on Iwo Jima?
John Bassel.
First Sergeant John Bassel, got it?
Yes, sir.
Was awarded a Medal of Honor in a whole nother battle, and then died on Iwo Jima. Got it?
And because of Congress, he was not allowed to get that second Medal of Honor, because he was actually up for a Medal of Honor for Iwo Jima, but they said, no, he can't have that, so we're going to give him the Navy Cross. I think they gave him the Army Distinguished Cross too, I could be wrong, but it's like, fuck Congress.
Yes, sir.
That man was a legend.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
This is a different company altogether. I don't remember ever seeing old videos of the recruits wearing these. Usually they get these after they graduate. I guess they changed it now.
Oh, you get over here now.
Dodson.
Yes, sir.
Dominguez.
Yes, sir.
Elliot.
Here, sir.
Fabian.
Right now, we currently have 37 females on our platoon, which is probably the smallest platoon I've ever seen come through San Diego female-wise. Here, the females actually are with the males since day one, all the way through. They obviously can't talk to each other.
Okay, so there is an integrated platoon.
They don't live in the same squad base or anything, but they do PTs with each other, practice, all that stuff with each other. They go to the classrooms together. So there is interaction, but they can't talk.
I didn't know that the male and female recruits could not talk to each other.
No.
Is that for a reason?
I don't
Fraternization.
know if it's for a reason, but I believe that it does help because then the recruits are actually focused on what they actually came here to do. A recruit should never be having a good time. They should not be talking about what they had for lunch or nothing. They're just strictly business for 13 weeks.
I'll be a dead good out there, sir. That's all of you, sir.
If you talk, if you look around, I will fail you. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Big MAP is the Marine Corps Martial Arts Program. It's the program that we have in the Marine Corps for actually teaching fighting from different martial arts as boxing, jiu-jitsu, judo, Muay Thai, and we teach it so the Marines and recruits can be more deadly in the fleet.
Uppercut. Execute. Execute. Execute.
Execute the technique. We were telling them to take a knee because they were doing a fundamental or a principle of the technique wrong. Number 3, third squat, take a knee. They can miss up to 10 techniques and still pass the test. But if we did have a recruit fail the test, they would give a 24-hour period that they would retest tomorrow, and they would come to us, we would reevaluate them.
Tuesday, the ones on highway chucking them all.
I would like to think that most recruits do like it because it's a way for them to learn to control their anger and through interinoculation to interpersonal violence and actually be able to let some of that out from the frustrations of recruit training.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, yeah, okay, so yeah. Dry fire.
So currently we're on grass week with the recruits. What they do for the purpose of this week is get them into the positions to better prepare them to actually shoot the rifle. What they use at recruit training is an M16A4.
They're still using the M16?
Learn the fundamentals before we can actually give rounds. It's that baseline before we get to push on to the next evolution of training, which will be shooting the actual rifle.
Here's how this is gonna work. Got it?
Yes, sir.
You all have a double feed. Fix it.
All right, yes, sir.
Is that how you correct the double feed?
Sounds like no.
Show me how you correct the double feed.
Cross check. Reload. This recruit cannot correctly remember.
Okay, go complete breaks, right? We're dead. Hold your breath for about 3 seconds, let it out. Do that 3 times.
The guy he's talking to is not a DI, he's a range instructor. So he's not gonna yell at them unless they're doing some stupid shit.
Yes, sir.
This is
Every Marine
Golf Company.
You never know who's going to go to combat and who's going to actually need to use their rifle. So we need to make sure that every Marine is confident in their abilities to shoot. We have 4 stations, so they'll be in the kneeling, supported on the window. They'll lay down in the prone on the rooftop. They'll move to the bunker. After the bunker, they move to another prone position.
That's the only prone that I've done when I was in training before they switched to the new one where you have like a corner.
I'm touching your mag pouches to feel for live rounds.
Aye, sir.
Go get cleared out by your officer.
Aye, sir.
When he observed wounded Marines trapped in the enemy
We in
line
week
of
12?
fire, Corporal Kane
Oh, 10.
positioned himself to provide covering fire for the Marines.
Oh, that's right. This is this should be the
Safety. All while remaining dares
the Crucible, right? Or is it the next week? Yeah, this is the Crucible. Okay. Dude, they look dead. They've clearly been on more than just like one. They're clearly on like at least the 3rd day.
Portions of the building fell on top of him, crushing his leg. His heroic actions and selfless devotion to duty inspired all who observed him and were instrumental in the evacuation of Marines needing urgent medical care and the destruction of the enemy stronghold. A toast to Corporal Kane.
A toast to Corporal Kane.
Trigger.
To the core. Out. Honor. Courage. Commitment.
I have always wanted to be a Marine since I was very young. My stepdad was a Marine, and he's taught me basically most of everything that I know.
Has this been hard?
Yes, sir, very hard.
Why?
Mostly the mental aspect for me, just being away from home.
Yeah,
I've been away
that's
from
the
home
biggest
for
problem with
years,
boot camp is the mental one.
but it was with
It's a lot of
friend.
stress.
I was never by myself. Being away from home for 13 weeks, it's kind of hard, especially when the week I left was my niece's birthday. It was her first birthday, and I had to leave the day before, and so that kind of really made me hurt for the first couple weeks.
Weaver, 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 Weaver.
That's not what you're supposed to do. You were told to get
He's
on
not
the road.
responding, Weaver.
Respond!
Okay, now you're not responding to me.
Aye, sir.
Fix it.
Aye, aye, ma'am.
Do something. Delegate. Do something.
Aye, ma'am. Kolakovsky. Yes. Fix the packs.
The reason we were doing that is just to let everybody prove that they can be a leader at some point and take charge.
Weaver!
The drill instructors were correcting us on everything we're missing. You know, we weren't moving fast enough.
What are you gonna do?
I enjoyed it because
God, that cover is too small for that sergeant's head.
oh, hey, I'm actually leading, and they're actually helping me lead.
It's barely sitting on his head, my guy.
Two! Columns, this is not two! They're not responding to you. Aye, sir. Respond!
They've done all of this before. They're capable of doing it. Now you're doing it when you're a little more tired, with a little less sleep. And at first it sucks. What we like to call is you embrace the suck together. And that's what makes Marines Marines.
Leech, your head goes inward.
What are you doing? At least get to the 3rd log.
Aye, sir.
Put this arm underneath.
Oh my.
Aye, sir.
Arm back.
Aye, sir.
Go over there with freaking the leg.
Aye, sir.
Everything in the Crucible, whatever event you may not be able to finish.
Seeing more of the Crucible than I have
So
before, I
if
think.
they're not able to execute the Weaver, they go out to the side and we do something that's called fireman's carry. It's where you take a buddy and you put them over your shoulders and then you carry them from one point to another.
Go Warbeck. Go Warbeck.
Theater. The report. Good morning, sir. Stick 2. Total strength, 20. Total present, 18. Total weapons, 20. Total BFAs, 20. Total iron sights, 20.
What are we training for?
War, sir.
We're training for combat, right?
War, sir.
But you want to move slow and you want to whisper and you want to be weak.
Aye, sir.
They're 10 weeks in.
Look, FBI, I'm talking to you.
Aye, sir.
Stop being weak.
Aye, sir.
No one cares.
Aye, sir.
The enemy does not care.
Aye, sir.
Wake up. No. Get up. You're not.
She looks just like a buddy of mine that I went to basic with. We were in the army. Looks just like her.
Why don't you do it on yourself?
Because one of these zippers is...
I don't care. Stop being complacent.
I am.
It's the little things that add up.
I am.
Just put it away.
Aye, sir.
Go, grab the canteen top and go over.
Aye, sir.
Now get out of my face.
Aye, sir. Hey, who's...
Fix your back. Fix
Reynoso.
your back.
Reynoso. Grab the...
Let's go. Go, Red
Aye,
Top.
sir. Aye,
Aye, sir.
Go.
Aye, sir.
Make
Aye,
a
sir.
decision.
Go. Aye, sir.
Some of you are gonna realize maybe you'll get out and you won't even go to college, even though you joined for college in the first place, right? Some of you are gonna join. For
Ah, the
college,
PB&J.
yeah. Like even then, that's not a bad reason to join the military, right? You're serving your country, you're doing your family and your friends proud as well, right? And yourself as well. You understand?
There's more to it.
Is this the senior, or is they talking to a medical guy?
College, right? Because you could join any branch and get free college, right? You could join like the reserve.
Oh, it's just a DI.
You just swim in a pool all day, right? But you chose.
Wait. Whoa, hold up. Staff sergeant.
Freaking Coast Guard.
He's got sergeant ranks on.
You just swim in a pool all day, right? But you chose to freaking join the Marine Corps specifically because it's the most difficult branch, right? Yes, sir. You have that reason, like you want to go to college, but also you joined to be a freaking Marine. You could have gotten that college with any other branch. So you have those two reasons, right? Yes, sir. Why you wanted to join the military and why you want to be a Marine. You gotta remember both those. Make sense?
Yes, sir. After we get out of here, we're gonna be doing 2 equals 6. That make sense?
You get some beef with somebody, or
I cannot confirm or deny this one. I think they might have gotten the names mixed up. Wait. Nope, never mind. That's part of his lapel.
Grab your canteen, make back gloves, mouthpiece, have it out right now.
Take out all that aggression you've built up over the past 10 weeks.
So
Beat the shit out of the person who's been pissing you off.
Done hand-to-hand combat at all, and it really worried me at first. But I feel that I am confident enough to at least be able to defend myself and someone else that I care for.
You died. You're the killer, understand?
Aye, sir.
Out, you go to the pit.
Aye, sir. 23, 24, 7.
Oh, I guess if you lose, you get punishment.
Aye, sir.
Do you want to go back over there?
Yeah.
You do? You want to go back over there, sir?
What the hell? You don't get a pick where you want to go. Okay, now, yeah, definitely back at 0. Okay, pick it up now.
Aye, sir. 1.
Aye, sir. Aye, sir. Aye, sir.
Oranges.
Aye, sir. Aye, sir.
Yeah, keep your socks changed.
they're just changing out their socks to a dry pair of socks.
Yeah, you don't want to develop a
Keep their feet dry.
trench foot.
Right now, they're probably feeling a little bit of pain, some hot spots and stuff like that, but it's nothing that.
When we did our forge, I had blisters on all of my toes. And they were fat blisters too. I was surprised. I was like, damn.
That's gonna kill him.
Let's go. Do it again. Same thing, but you have to jump. You have to try. Jump. Try first, then let him try. You have to try. Let's go.
Look at how many recruits it takes to get.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. What the fuck? Hang on, where did he pop up? Where did he pop up? Right here.
If not, it's close enough, I promise. Now, encourage you guys.
I'm informing y'all that if you are watching this and you're hearing shit out of like one ear, that's not me, that's this video.
Opportunities there. Now, I've read the comments. I get it. My hair's not the best right now, and you guys really wanted that drill sergeant who was behind me. I'm not sure who he is.
I'm here now.
Every cop is here. All right. Now, for those that
First of all, don't touch me, guy.
all right. Understood.
They're the same rank.
Understood.
So many people on the internet said that they wanted to see me, and here I am. Not because you wanted me to. I showed up on my own. You're not my boss. I do what I want here. By the way, why did you have 2 microphones when there were 4 people you were interviewing? The most Army interview I've ever seen in my entire life.
We made it work, though, right?
No.
Oh, we made it work.
You didn't. It happened. That doesn't mean it works.
Well, all right.
Is that a ring tattooed on your finger?
That sure is.
Hashtag never forget. Still married?
Hey, that's right. 15 years.
Beautiful. The Army, relationships. Build and maintain them. Where's the chat? I thought we were talking to the chat. The chat was saying words to us.
Oh, no, the chat very much demands your presence here. Now I'm questioning. No, but this is good. No, but hold on. I need to know a little bit about you.
Tell me more about myself. What questions do you want to know?
No, I want to know who you are. What's your service like? What got you here today?
All right, there's a lot of questions. What's the first one?
Okay, what got you here today?
What got me here today? The Army got me here today.
I was about to say
50 years. Fantastic. Absolute mayhem the United States Army is. You know, there's a lot of good sayings about the United States Army. One of them was from a Nazi general, and he said that war is chaos and the American Army is trained in chaos.
Yeah.
and that's absolutely true.
Yeah.
I joined 21 years ago. I saw 9/11 happen. I wanted to get involved.
I thought he enlisted in 05.
And that's what brings me here today. Plus, I don't know if you know this, I do YouTube stuff.
Yeah.
So the internet's out there, probably why they blew up your chat a little bit.
Yeah, 100%.
Thought they would say hi to the, I don't know, I guess the drill sergeant of the internet, kind of.
Yeah,
in a way.
You're their drill sergeant before their drill sergeant becomes it, which is impressive.
Isn't it?
Basically.
I've been in for so long that I went on the trail. The trail is code for basic training land. So I go on the trail last year, and the senior drill sergeant, E7, looked at me and said, Drill Sergeant, hi. Were you a drill sergeant in 2012, 2013? I go, yes. He's like, did you have a senior drill sergeant shell ace? I go, yes, that was my first time on the trail. He goes, you were my drill sergeant. And I was like, yes, I was. Glad that you outranked me. I'll stand at parade rest. If you have any questions, I'll help as best as I can.
Now,
That's insane. He's been in so long.
In their initial stages,
He's been in so long that people he trained are now senior drill sergeants.
are now training others to pursue excellence.
Oh, yeah.
Now, what does that mean to you? Because, again, 21 years ago, you signed your first contract. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right, what got you to sign your second, your third? What got you to continue service?
Oh, that's a good question.
I try to ask those.
You know, the Army's fun.
Yeah, yeah.
The Army's fun. If you get bored with the Army, change your job, which is what I did. If you ever feel like something's stagnant or you don't like where you are, you can change it. So I started off as a civil affairs specialist. I did 2 deployments overseas like that. And I grew tired of civil affairs. I wanted something to change. So I decided that I would go and become a drill sergeant. And I did. And that was the opposite side of the spectrum, you know, from being civil affairs and growing a beard and hanging out with SF guys and having a good time that way. So it was kind of nice to go in a different direction with my career. And here I am 13 years later, still a drill sergeant, because that's the best kept secret in the United States Army Reserve, 95th Training Division. Join up. We're looking for more fantastic NCOs.
Hey, that's an amazing.
Well, I'm not in New York, so, and I also can't.
It does. Now, how would they join up? Is there a process to this?
All you have to do is, if you're an E4 promotable, or you're already an NCO in the United States Army, you can just Google it. You can contact a local recruiter's office, or you can Google, you can find the closest drill sergeant battalion to your area. And then all you have to do is get in contact with the first sergeant there, and we're hungry for more drill sergeants to come in. The Army always needs more. There's bonuses. Think about it.
All right, yeah.
And you have a fantastic time training troops.
No, hey, I
He's trying to trick a sergeant to become a drill sergeant.
love that. Now, being on the trail,
yes.
What are some of the more memorable experiences that you've been able to play a part in?
Oh, man.
Or if there was a trainee that stands out to you, a moment with...
We had a crazy trainee. He didn't make it.
Well, that happens.
Listen, tough love. Sometimes people aren't cut out for the Army. We're glad that you tried. We want you to do your best. Sometimes it doesn't work out. He was small. We called him Mighty Mouse. Right? So Mighty Mouse was very upset, and he was a little off in the head, and he would punch walls to scare the other privates to making them think that he was a tough guy. And he was so absolutely nuts that everybody was just like, no, he is nuts. He's going to kill us in our sleep. We need to leave him alone. Eventually, he didn't make it, you know, just not physically fit, not mentally there in the way that he needed to be. So we let him loose. But the first day, before we even did the pickup, they're not even marching. They don't even know how to march on day 0. They're walking to the barracks, and Mighty Mouse raises his hand and says, Drill Sergeant, I quit. And we're like, Private, we're not even in basic training yet.
We just got here.
You can't quit when you're not even in basic training. What are you doing? And he gets a little emotional. We calm him down, and he goes, Drill Sergeant, I forgot my promise. We're like, Private, what does that mean? So, well, Drill Sergeant, I forgot that I promised my grandfather before he died that I would join the Army and I would make it. Like, Private, that's a very important promise. How do you forget that from 30 feet walking this way with 2 duffel bags to where we are right now? Pick up your stuff. Let's move on. That was Mighty Mouse.
That's an interesting individual.
The writing was on the wall for Mighty Mouse. Don't be a Mighty Mouse.
Well, so we have stories of Mighty Mouse. Are there any stories that stand out when you felt like you played a pivotal role in someone's, I guess, progression?
Oh, yeah. Private Friend. Private Friend is one of the most highly motivated soldiers.
He told this story. I think he told it on Udsub.
That I ever met in my entire life. Private Friend was not big. He couldn't do a lot of push-ups. Wasn't very fast. Took him a little while longer to catch on to things. but he always gave 100%. If he was struggling through something, it was because he maxed himself out and couldn't go any further, but was still trying to go. And Private Friend got down on himself. Now, drill sergeants, although we are mean and cruel and angry, we also have to build up people. It's not just about breaking people down. We've got to build them up into soldiers, the future fighting force of the United States of America. So I build them up. I say, hey, Private Friend, I would take 100 of you over one guy who can do push-ups really, really well. And I said, Private Friend, if I ever ask, where is my friend? You will raise your hand, and you will say, I'm your friend, drill sergeant. And I was like, absolutely. You will do that. He's like, yes, drill sergeant. I go away. I tell him to go away. He goes away. Next day, everybody's kind of moping around because they messed up. Got to do some corrective action. And I'm noticing it. And I'm like, where's my friend? Where's my friend? And Private Friend raises his hand. I'm your friend, drill sergeant. I'm like, where is he? Where are you, Private Friend? I'm your friend, drill sergeant. I'm like, yes. Oh, yes, Private Friend. Yes, you. You are my friend. And a sense of motivation.
I like
now
that.
Everybody rallied around Private Friend because they knew Drill Sergeant High was upset and not motivated. Private Friend would motivate me. So his fantastic level and high level of motivation, I was able to use that, even though he wasn't as physically fit as everybody else, to motivate the entire platoon that I ran. And he was a stellar soldier.
I love that for you. Now, advocating for the trail.
Where is Private Friend now?
Encourage those NCOs to fill the shoes that you will one day leave behind as a drill sergeant.
Ooh, I don't even, goosebumps. I don't even know if I'm ever going to put down the hat. I'll die wearing the hat. I'll be 70 years old running 30-minute 2 miles as a drill sergeant if I can. But it is one of the most rewarding things you can do. If you don't like the way that the young troops are coming out, you can change that. I have a direct effect on what comes out of the training pipeline to you. And it is so rewarding and humbling and motivating when you can take a group of fumbly dopes that we all were when we didn't know how to shave, when we didn't know how to march, when we didn't know how to sound off or be motivated, even if it was fake motivation.
Hey, false motivation, still motivation.
Still motivation, baby.
I find that to be bullshit. False motivation is just people faking it and not in a positive way. Because chances are they're shitbags.
And you turn them into a truth. Somebody that not only can pass basic training, but has potential to do more. It's extremely rewarding, and I absolutely love it. Plus, it's one of the most entertaining jobs you can have.
I believe it.
Everybody has drill sergeant stories. You can be that story for another troop.
I wanted to be that story from the troop, but I got medically retired. It pissed me off.
That's all right. We'll get one on the other side.
Hey, I believe one day maybe. I think we have a question.
Let's do it. Question from the field. I believe that the cutoff date for the reserves and guard is around 42. You can get in with a waiver, maybe up to 45, but I know like 40, 42 is the cutoff. But you can get in with a waiver for the reserves or the guard, especially if you're in like a specific field like medical or legal.
Yeah.
You're never too old. You're never too old to join. When I went through basic training, I went through in 2005, and we had a 40-something-year-old mother. And she was motivated by her son who served and deployed overseas to join. And she was a legal aid. So she came on. She did basic training with us, graduated.
I went to basic with a 45-year-old woman who was in the military post... no, she enlisted pre-9/11. Served for a few years, got out so she could raise her family, and then got back in 2020 so she could finish her time and retire. And then... while I was actually in reception, there were drill sergeants because they knew well, like months and months and months in advance about who was going to come through. So I knew about like the 50-some-odd-year-old guy who came back through training, who was already in the military like the 90s. I mean, I would try to get back in, but I need to get a waiver that would take away all of my benefits just to see if they would let me back in. The waiver wouldn't even confirm me getting back in. It would just be like, oh, here's a waiver to let you go through and see if we will allow you to get back in. But if we deny you, guess what? You sacrificed your benefits, which is fucking bullshit. I would love to get back in. It'd motivate me to lose all this fucking weight faster. Hell, Secretary Hegseth, let me get back in the fucking army. I want to do my time. It's a good stable job. I'll take a reserve position. I don't fucking care. I'll do it. Let me get back in.
Standard, very motivating. and she served in the, I believe it was the reserve component while her son was active. So no, there's no such thing as too old unless you're 45. Then
it is.
all right, then yeah. None of them. None of them. Penne pasta. I'll go with penne pasta. Penne pasta is a solid go-to.
I gotta go with the Southwest beef. That entree is just top tier. You heat that Southwest beef up, delicious. The Chipotle tortilla, even though there's only one, not too bad.
You know what I mean? Am I wrong?
No,
You're looking at me like I'm crazy.
It's decent. It's decent.
Should I say veggie omelet? Did you ever meet one of
Gross.
those freaks that likes veggie omelet? They're not real. They're meat.
They're not.
It's the skills you get with them that are the sell.
Do the Skittles come with? Nothing good comes with a veggie
I'm just
omelet.
saying.
You can't sell me on a veggie omelet with Skittles.
But penne pasta, that's your go-to?
Spicy penne pasta was good. It's been a while since I've had an MRE.
Okay.
Usually I just starve myself.
Well, there you go. That's one route to take.
Yeah.
Now, there's
They also
the-
clog your asshole up.
Tried that?
You're kidding me.
It's trash.
What is going on here? Like a Lunchables?
No, this is an actual MRE. I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think there's a pizza.
Is it like
MRE?
It's trash.
Really? It's good?
No, it's trash.
A square pizza.
So is it like the piece of bread that they give you like in the normal MRE?
I think so. It's been a while since I had the pizza one. It's trash. It tastes like fucking cardboard.
You see what I mean? And they just say put some pasta on it. This is some poverty pasta going on here. Poverty pizza, I mean.
Military grade. This is
I'll
good.
eat it. You know what? You're hungry. You'll do anything.
Yeah. Yes, at times.
Hoagie bit.
The pizza one is ass. It is the worst MRE ever. Next to the veggie ones suck ass.
Hoagie bait. Always shove jerky in your pocket.
Oh, yes.
Always bring jerky.
That's
Always
where
bring
you're
jerky.
good to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it just not even in the bag. It's just in your pocket.
Raw.
And you're good to go.
Like Napoleon Dynamite, like in the spaghetti. You know, I'll kick your pocket and all of the stuff will fall off.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, it's all right. I'm very scary. I understand.
Honestly,
it's
you
the
pushed
hat.
me. I got
You're
scared.
outside. You're not wearing a cover. I understand why you're very sweaty and scared of me.
That's the sweat. Not
There's
the
a
heat or
standard.
90-degree humidity. I promise.
Oh, is it really that humid in DC? Gross.
Big deal.
Now, what does it mean to you to have contributed for 21 years, at least 13 of those, contribute to the formations that were built since then? That's huge.
You know, although what you're saying is absolutely correct, I focus on the minutia of what I can control.
Okay,
so
that's good.
when I see a large parade like this, does it motivate me to know that one or two of those troops could have been mine down the training pipeline? Yes, it does. But what motivates me the most is when I see that graduating class, and they're going to go get spread around to every unit, whether it be, they're going to be some honor guards somewhere, or they're going to the 25th.
No, we don't do that
101,
shit.
Or it's a National Guard unit or a reserve unit that they're going to. When I see that graduation mass, that's when I see the impact that I have.
Good. Now, are there any stories you have or anecdotes, any stories or anecdotes from graduation days? Now that the trainee has became that soldier, and you see them embrace their family or their loved ones, and you know how much it means to them, are there any kind of
When is this
engagements you have
parade
that you
happening?
No, I stay away from the graduation day.
Yeah?
No,
Get too teary-eyed?
you're a trainee.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you made it through.
Oh, man.
I am not going to be your friend.
Yeah.
No, I'm here to train you. I'm not here to be like, you know what? Your son didn't do too great when he started, but I'm proud of him now. No. There's no removal of the mask. No. You did what you're supposed to do. Good. And then I walk away. And then they get to do their own thing.
I love that.
I stay in my lane. I stay in my lane. Would you want your drill sergeant hugging you at the end? Ew.
Yeah.
Ew.
Well, I'm better off a recruiter, I guess. No, but I appreciate your time.
Do you hug your trainees when you sign them in at MEPS? You're like,
no.
good job.
No, but I can't wait till they come back after experiencing a drill sergeant and be like, I told you, you'll get it through it, I promise.
The high five and like the family moment is for the recruiter. You got him in, he's done. Like I'm like, my training's done. God bless. Drive safe.
No, hey, that's fair. That is fair. And send it back home to hometown recruiting, and we'll take it.
Oh,
from
yeah.
there. Yeah, that's important.
I could have come back from to do hometown recruiting because I was literally just an hour away. It's the same fucking person. Dude, the same person keeps coming into my fucking chat on different accounts trying to promote their stream. 2 different accounts with the same kick.
But again, if there's any outgoing call that you'd like to give to the audience members, again, our audience is veterans currently serving or those aspiring to serve that may need that push to get themselves down to the recruiting station. Is there any message you'd like to give to them?
You're never going to regret it. Active component guard if you don't want to go active. That's your active, or excuse me, reserve or guard if you don't feel like you want to go active. You can always change that.
Yes.
You can always change that from guard to reserve and go active. You're never going to regret it. I always tell people my goal when I was in 5th or 6th grade was I wanted to go to college. How was I going to pay for college? The Army, GI Bill. No matter what you do, basic training is going to take the negatives that you have, erase them, and they're going to take the positives that you have and embolden them. You're going to come out of training, even if you only do a 4-year contract in the reserves, a better person. You're going to be durable. You're going to be more understanding of what it's like to push yourself through struggles. You're going to be motivated. You're going to look at people that are around you, and I do get this from trainees every once in a while when they graduate and I see them. You're going to look around the civilian population and go, oh my gosh, I'm like 10 miles an hour faster than everybody right now.
Yes.
Mentally, even physically.
He's back again.
We'll help you with that, United States Army. Yes, we will.
This is true. This is true. Hey, thank you so much for your time. What you do for our formation.
He's coming onto my stream trying to promote his stream, calling me a bad streamer, but there's barely any viewers, so what the fuck's the point of that?
Coming to our formation,
Fucking dumbass.
and ready to do what we need of them is from people like you who take that time, make this task as a passion, and I appreciate that from you.
I think he's upset because I banned him.
Bring in the troops to me so that I can train them up.
Yeah, I'll give him a hug on the way back. Yeah.
There you go.
All right. Hey, thank you guys so much. Oh boy.
So my knife hand's broken, so it has a little bit of pizzazz.
Yeah, his is
What
like his
you wanna
pinky
do
twists.
Is you want to make sure that your fingers and thumb stay erect, like in the hand salute, right?
Yes.
Straight and aligned, right, like the hand salute. And you don't want to bend your wrist too much, right? What you want to do is you want to keep it straight, but you just kind of extend, right?
Right into his face.
Here, it's ready, it's loaded, and then there's a trip switch. Did he hit the trip switch? No, not yet. Bam! It's there. It's right there. The other thing that I really enjoy, here, get a little bit closer to me, is the claw. The claw is this. The claw is when I've noticed that you don't know how to pay attention. So I'll just wave this in front of you, so then you can see the flashing lights, and then I'll tell you in your ear the mistake that you've made. And hopefully, with the visual and the audio, we can make that correction happen for you.
Hey, I love every moment of that. Flashbacks did come about. It's been 13 years since something like that has occurred. It's been great reliving it. Thank you live on camera.
You're welcome.
This is great.
PTSD, spicy memories.
Yeah, boy, oh boy, go home.
Very
and cry
spicy.
now. Hey,
Unless you're that gaming grandpa who was a Navy vet, he doesn't have PTSD. He has fond memories.
thank you guys again so much. Again, Drill Sergeant, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
It's been an honor. Thank you.
Take care.
All right. Happy birthday.
Go Army, beat Navy.
The parade should be starting in about 20 minutes.
You over how embarrassing. Pick up your own weight. It's crazy how they helped you, but you just walk away when they help you. Selfish individual.
Damn.
Some of them just don't really like to try as hard as others.
They're 10 weeks in.
It frustrates me as a Marine seeing how much hard work we put into them. Understand they come from different backgrounds and they were raised different. So we just try to help them understand our culture here.
Let's go. Stop taking your sweet time.
Don't let slip. Don't let slip.
I can't.
No, let him fall. He's gonna fall. He's gonna fall.
You always get the easy way out.
Let's go.
Go.
Some of the recruits they point in the Crucible, they're very tired. The lack of sleep and the lack of calories getting to their body is really getting to them, so they're starting to fall behind. So when those recruits start to fall behind, the rest of the platoon brings them up and encourages
I'll
them.
keep banning you. All you're really doing is helping me get to my goal of the path to verification. Every comment you make gets me closer to finishing that one part. If you want to be a fucking retard and keep coming back into my chat and spamming your fucking account on your different fucking things, you're gonna find out the hard way. I'll make it. I'm not going to your fucking stream.
Go, Pluto. Do you need help? Hell no.
Me need help.
Recon.
It should be nearing the end. Yeah, they were nearing the end of their training. Fuck, it's loud. Why is the music so goddamn loud? Yeah, next time he comes back, he's gonna drop 6 messages. And now we wait.
How you doing, Weaver?
Good, sir. Really good, sir.
How you feeling now? It's almost all over.
Well, not quite over yet, sir, but feeling like I can conquer the world.
It's not over till it's over, you understand? You get to see the mission through, you understand me? Yes, sir. Pack the money now. Pack the money, let's go. In 3 short months. 3 short months. As long as it succeeds. As long as it succeeds. I finally had earned it.
Why do you keep kicking me out?
Drill instructors have subjected you to the final test of recruit training. Every generation of Marine wonders if the next generation of Marines can be entrusted with our nation's security. Old breed, new breed. It doesn't matter. As long as it's the Marine breed. You should remember this day with pride, for you have accomplished what few dare to try. You have earned the title, Marine. May God keep you in the palm of his hand. Fall back in now.
I did sign in. What the fuck is going on?
You came a long way, White. You have a lot further to go.
What is happening?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
That's not right.
It doesn't feel like it's real. It feels like a dream. But I can physically feel it and know that it is not a dream. It is the real thing. It's a great honor to hold this in my hand and know that I earned this. And it is mine and no one else can take it from me.
Good morning, ladies. Good morning, gentlemen. The God of 44 weapons of mass destruction.
Hang on. Something happened. Was I hacked? It keeps kicking me out of the creator dashboard. What is going on? And it keeps forcing me to do a sign in. Why does it keep kicking me off? Cool, you've registered that that's me. Take me to the creator dashboard. What the fuck is going on? Yeah, if it's so much better, why the fuck do you need to come onto a small streamer's page to promote yourself and call my stream trash? Fucking idiot. They posted about you in this cord, by the way. I don't know why. Oh, wait. Thank you. It's fucking weird. Now I'm trying to figure out why the fuck I'm receiving so many messages from bots talking about how my stream is trash and to go to this one stream, which, by the way, the link, not even the link, the kick that they're trying to promote doesn't exist. And then they've moved from talking about that to, oh, hey, they're insulting you in this Discord. Look what they said about you in this Discord. I'm like, no. What the fuck is going on? And then Kick was being weird, not letting me get onto my own fucking creator dashboard. Alright, that should be better. I mean, I don't mind blocking a shit ton of people. All they are fucking doing for me is they are helping me get to my goal of, you know, to verification. That's it. Because I need to hit like 100 unique chat comments. What's happening?
The invocation given by Army Chief of Chaplains, Chaplain Major General William Green.
There's a chaplain of chaplains in the Army? I didn't know that.
The dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, for the ramparts we watched were so and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, if the free and the home of the brave.
Why the hell are we so far back?
Ladies and gentlemen, please bow with me as I ask God's blessings upon this 250th birthday celebration. Let us pray. Almighty God, as we gather to celebrate the 250th birthday of the United States Army, we pause to remember where we've been and who we are.
Is there a better video?
And we express our heartfelt gratitude to you for
Definitely
the
not this
brave
one.
men and women who
Nope, not
have
that one.
served and are serving the United States Army as a force of freedom and a light of liberty at home.
This one's also
and
super
abroad.
far away. It's even further, I
Heavenly
think.
Father, we remember their valor in the American Revolution and campaigns where your guiding hand established the foundation of our freedom. Continue to strengthen our soldiers' body, mind, and spirit as they train to fight and win our nation's wars. And Heavenly Father, bless our Army's leaders, our families, and the American people. Bring comfort to those who mourn as we remember our promise never to forget the cost of freedom. And Holy God, lead us both now and forevermore, and let the light of liberty continue to shine bright on the United States of America and our Army, and we to fight and win our nation's wars. Also, this we'll defend. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Platinum Plus sponsor, Wounded Warrior Project Vice President for Government and Community Relations,
We just
Jose
banned
Ramos.
7 people over the course of 30 minutes because they wouldn't stop, like, botting shit.
Hello, my name is Jose Ramos, Vice President of Government and Community Relations at Wounded Warrior Project.
Is there really no closer one? Where's the live
Celebrate
streams?
this historical occasion. An occasion that brings together the many achievements of our past, shaped by the service and sacrifice of all those who have served our country. People are the strength of our military. They are the strength of our nation and the strength of the United States Army. 1 year older than the nation they defend, the Army has dedicated itself to fighting and winning our nation's wars for 250 years. It is not only just the soldiers who serve.
It's like nothing.
In 1775, U.S. Army soldiers, civilians, and their families
The parade's supposed to be starting now. Hold on, where's the parade?
the U.S. Constitution and the Army. For over 250 years, Army families have served and sacrificed to support the Army and their soldiers.
Think out, Kia?
I'm paid to ask you what you think.
Okay, well, that's what I think. I'm just having a good time. Celebrate America. All our soldiers, past and present.
Thank you.
What the hey?
I appreciate it. I
All
appreciate
right.
it. Thank you so
You
much.
girls have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
if they're posting my stream in a chat, they can come in and start talking like normal, not promoting bullshit like a Discord server or their own fucking, or a dead Kick channel. I'm blocking them because of this shit. If you're gonna come in here and chat, fine, chat, talk to me. But don't come in here promoting bullshit. It's fucking insane. Here to have a good time and promote the Army's 250th birthday as a veteran of the U.S. Army. Is it actually raining in DC? Hang on. About 8 o'clock, there's a 35% chance of a thunderstorm. By that time, I think most of this stuff will be over.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. For Reuters. Reuters. Yeah. I wanted to ask you why it was important for you to come down today.
My son just signed on the dotted line with the Army yesterday to enlist.
How does that make you feel?
Proud, scared, but I know that he's going to get great training, and I know that he's going to come out like a responsible adult, and we're really looking forward to him growing up that way.
I'm just trying to see the parade. It said the parade should be starting like 4 minutes ago.
I'm actually surprised that it's not more people. Inside it was not jam-packed crowded. It was a comfortable number of people, and I think there's a lot of political statements happening on both sides, but what is overwhelming is being inside and noting how proud the military is, and how respectful they are, and how informative they are, and how happy that they are that people have come out to support them.
And in terms of the positive things about this, and then the controversies, what are your thoughts on the kind of seesaw message of today?
It makes me sad. I've worked for the government for many years, and I just wish that we were all on the same page. That's all.
Thank you. Can you tell me your name, please?
Cindy.
Cindy, last name?
Rather not.
Okay, and you're from this area?
I am.
Okay. Thank you so much, Cindy.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Smart.
This is not for the parade, this is for the festival. The festival is on the 14th.
Yeah, we love you. We love the work that you do.
Ow.
Keep it up.
Ow. Damn.
Here, we just trying to see what's what.
What just happened? Did the stream drop? There it is. That was weird. Show me the lives. I want to see the lives. this one? There's so many fucking channels like posting this.
Question of a cabinet secretary that is within his oversight rights. His committee is part of the oversight of the Department of Homeland Security. And so he shows up to ask a question inside a federal building in his home state, and he's tackled to the ground. And so we've got a week where
I really don't give a shit. All I care about is the fucking parade. What the fuck? There's 2 channels? What's this?
And we are proud to support you every step of the way. As we honor the Army's past, we also look with confidence at the future, knowing that the next generation of soldiers will carry forward with the same courage, integrity, and innovation that has defined the Army for 250 years. Happy 250th birthday.
At this time, we would like to recognize the generous support of all of our sponsors for helping make today's Army Birthday Festival possible. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we'd like to acknowledge and thank the sponsors of the 250th Army Birthday Festival, whose generous support has helped make this event possible. Presenting sponsor, General Dynamics. Presenting sponsor, USAA. Entertainment sponsor, the Gary Sinise Foundation. Platinum sponsors, Wounded Warrior Project.
6 p.m.? Well, fuck, I've still got a whole bunch of time left then. Might as well find some other fucking videos. Well, let's check out Nico Ortiz while we wait. 6 p.m.
Please.
What is Young doing? Listen, Sabrina, he is a great Marine. Give him a shot. Young cannot come, though.
Military fails and memes never get old. So, let's see the craziest military fails of the week.
Why? Why the fuck are you doing this? Dude is trying to wash off the black. Accidentally hits the eye. Oh, don't do this, you're gay.
Either you put him in the bus right now.
Every single day at the Bees.
That's stupid.
What made them think shooting the 240?
Where is that gonna go? Hopefully no one gets hit, but you never shoot up like that. It's gonna come down and hit somebody.
Which jammed after the first shot, by the way. Firing blanks with the blank firing adapter on was gonna get just wet in Florida.
Sabrina Carpenter, if you could please come to the ball this year with me in Honolulu, Hawaii. I would greatly appreciate that. But I understand you might be a busy woman and you're on your second leg of the Short and Sweet tour. So if you could come out,
what is Young doing?
I would greatly appreciate it, and I'll pay for your ticket. Out.
Everything is paid for.
He is a great Marine. Give him a shot. Young cannot come, though. If Young is coming, you got to bring security, Sabrina, okay? Young, you got to...
Tone it down. You're at a 10. You bring it down to a 6.
Destroy a Blackhawk with a Gerber? Are they going to die if they fly this thing?
Come in my house. I'm going in the house. Fuck you. I'm grabbing my phone. Don't shoot me.
The only Crace plaisier than the barracks during the work week at night.
Don't shoot me. Get shot at anyway.
After 8 p.m. wherever the MPs go. Somebody getting shot or going to jail. POV, you're a boot. Yeah, just start pushing. What do you guys think they did, chat? The answer is probably nothing, but they deserved it.
They've done studies, you know.
L3
60% of the time, it works.
Works every time.
Every time.
On God.
That doesn't make sense.
It does to the Army, and it helps us talk to our Vietnam ancestors. Holy f***, I thought
Basically.
you were face fucking another man. Brother, choke me harder. Chill, I'm about to come. Stop, please, nut. I know they kiss.
Basically.
Shoot the guns! No, I'm just kidding. Someone's about to get their head chopped off.
Were you in Vietnam?
This shit's up high, or else somebody would have got their head chopped off.
Be still.
I feel like everybody shaved their head on deployment.
There you go. Put some sunblock on.
Congratulations.
What the fuck is this?
You're one of the boys now. You know Commander's gonna hear about this. He's gonna be like, y'all just out here shaving bitches' heads and shit. Yeah.
Hey, they gotta put it up in bun now.
Oh, man, it just gets worse and worse. But if it falls directly down my throat, what are you gonna do? I see it falling from the sky, and I'm like, I got this. Smash. Okay, don't do it, guys. Don't fall for it.
She's
I
a
love
psyop.
invested females. Holy.
She's a psyop.
Anything you say, man.
She's a psyop. Don't fall for it.
Hold me now. I'm 6
Oh my
feet
God.
He tattooed that.
Baby, 6 feet ain't so far down.
In no way, shape, or form in his
Oh,
whole
Jesus.
life did he think that was a bad idea. And that's
Nope.
how fun the Coast
No
Guard
reg-
is. Me
no
and my
regrets.
coworker wearing the same uniform so people can't tell us apart. A Gillespie? What the
Let me guess. He's in the army. Nope.
Nailed it. That's the same guy, ain't it? I don't see colors, so to me, they're the same person.
I didn't even look at the
feel more
person. I was supposed to look at the
comfortable here.
uniform.
Bro, can there be like a fun program where you just like go back to the stand or Iraq? You might die, but like you go on patrols and shit like that. Called realistic, Nico. Gah! Told them I'm in the Air Force. You mean Chair Force? What does sure mean? The answer's yes, dumbass. You're in the Chair Force? Sure. Sends video of him sitting even in a plane. What the fuck?
You're sitting. You're still sitting, you piece of shit.
Nothing to see here, folks. Oh, shit. Oh, he be getting the money.
It's a great time.
You know what I'm saying? You're
It's a great
scared
time.
to get promoted. You just scared at the fact that you know you're just not P material. That's the real issue here. You can still have your friends. You just can't be like all that lovey-dovey gay shit at work all the time. Me and the boys in the rain when the officers sit and the talk, sucking each other. I mean, writing awards for each other. Fucking pieces of shit. We're planning a coup. Once it starts to rain in the field, don't fight it. It's over. It's done. Look up to the sky and just accept it. Drones can now fly and swim. Future warfare will be very different.
Yeah, let's see how you do under pressure.
Oh, we got Navy SEAL drones? Hey, can we do that shit and take out all the sharks, man? Hey, good game, everybody. On God, a private would get his ass whooped. Mr. Editor, really quick, let's go ahead and shout out Echelon. Hot, 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 hot. All of them kiss. All of them kiss.
Is that
It's fine.
Fort
Mandatory
Gordon?
Fun Day activities, baby.
I swear that was Fort Gordon.
We're all guilty. Yeah.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
It's flying. POV, getting jumped by everyone.
Did that
in
at
the army
basic
that
when
can
we were in the
beat my ass.
forge. A helicopter flew by and we just stared at it the whole time. Didn't
Bro,
say
gotta
anything.
beat
Didn't do
the
anything.
shit out of you.
Just
You out there
watched
in
the helicopter
combatant
fly.
Pit having a PTSD breakdown. I don't gotta do shit. POV at CIF for the second time this week. Let me know down below on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you hate CIF?
11.
Bitch, I need for you to do your fucking job.
Take all of your shit to a car wash. Oh, get all that shit nice and wet. Stay there all fucking day. Get the stains, the dirt, all that shit out. When the tatted up
Power wash
goth
it.
girl finally invites you over and you walk into the all the Marines. Yes, 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 yes. Yes! I want this goth mummy! It's a dude. Fuck! Maybe this you?
The do-rag.
Where your PC at though? My do-rag do just fine. I don't need no PC.
What's good, y'all? PFC Kearns here.
Ah, Kearns!
Great day, North Carolina National Guard. As always, today, y'all, we're saying what's up to Sergeant Gavin.
Do one push-up short of death. Right now, go. Oh, look.
Apparently he lost a lot of weight to join the military, so we don't shit talk Kearns.
Rain. See, guys, that's it. Just give up. The best thing you can do.
There's 6:45. Just check one more.
Oh, look, he's giving up. That's good. He hates everything you say. All right, guys, listen up. First sergeant's not gonna make it. Just pack that shit up and let's go home, okay? I know it took 7 hours.
Always.
All right, and we appreciate that. Bro, he's trying to smash your bitch. Remember, that's our Army specialty. And ladies, he'll never love you. Everyone's like, oh, pilot passed the vibe check. Trying to get in your girl booty. You warming up?
Oh, this is from Buds 234, I believe. This is from that. I don't remember if this guy graduated or not, but this was Buds.
6 times 3.
Took him a while because he was so
Put it in my
cold.
ass.
18.
Go, 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 go.
He was so cold.
18. Oh, you're a brain surgeon.
Where is up? That would be me.
Yeah, that was from him. Like he's suffering from hypothermia. That's why he has that thing on his head. They're trying to warm him up. This is Bud's training.
18. Oh, you're a brain surgeon.
Where is up? That would be me. That. Hey, subsurface fires. If you don't know how, learn how to make a subsurface fire so you can survive off of your cold Chick-fil-A sandwich.
Oh no.
Let me know down below in the comments, what is your favorite thing to cook in the field? And no, all of you guys who bring your jet heaters and all that shit, you're fucking gay. I hate you, because y'all never share nothing, you piece of shit. Team RTO, when he finds out someone
Always
accidentally
pissed.
Z'd his, my heart would fucking stop. If you guys don't know what RTO is, it's Radio Transmission Officer.
They basically cleared his whole system. It's like, you motherfuckers! Not the junior. What do you do?
Out of the junior RTO. Vicky! All RTOs know if your shit gets Z'd, kill yourself. Air Force, shut the fuck up.
At all. No, Kev. None of us did.
Yeah, it was totally messed up. It's disgusting how people will just, take something good and just take advantage of a situation.
Yeah.
There was no time to do anything except just leave and just hope that you're not hurt.
All war crimes are bad, but that doesn't mean they're not fun. Military men duke it out after disagreement. Love to see it, baby. Oh, man.
Right in the jaw. He wiped it off.
I boxed one time in high school.
Hello, Marine. Don't y'all know Micmap? Oh, fuck.
Hey, where them body slams at, though? Yeah, actually, though, don't do body slams when y'all duking it out, because y'all always end up breaking shit. You can tell bro on the left is an actual boxer. I hate it, though, because he's not blocking. It's always the Mexicans, bro. Y'all always are the 249 gunners and have all the boxing experience. And we do not want those problems. Chat, who's winning? Pulleys or future sailors? So it's basically Marine Corps recruits versus Navy
sailor recruits.
Sly hit it, nail on the head. Navy pulls rope all day.
Yeah, that's all they do.
Yo,
Pull
hey,
rope.
Semper Pi, bitch. Hey, that was easy And then they're gonna
Booyah.
rip your dicks off when you're stuck on a boat with them. I have no hope. I got this.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
It starts walking. Oops.
We saw
That's not good.
everybody as an enemy at the end of the day. Absolutely fucking not. What do you mean the fucking ceiling's leaking? Start the helicopter right now. Absolutely not. In my head, this bitch is going down. What is that, though? Why y'all always got shit to spin and it closes other shit off?
How the Navy works.
Guys okay? Just take it easy. Break it.
Are they fighting? Wait. Wait. From fights to mental breakdowns, even arguments, we're going to be watching this week's best.
The baby carriage? What the fuck?
Oh, no, he gotta go. He was the leader of our community. He taught the youth. No, the fuck he didn't. That motherfucker kicked baby. Where is this? Cracker Barrel or Golden Corral? Oh, man. Holy in the flower dress. Are they fighting after church? What is going on? I seen Becky's.
Gotta give the Lord their time, and once you've gotten your sins forgiven, you gotta get some more sins in before the next week. You guys are fucking stupid. You're coming into a stream that has like 2 viewers and trying to promote yourselves. You're fucking retards. Dumb asses.
She only donated $5 to God, so I had to whoop her ass.
Holy shit, what the fuck?
I had to whoop her ass.
Oh, that's slap. Got his fingers wrapped around the back of his head.
No. Don't be doing all that fake bullshit. You do want to do some fake bullshit. A fucking quick little Mr. Officer on you. It's a gun. Bang, 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 bang. You better actually have that shit. Ooh, water rafting's so fun.
Just take it easy. Break it.
Are
Sisters.
they fighting? Wait. On God, Becky, why the f didn't you like my Instagram post? Whore! You didn't share it either. No.
Of course it's Southwest. Southwest is shit.
Oh, no. Bro, y'all letting the dude with the curls f you up? It gotta be a movie.
It is.
She's taking a nap before math class. Or biology.
Oscar worthy.
I know she's taking one of those majors. She's probably almost done with her college degree. Oh, they're having a dance battle.
Oh, hold on. Let's do that again. Oh, damn! Right in the fucking solar plex.
My nipples are hard as right now. Oh, shit.
Oh, he going
shit.
kung fu on your
Crouching
ass.
Tiger, hidden dragon technique. Believe in yourself.
Right up
Believe
front
in
of
yourself.
the
He's
Popeyes.
believing. Does that guy got a knife? Oh, shit. Don't believe. Run. Just another day in Los Angeles where you could get stuck by a homeless guy on any corner you turn, all right? Oh.
Damn.
Bro's about to get his shit up. Throw him in the Diddy cell. This.
Call the police. That's why I'm calling. The next stop is fucking Broadway. Why are you spitting the floor? Call him up.
Clear up the closing doors, please.
Knocked his ass out.
Oh, I was like, maybe he dodged it. Did not dodge the smack.
No, he fell like he got knocked the fuck
If
out.
you think about it, that was the most polite crash out ever. He said, I'ma knock you out and then wake your ass up so you can go about your day.
I had said Mickey and Goofy. What the fuck?
Oh! Bro, the Tory Lane special, what are you doing? Let me know what the most valid crash out is and non-valid crash out.
The Army ended their stream.
Hey, that hurt. You just damaged the whole ass chair, bro. It didn't make a dent on her. Bro was lucky he got speed on his side.
It was a 7-hour stream. Hold on.
For motherfucking HBCU. I can't be around white people any goddamn longer. I can't do it.
Why the fuck are you clapping so much?
This little white girl got a lot of privilege.
Black lives matter.
You gonna tell me that's not like a mental disability?
I crashed my car.
You sure the fuck did. Damn.
What is going on? Y'all ain't got no cars?
Hey, call my baby mama. Call my baby mama. Tell her to come get her car.
What's her name?
Courtney Ferguson. I'm in jail. I'm going to jail.
You with somebody?
Huh?
You with somebody?
No, I'm by myself, gang.
Call my baby mama. What's her name? Courtney? Was not expecting that. That might be the most shocking thing of this whole video.
I walked in that motherfucker not giving a fuck, and I walked out that bitch not giving a fuck.
What has happened to Chipotle? If you guys want to be in this video or watch it live, come join us on Twitch. And if you guys want to see everything we cannot put in these YouTube videos, go ahead and watch the video on Rumble. We got him.
Holy shit!
Just another man picking you up, throwing you at a wall. No, thank you.
God damn!
Call me another. Call me an. Hey, yo, watch this.
Oh.
Oh.
Bro, she in a wheelchair,
she got
she
got
was
sprayed.
standing on business. Pepper spray, bro. That ain't no pepper spray. It's Glade. Yo, shout out to Glade for
Glade,
putting
yeah.
these bitches down.
Smelling fresh.
He running. Oh, he on his ass! Run! The
You hit
dude
your car.
crashed out, then the ground crashed out.
I fucking hate this dude. Budweiser. Huh? What are you doing?
Bro, tweaking?
He's tweaking. He's fighting shadows. He's fighting his imagination. Then he lost. He fought nothing and lost. What the fuck? You fight your demons and your demons win.
Ghost having a crash out?
Bitch in the blue just fucking hit my truck with her fucking door. What a shame. Don't you hate
How about you just hit her with your car? Extremely valuable. You know what? Draw a dick on their white car.
Doing Sharpie. Wow, damn. Why?
But damn, can put a goddamn dent in his own car. Big ass head. Oh, bro in here trying to get cheeks? Calm down, bro. Dang. Oh, she's so thankful she can walk. Bro's like, I'm trying to get some of that good go. Oh, we out here throwing water at the water park. Bitch, that's a $7 drink. What are you doing? Damn, he pushed the fatherless child in there too.
Damn.
The kid is crazy. Don't touch children, guys.
Go, y'all, mink. Here go, mink. Here go, y'all, mink. Oh, my eye.
Are you punching her perfectly in the ear?
My mouth, my eye. There she go right there who hit me in my mouth. She right there, hit me in my mouth.
Hell no, I'll beat your ass. You want some of this? Bitch, there she is. Oh my God. That's the best aim I ever seen. It seems valid. If you got accuracy like that, you pissed off about something. That's me. Hey, I ain't got time for this. Unpack the shit or die.
And they tackled him.
Thanks for saving us 7 hours. Ugh, Madden 07 hit stick.
Here, man. What the?
Oh, yeah.
What you doing here?
Oh, yeah.
What the is you doing
Get up.
here?
Get up. Hell up.
What is you doing?
What's up? Where you on?
What do you mean? What's I'm on?
Yo, you done had a
Hey, I'm
party.
chilling.
I've been calling your phone.
What the fuck's going on?
Yo, bro.
That's my bro.
What did you and bro do? Because bro is dripping cum everywhere. What do we got here?
Oh, watch me get this rebound. Oh, you can box me out like that. Take that. I stand on business.
Number 42, good job on not hitting that girl. That was mighty high of you, brother. Chat, who am I?
You better take your hands off me right now. I'll say it one time.
Yo, NYPD put motherfuckers in chat. Good shit. She stole this park from her ancestors 5 million years ago. Video of French president being shoved in the face by his old wife is going
Oh,
viral.
yeah, the French president.
On camera, 47 years old. 72? Born in the mid-1900s. What the fuck? Met his wife, Bridget, when he was a student, Catholic high school in the Amiens, France, and she was his drama teacher. Bridget was 39 years old, and Emmanuel was 15. She was married with
He's a
3
victim.
children, and he was her student. Bro, imagine you are expecting this man to lead your country, but this ass grandma from the fucking mid-1900s is pushing that guy in the face. He not get him reelected. He should have just fucking punched her in the face.
Hey, you feel like you finna win? I'm gonna win. It's easy, father.
Is bro winning?
I'm gonna win. It's easy, father.
Bro, what kind of pants are you wearing?
Like a steed. But still, hey, my pants are dead serious,
It seems like he got his ass
The
beat.
power of friendship is extremely strong. Hey, I'm sorry. If I see somebody hit my boy, I'm jumping in, bro. If the power of friendship happens, it usually means you were losing the 1v1, but it's fine. It's fine. Always carry that shit on you, okay?
I mean, there's like still nothing going on. This ended. This was an almost 8-hour stream and it's over. Excuse me. Confirm? Can I fucking get it to work?
Another day,
Damn.
a reason for us to most likely celebrate in Hassan's downfall. We are now on episode 40 of the How is Hamas, Diddy, Osama bin Laden, Adolf Epstein, Baby Oil Piker. Let's see what he did this
Oh, it's more Pegasus. I was about to say, is he watching Nux or is he watching more Pegasus?
time. This just happened yesterday, so let's get into it. I'll be real. I think things are slowing down. I do. I think things are slowing down. It looks like Hassan realizes that everybody on Earth is waiting for his next fuck up, and he looks like he's being a good boy ever since, you know, going to the
He's wearing
ICE
1980s
protest
serial
where
killer
he was
glasses.
committing illegal activity on stream. But let's see. Are things slowing down? Let's find out.
Welcome back to Absolute History in the Making. In today's video, Hassan is now being exposed for lying about the detainment at the airport. He's calling it
That's right. Yep, I remember this happened. I remember, you know what, I don't want to spoil this yet.
out Ace3 again, calling him a disgusting monster. He's also
Nice.
really mad at XQC for calling him out. Asmongold has
That was
also
loud.
reacted to my video and is criticizing Ludwig.
Unfortunately, XQC isn't Hassan's bitch like Ludwig is, so XQC probably won't remove the videos.
Now. Already subscribe or you got a 1v1 Frogan in a hot dog eating competition. Yo, pal. And let's begin. Basically,
I think I already watched this video.
Hassan was
Well, not
detained at the
Tectone's
airport
response,
by
but I think I've
border
watched this video
security.
already.
He claimed to have been detained by
Yeah, where's the footage, Hassan? I thought you said the footage was coming out, man. Where is it?
the U.S.
What's going
government
on?
for having differing political opinions, and he made like a big hoopla about it. He
I remember
talked
that.
about silencing free speech, and all the news media wrote about it. He also claimed that it lasted 2 to 3 hours, and they asked him questions about supporting terrorists like Hamas. Now, shortly after, Destiny
2 to 3 hours. It was more like 15 minutes.
and Dan Saltman made a timeline which showed that Hassan could not have possibly been detained that long, considering the entire ordeal from leaving the plane to him tweeting was only over an hour.
Yep.
So basically, he was caught in a bold-faced lie. Now, since then, last video, we talked about Hassan being kicked out of the global entry
What do you mean Hassan has a victim complex? What do you mean?
program that gives you a fast track for traveling, and you get to like skip queues and documents and shit. So
Yeah, I know about this. He was removed from the quick queue thingy, and it's why he was detained, because he either didn't see his email or he just ignored it and wanted to get some sort of confrontation for social media.
in the email was potentially aiding and supporting terrorist organizations or being investigated by the government in general. Now, it seems that Hassan was actually kicked out of this program months ago, and he might have still been trying to use the global entry when it was actually invalid, and he just didn't check his email, which would explain why he was actually detained in the first place. Remember Hassan being detained for 99 hours over his political beliefs, aka 15 minutes? Well, months earlier, his card was revoked, and he just didn't read the email. Messed up paperwork, revoked application, uses card anyways, gets stopped, and lies about the timeline. Chat, is this 1984? And then he links the email sent to Hassan by the Department of Homeland Security. Destiny and Dan think Hassan is 100% lying about
Not
a
a
global
good
entry DHS story. So here we got a Hassan fan saying, wait, so I was completely correct that Hassan was detained or questioned for his protected political speech. Lol.
He was pulled aside because of his political beliefs, and you have no evidence of that whatsoever. It's complete bullshit. There's literally no evidence of this, and it's just kind of crazy to take a victory lap. It's like if I imagine that this whole thing right here, instead of being 3 images of a letter that Hassan revealed, imagine it was just a piece of fried chicken, and it would make about as much sense of like his statement there. Wait, so I was completely correct that Hassan was detained, questioned for his protected political speech? LOL. What below indicates that that is the case? Nothing. Like you have nothing. You have that. This is like it's even worse for Hassan. Hassan is so fucking stupid.
And the inconsistent parts on Hassan's story, I think, are the things are why I'm confident in saying he's lying 100%. I don't even need any more facts.
Yeah.
When he says
when the empanada pushback happens, he's like, was it 50 minutes or 2 hours? And he's like, oh, I don't know, who gives a shit? That's like a, whoa, what do you mean who gives a shit, bro?
Right, so Destiny is basically referencing a stream where Hassan was actually questioning.
Because the whole premise of his argument was how bullshit it was that he was held and pulled aside for that long. And then now all of a sudden, once people realize, wait a minute, you weren't pulled aside that long. Oh, well, it doesn't even matter anyways, to be honest. Yeah, no, it never mattered, actually.
Questioned about his story at the airport, and he kept changing it, right? He kept changing the timeline, said it wasn't actually important how long it actually was, which obviously reeks of complete bullshit.
Absolutely.
So fucking
was
stupid.
trying to act like a political victim and wanted to act like the government was trying to silence his free speech when that was not the case at all. If you remember, he even posted after that saying that his bags were being checked at the airport.
But you know what's crazy? He deserves any type of extra checking that they do because, guys, you're at a fucking airport. Why wouldn't you check out the guy who's saying, yeah, America deserved 9/11 and terrorists are great, they deserve a Nobel Peace Prize? Yeah, I sure fucking hope he's getting interrogated.
That's not like a routine thing that literally happens to everybody. Now, we also pointed out that even if he was detained, it would not be because of his general political opinions. It would be because of his open terrorist support, or maybe saying America deserved 9/11.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it.
Or maybe threatening.
And yeah, I'm not gonna say never because he has, but he's never been banned substantially on Twitch. It's why I'm not going back until Twitch fixes their fucking shit. When they fix their shit, maybe I'll go back and do a multi-stream across 3 platforms. But until then, fuck Twitch.
To kill U.S. senators.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott.
Or even now, if something does happen, it would probably be due to the actual crimes he's committed, like recently blocking the highway or supporting not the peaceful parts of the protest, but actually the violent parts, including the riots or people lighting cars on fire. Keep in mind, this guy literally said that he doesn't care if somebody burns his...
Hear me out. Is it fucked up to say that if you vote a president into office, whatever they decide to do, if you let the elections not go your way, you kind of just got to take the fucking L, to be completely honest. Let's not do this shit where we destroy properties, where we set shit on fire, where we go inconvenience the public and put their lives in danger and commit crimes because you're upset and you're mad that y'all lost. Try again in 4 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, just take the fucking L. Quit this shit. Why the fuck are you blocking off an entire highway and throwing bricks at civilians and police officers' cars? Why are we setting public transport on fucking fire? Why are we destroying windows? Why are we going inside government buildings? You want to know why? Because y'all are mad, y'all are salty, y'all lost, and now you can't accept the fact that we have somebody who's trying to make the country a better place. And yes, I do firmly believe that. If people are entering here illegally, they should get deported and come back once they've done their due processing and come here legally. I do firmly believe that. It is not in our right to have to support criminals who come in here illegally. Because that's what you become when you do something illegal. You become a fucking criminal. It's really that easy. There's no real like, well, you know, there's some good ones. Yeah, obviously there are. There's obviously exceptions to the rule. There's probably a lot of them that are great. I'll be real, a lot of them were probably my maids, and they did a great fucking job, and they worked for pennies on the fucking dollar. But there's a certain way that you got to go about doing these things, and there's the legal way, and then there's the illegal way, right? And we as a society, when we don't follow through with our Constitution, when we don't follow through with our laws that are put in place for everybody in this
Still
nation,
got about another... just shy of an hour before the parade starts, which is what I'm waiting for.
Favorites for who are we gonna enforce the law on? It becomes a fucking mess. Special treatment starts happening, and when special treatment happens in the TOS of your country, well, that's not gonna be good at all now, isn't it?
His car because it's leased and he has insurance and he's very rich, so it doesn't matter.
Even if someone were to burn my fucking leased car, like, I still have insurance.
Literally out of touch, rich, champagne, socialist piece of shit. So Nux actually responded saying, be Hassan Piker, America deserved 9/11, support multiple terrorist organizations, tell your audience to kill 2 U.S. senators, FBI revokes global entry, try to enter USA with global entry anyway, they ask questions at airport security, cry about being detained for 2 hours.
Good
which was
timeline.
not even 2 hours, which was like 15 to 30 minutes. People responding, are you kidding? Hassan was delighted to be detained for a couple hours. This guy's fondest wet dream is of being the plucky rebel and living out his resistance fantasies. That is completely true, honestly. I think he's more upset that they didn't detain him longer so he could really play up his suffering. Absolutely.
Rare furry W. A catastrophically rare furry W.
We're still waiting on those tapes to confirm if he was lying about his interview. In my opinion, I think he was definitely lying or exaggerating some parts severely. I think Hassan is getting very close to the finding out stage of his FAFO journey. Anyways, let's move on to Hassan calling out Ethan Klein. Says that he's a disgusting, despicable, immoral monster.
Remember when Ethan posted something from the Gaza Humanitarian Aid Foundation, by the way? Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. And added me the other day to be like, see, look at what your people are doing. Look at what your heroes are doing. Fucking asshole. Stupid fucking genocide lover. Narcissistic douchebag. Anyway, despicable. Disgusting. Immoral monster.
Jesus Christ, man, he is so mad. What the heck was that? Bro literally has steam coming out of his head like a cartoon character. And
I will say, the other day, I was really pissed off on stream, and I was going off on Poke for trying to snake me behind the scenes to Shinya. And Shinya's like a guy where, like, I don't tolerate anybody trying to fuck between me and his friendship, because we've both been through a lot of bullshit that is completely undeserved. Shinya got so much shit, like a year ago, for something that he didn't even fucking do. So when Poke tried to fuck between me and Shinya, bro, that pissed me the fuck off. Not to mention, like, when I met that dude, bro was 440 pounds, and I've helped that guy lose 80 fucking pounds so far. Right? Because at his age, at his pre-existing weight, he would have been dead at 38. Like, I was big mad.
Genocide lover is such an insane accusation. Keep in mind, Ethan has literally disavowed the tactics that Israel has been using. He's disavowed the Israeli government. He constantly bends over backwards to say that he supports Palestinians. The only problem Ethan has is people like you supporting the terrorist extremist side, being Hamas, obviously. And that's not a very radical of a take that, hey, I don't support terrorists, you know? Also, how are you calling Ethan a narcissistic douchebag? Ethan constantly admits he's wrong. He's even admitted he's wrong straight to your face. He cares about his employees all the time. We've seen him reimburse his employees when things go wrong, like iDubbbz's failed event. Yet you have the audacity to call him a narcissist who only cares about himself. Dude, Hassan is never beating the Epson Home Cinema 50/50 allegations. Literally a top-of-the-line premium projector, this guy. What did Hassan go to college for, by the way? Because it seems like he's got a degree in projection. Anyways, after this, Hassan calls out XQC. Quick recap if you missed last video. Basically, XQC called out Hassan for justifying violence. Hassan was justifying lighting people's cars on fire, and XQC rightfully pointed out that that was pretty insane. He pointed out that if Hassan's Porsche was on fire, or people were throwing bricks at him trying to kill him, he would in fact not be okay with it. In fact, he would cry and shit his Gucci pants, probably call it like a political attack or something like that. And the fact that XQC made a better political point than Hassan just kind of shows you how bad this guy.
Bro, XQC somehow even speaking English is like an amazing feat in and of itself. You know, every single time he drops the Quebecois and says a sentence that I can actually understand when he stops talking in moon runes, I'm like, oh man. But to land that and a reasonable take out of that guy's mouth, oh man, that's a 1 in a million. That's like winning the 5-star on a video game, bro. That's huge. 0.6% chance.
Is at politics. So anyways, in classic Hassan fashion, he got really mad about this. He also has this ongoing beef with XQC where he tries to pretend he's like his friend, but then he backstabs him over and over and over again, constantly taking sides against him every single time. And XQC, sorry to say, but he's kind of like a pushover in these situations. He always tries to renew friendships with Hassan and Pokimane, who shit on him constantly. And
yeah, it's insane.
Get shit on by Poke for years. I have X's back and say that Poke's a fucking snake, and X was right. Dude,
I'm not even a fan of XQC.
Dude, he's in his dark era. Like, come on, man. It really is a cycle, bro. It really is a cycle.
Both hate his guts secretly, and whenever they meet in person, they're always buddy-buddy, despite the fact that they like eat each other.
Pokimane had too much power for a while.
Their whole relationship.
Yeah.
Like, it was crazy how much power she had.
To make a big deal out of that, by the way, unironically, is now
like she was getting sponsors ripped from people.
Whose political coverage of Iran and Israel.
Oh, by the way, anybody who reacts to videos has been cloned. Anybody who talks about politics has been cloned. Anybody who says dude has been cloned. Anybody who says, and there it is, dude, has been cloned. Every single one. Every single one, bro. It is so gay, these people, bro. They're so desperate to try to.
Remember back in like 2015, 2016 when the React brothers tried to copyright the word react?
So is Nux an Asmon clone? Yeah, of course. Mudahar's an Asmon clone. Nux is an Asmon clone. I'm an Asmon clone. XQC's an Asmon clone. Ethan's an Asmon clone. Every single one of them.
Tensions heating.
God forbid I drink a Dr. Pepper. Thank God I have a Diet Coke.
A defense intelligence account posting AI photos and shit. And XQC can't even do what Asmongold is doing. And what Asmongold is doing is already fucking idiotic. And I guess there's a reason why no one with no one who is a serious person considers any of these people as like reliable sources of information.
Yeah.
So Asmon's really dumb, and XQC, he's dumb, and he can't even be as dumb as Asmon, and Asmon is already so dumb, and anybody who likes him, they're really dumb. Why? Cause I said so.
I flew up.
And I think they're big poo-poo heads. Good one, Hassan. You know what he sounded like doing that speech just now? You ever do what you
That's right. When I want a reliable source of information, I actually go to Hassan.
Let me go to Hassan to see which terrorist org is the coolest one to support. This one has a really cool gun on it.
I go to twitch.com and go to Hassan's stream. Dude, that's like saying when I want a glass of water, I jump into an active volcano. Not a single...
Yeah, I've seen this from Pegasus. I don't think I reacted to it. Maybe I did. Maybe last night. I don't remember.
Source of information. There's only 3 reasons you would ever...
I haven't even seen her in a while. Okay, she posted 2 days ago. Let's see.
Please make it stop. I seem to hear the same few World War II myths repeated everywhere I go, and since clearly I can't run from them any longer, it's time I face them head on. Today, we'll focus on 5 myths about the US Army in World War II, and if you have any interest in history, I can almost guarantee you've encountered some of these myths before. So fix bayonets and change out those skivvies, because today we're going on the offensive to put these myths to rest once and for all. Let's get right into it with the first myth. Myth number 1. The U.S. Army didn't fight in the Pacific.
I've never heard that, but they were in the Pacific. They would they fought on some of the islands by themselves without Marines, and sometimes they came in and replaced Marines. But yeah, they were in the Pacific.
When most people picture U.S. troops...
That movie Hacksaw Ridge, that was the Army in Okinawa, which is in the Pacific.
Fighting in the Pacific during World War II, they picture Marines. After all, the Marines handled the Pacific while the Army was busy fighting in Europe and North Africa, right?
No.
At maximum strength, the Marines fielded 6 divisions in the Pacific and Asia, amounting to somewhere around 250,000 Marines. The Army, on the other hand, fielded 22 divisions in that same region, plus...
This right here, this Statue of Liberty, that's the 77th. Desmond Doss from Hacksaw Ridge movie. He was there. I didn't know the Cav was there.
Additional combat groups, all of which added up to almost 2 million soldiers in theater. So not only was the Army present in the Pacific, but they vastly outnumbered the Marines, making the Army the primary U.S. land fighting force in the Pacific theater. Throughout the war in the Pacific, Army logistical troops worked hard to supply not only the enormous number of U.S. soldiers in theater, but also the Marine Corps, who relied almost entirely on the Army and Navy for logistical support. Army ground troops were landing on island after island and engaging in brutal fighting with the enemy. Army medical personnel were operating the majority of the field hospitals. The U.S. Army Air Forces were pouring it on the
Yeah, we also need to remember that there was no airborne at this point. It was the Army airborne. Just like how the Marines are part of the Navy. The Air Force was part of the Army. The Army was the one who bombed Japan.
Japanese from above. Army
With the nuke.
Dictating the strategy of the war. I could keep going on, but you get my point. Now, my intention here is in no way to discredit the contributions of the brave Marines who served in the Pacific during World War II. In fact, it's my opinion that the efforts of both the Army and the Marines are often underrepresented and not given the spotlight they deserve. Okay, so if the Army had more troops in the Pacific than the Marines and did more of the fighting, why do so many people associate the Devil Dogs with the Pacific Theater? Well, I think there are 4 main reasons for this. First, the Marines had better PR than the Army. Even during the war, many of the headlines about the Pacific focused on the Marines. The Marines had built up a reputation for being this elite outfit of fighters, and stories of this relatively small group of elite U.S. troops hammering the Japanese made for great reading on the home front. History News Network has a great article about the U.S. Army in the Pacific, and it includes some quotes from U.S. Army soldiers about the media frenzy surrounding the Marines at the time. U.S. Army Major General Oscar Griswold is quoted as saying, "Out here, mention is seldom seen of the achievements of the Army ground troops, whereas the Marines are blown up to the skies." There was even one junior officer in the U.S. Army who wrote this in a letter to his family. "The Marines are so hopped up with their publicity. Someone has to fight them, and I'm the guy. Our men are getting awfully tired of reading about the exploits of the Marines out here. We have been able on many occasions to identify pictures of Marines in action as being pictures of Army troops. The standing joke now is that the Marines' secret weapon is the Army. Second, the Marines led the charge in many of the most...
The Battle of Peleliu, which is a battle that I studied a lot about, the Marines were so devastated that across, I think, like 3,000 to 5,000 Marines that were there were devastated down to only like a few hundred Marines left. They had to be completely replaced with the Army, and the Army had to complete that takeover.
Famous battles, taking very high casualties in the process. The Marines didn't get all this focus on them for nothing. While it's true that the Army did more of the overall fighting in the Pacific, the Marines spearheaded many of the most well-known landings. U.S. Marines landed in the first waves at Guadalcanal, Peleliu, Tarawa, Iwo Jima, Okinawa, and more. Obviously, that was incredibly dangerous, and this led to the Marines having a much higher casualty rate than the U.S. Army overall. These large-scale operations
Yeah, the first Marine Division almost got entirely wiped out at the Battle of Peleliu.
Naturally made lots of headlines, and even though the Army was involved in all of those operations, the focus was often put on the Marines who led the charge. Third, the Pacific was the Marines' primary focus during the war, while the Army was also fighting in Western Europe, the Mediterranean, and North Africa. There were exceptions, but the Marines were almost exclusively involved in fighting the Japanese during the war, while the Army was also fighting Germany and Italy. Given what we've covered about how much the public heard about the Marines fighting in the Pacific, it makes sense that many people started to associate the Marines with fighting the Japanese and the Army with fighting the other Axis countries. And fourth, Hollywood loves the Marines. I mean, who could blame them? The Marines are badass and they fought in a lot of high-profile battles. But there's been way more media produced over the years about the Marines fighting in the Pacific than the Army. Gung-Ho, Sands of Iwo Jima, the Pacific, Flags of Our Fathers.
I like the Pacific. It's not as good as Band of Brothers, because Band of Brothers focused on one specific outfit, which was Easy Company's 501st 101st Airborne. Whereas the Pacific follows 3 Marines across multiple different stories. You start off with Robert Leckie, then you jump to John Basilone for about an episode or 2, then you go back to Leckie, then you follow Eugene Sledge, then you follow Robert Leckie for a whole episode, then you go back to Sledge to finish off the series. And they had an anchor Marine that connected them. It was Sidney Phillips, who was a childhood friend of Sledge's and served in the same company but a different platoon to Robert Leckie.
And Wind Talkers are just a few famous examples.
Nicolas Cage!
The
Is that Ryan Reynolds?
And Wind Talkers are just a few famous
That's Ryan fucking Reynolds!
examples from the big screen. The US Army and the Marines both contributed heavily to the fighting in the Pacific, so next time you hear someone repeat this myth that the Marines did it all, make sure to set them straight. This next myth is so popular that I often hear people talk about it like it's just common knowledge. Myth number 2, the US Sherman tanks sucked in comparison to the superior German tanks.
If I remember correctly, oh no, I think I'm thinking of submarines, but I don't think there's any German tanks operational. I could be wrong. I know there's not any submarines operational. The only one that we know that still exists is currently in like Chicago.
People often imagine
because we
the
stole it.
M4 Sherman as this puny little tank that was far outclassed by German tanks and turned into a flaming death trap anytime you shot at it. And frankly, I won't stand for this Sherman tank slander any longer. Sure, the Sherman tank wasn't perfect, but it was one of the most effective and impactful tank designs in history. I think there are 3 main reasons why the Sherman tank is so widely discredited these days. I'm not planning to have a list of reasons for every myth, that's just how it's working out so far. First, many people only focus on early versions of the Sherman, which did have some issues. The biggest issue people tend to focus on is their reputation for catching fire when they were hit by the enemy. This was somewhat of a problem early on, but the military fixed it relatively quickly by moving the ammo racks and adding wet ammo stowage. Wet stowage refers to liquid-filled bladders that would help prevent fires if the ammo racks were hit. This didn't make it impossible for Shermans to catch fire, but it significantly reduced burn rates. Even before that change though, Shermans didn't really burn at a way higher rate than other tanks of the period like many people think. That problem certainly wasn't unique to the Sherman. Plus, a penetrating hit bad enough to set the ammo on fire likely would have put the tank out of action even if it didn't catch fire. Later versions of the Sherman also had thicker armor and other improvements that helped even more. Even among Shermans that did burn during the war, the crew members were often able to safely bail out before the flames consumed the tank. Especially with those changes made during the war, Sherman tanks weren't Tommy cookers like many people say any more than German tanks were kraut roasters. Second, people put too much emphasis on tank versus tank comparisons. Don't get me wrong, just like any other World War II nerd, I love looking at the stats of one tank in comparison to another because I find it interesting, but these comparisons are basically useless at determining how effective a tank was on the battlefield. Despite what some people may imagine, tank strategy during World War II did not consist of each side sending their best tank to duel it out in the town square at high noon.
What a shame. What a shame.
Tanks often worked hand in hand with the infantry to assault enemy positions, and even though, of course, tanks did encounter other tanks at times, enemy tanks only made up about 15% of the targets fired upon by US tanks during the war, according to a US Army report. The majority of targets were things like buildings, fortifications, enemy personnel, anti-tank guns, other vehicles, etc. In addition to the fact that it was somewhat rare for these tanks to actually be duking it out with one another, these comparisons are often super unrealistic and stacked against the Sherman. Oh, you're telling me the Sherman medium tank had thinner armor and a smaller gun than the German King Tiger heavy tank? Well, that must mean the Sherman was a terrible design. Sorry, I'm kind of laying the sarcasm on thick today, but that is a real conclusion I see people make from that comparison, and it's just nonsense. Many of the tanks that the Sherman is often directly compared to were not in the same class and were not frequently encountered by Shermans. For example, many people say there are only 3 verified cases of US troops encountering German Tiger 1s from Normandy through the end of the war. Those numbers are really hard to hammer down though because US troops were really bad at identifying German tanks and would often report other German tanks as being Tigers. In any case, German heavy tanks like Tigers and even Panthers weren't all that common on the battlefield, and comparing them directly to the Sherman in the ways that many people do is just silly. Medium tanks like the Sherman were built for mobility and support, not for tank duels. The German heavies were behemoths built around a completely different doctrine. Now that I think about it, maybe we should have designed some other type of vehicle designed specifically to destroy those German tanks. We could call it like a destroyer tank or something along those lines.
Oh, wait.
Nah, that's a stupid idea. It makes a bit more sense to compare the Sherman to something a bit more common and similar, like the Panzer IV, but even then, it's not like those tanks were dueling all the time or something. And third, the Sherman's German counterparts have developed larger-than-life reputations. In addition to German heavy tanks not being super common on the battlefield, they often weren't that great. In fact, that's one of the reasons they weren't all that common on the battlefield. They often didn't even make it there due to mechanical failure. The Sherman was a great vehicle that was fairly reliable and easy to maintain. While the US was making simple, practical tanks that were effective on the battlefield, the Germans were busy trying to design the largest and most complicated tanks in history. And believe it or not, it didn't exactly pay off for them. People often share these sayings like, the Tiger was as good as 5 Shermans, but the Americans always had 6 of them. There's even an entire subreddit called r/Sherman Economy dedicated to tracking these wild comparisons of how many Shermans equal 1 German tank. Here in the real world, the later war variants of the Shermans with 76mm guns had plenty of power to knock out those big bad German tanks, and in many cases, even the 75mm guns were plenty to do the job depending on the circumstance. I even found one period report of a measly M8 Greyhound knocking out a German Tiger tank with its 37mm gun. Although, like I said, US troops were notoriously bad at identifying German tank models, so it could have been something else. These German tanks are often viewed as superior to Shermans today, but even a German Tiger tank with an 88mm gun didn't have the range to knock out US tanks from the ditch that it broke down in 10 miles behind the line. So no, the Sherman tank did not suck. It wasn't made to max out its dueling stats on paper. It was made to win the war. The Sherman was versatile, reliable, easy to produce and maintain, and just overall more effective than most of the German tanks that people put on a pedestal today. Real quick, if you guys are enjoying this, check right now to make sure you're subscribed to World War Wisdom so you don't miss more videos like this. Okay, now let's keep cruising along with the next myth. Myth number 3. The US Army banned camo uniforms because they were too similar to the German camouflage. According to this myth, the US Army issued out camo uniforms to some soldiers in Europe, but then had to stop using the uniforms entirely due to a high number of reported friendly fire incidents in which US troops shot their own comrades who were wearing camouflage because they thought they were Germans. To bust this myth, let's break it down into smaller pieces. First, did the Army issue camouflage uniforms in Europe? Yes. A test batch of frogskin camo fatigues were issued out to some US soldiers in the summer of 1944. These uniforms were mainly used by troops in the 2nd Armored Division, but they were also used by some troops in the 2nd and 30th Infantry Divisions. To be clear, these were not the same as the iconic camouflage uniforms worn by Marines in the Pacific. Okay, next, were US troops being mistaken for Germans because of these uniforms and shot by friendlies? No. We have no evidence that this ever happened to anyone. Now, of course, with all the fighting that was going on, it's impossible for me to conclusively say that this never once happened, but there were never any reports of this, and it definitely didn't happen on a large scale like some people think. The YouTube channel World War II TV has a great video discussing this myth, and in their video, they mentioned that there were reports of friendly fire incidents caused by US uniforms that looked like German ones, but not the camo fatigues. Reportedly, there were friendly fire incidents in Normandy caused by the new solid-colored dark green fatigue uniforms and possibly the M43 field jacket as well. The darker color and longer cut of these uniforms made them look much more like the German uniforms than the previous M41 jacket, which was easily recognizable due to its light color and waist length. And finally, did the Army have to stop using these uniforms due to reports of friendly fire incidents? Absolutely not. Like we covered, not only were there no reports of friendly fire incidents caused by these uniforms, there were reported incidents caused by other uniforms, and they didn't pull those ones from service. So if it wasn't friendly fire that killed these camo uniforms, why did they stop using them? Well, the real answer is far less exciting. The uniforms faded and wore out quickly. They were more complicated and expensive to make than the solid color fatigues. But most importantly, the camo pattern used on these uniforms just wasn't very effective, with some even saying it made soldiers more visible to the enemy. So why use
Yeah, like the ones we used in Iraq and Afghanistan in the mid-2000s until about 2017.
When that batch of uniforms got wore out,
It blends in with the gravel road.
wearing standard uniforms. It wasn't that the Army pulled these uniforms from the front. They just tested one batch of them and decided not to pursue issuing them on a wider scale. You can see how this myth became so prevalent. Those US camo uniforms do kind of resemble some of the German camouflage patterns, but that just had nothing to do with why they stopped using them during the war. This next myth is one that could apply to a lot of other conflicts as well, but let's cover how it relates to World War II. Myth number 4. The airborne and other elite Army units did all the heavy lifting.
No, they
The
didn't.
Airborne, the Rangers, the 1st Special Service Force.
They did a lot, but they didn't do most of it. Everybody had their part to play. Airborne jumped in behind enemy lines to take out some artillery shells during Normandy to make sure that our guys wouldn't be blasted.
Clearly, these are the elite troops that won the war by themselves. Forget about the other 99% of the U.S. Army. Now, I won't pretend not to understand why so much focus is put on these specialized World War II units, even though they made up such a small percentage of the fighting force. They were unique. They're super interesting. Of course, a unit like the 101st Airborne Division, who were specially trained to jump out of planes, used custom-made gear and equipment, and took part in some of the war's most famous battles, is going to stand out from the Army's 68 Standard Infantry Divisions. Those Standard Infantry Divisions can all start to blend together in some people's mind, but they were the backbone of the U.S. Army. From the Philippines to Sicily to the Hurtgen Forest, conventional U.S. GIs were face-to-face with the enemy day in and day out, mounting attacks, repelling enemy assaults, and just holding the line. The specialized units I mentioned were often reserved and sent out on specific missions, and because of that, they get a lot more attention than the regular GIs who were out living on the line. The Airborne, for example, made up around 18% of the U.S. troops who invaded occupied France on D-Day, and as more and more soldiers poured into the beaches in the following days, that percentage dropped significantly. Those paratroopers had a very important and dangerous job, but that job wasn't to go win the war by themselves or something. I think in some people's mind, the Airborne has started to outshine the rest of the Army troops who took part in that battle. The Airborne kicked open the door to France so the rest of the Army could pour in and get in the fight. It's a similar story with the Army Rangers. They also had very crucial and dangerous missions on D-Day, and they fought bravely, suffering many casualties in the process. The Rangers were an even smaller force, though, making up roughly 1% of the U.S. Army troops who landed on D-Day. Similar to what we covered with the Marines, the inflated perception of these units is in large part due to pop culture overexposure. In addition to just being unique, these units and the missions they took part in often lend themselves perfectly to creating narratives for books, movies, and video games. A relatively small, specialized group taking on a dangerous, high-risk mission that can be resolved fairly quickly is like the perfect narrative formula. Making an interesting movie about a run-of-the-mill infantry division that's slogging it out on the front lines for months on end can be a bit more difficult. But those divisions are the ones who are out there getting the job done. I used the common examples of the Airborne and the Rangers, and
This is the Filthy 13. This is Jake McNasty's group.
it's no coincidence that Band of Brothers and Saving Private Ryan, two of the most popular depictions of World War II ever created, focus on those units. Don't get me wrong, those are some of my all-time favorites, but they definitely elevated those units over some others in many people's minds. Maybe someday I'll make a super accurate World War II movie about some unassuming kid who gets drafted into a unit you've never heard of and then becomes like a typist or something like that was very logistically important, but also...
There was a guy, I don't remember what the unit was, but it had a rainbow patch. He was a cook, and he was awarded the Medal of Honor. You can watch it on Netflix's Medal of Honor series, if it's still on Netflix. I kind of wish they had made more seasons. They only made one and had, like, I think 6 to 8 episodes, so it followed a few of them. And 2 of them were from the same battle. But they told us about this guy. He's a master sergeant, was a cook, and held off an entire, like, location from the Germans for, like, 2 days straight.
super boring. Something tells me that probably would not sell too many tickets, but hey, who knows? Personally, I don't see any issue depicting these specialized units because they are very interesting and they deserve all the credit they get. Let's just remember to give the rest of the Army who did the brunt of the fighting the credit they deserve as well. Conventional troops may not have always had the spotlight on them, but at the end of the day, the bravery and heroism exhibited by these GIs and conventional troops from other nations is what secured victory for the Allies. Let's move on to the final myth for today, and I'm always surprised at how popular this one is. Myth number 5. Women could not serve in the U.S. Army.
They were part of the Nurse Corps
During World War II. A lot of people are familiar with Rosie the Riveter and the many U.S. women who worked tirelessly in factories to support our troops overseas, but I've found that far fewer people realize that some of those troops overseas were also women. That's right, women served in every branch of the U.S. military.
They weren't in combat, but they were secretaries, typists, paralegals, nurses, mainly nurses. They worked on the radios. They were mechanics too. A lot of the vehicles that were driven around were built by women.
During World War II, with over 350,000 women joining the military before the end of the war.
See?
These women didn't serve in combat roles.
They also made munitions. They helped make the weapons and the ammo that were used in the war, because all the men were currently overseas.
But they did fill many crucial logistical and support jobs. Another version of this myth I hear is that women could only serve as nurses during the war, and while that is one of the many important jobs that they filled, that isn't even close to the only one. I know this video is about army myths, but why don't we quickly go through the important jobs that women filled in each branch. The U.S. Coast Guard had the SPARS, which stands for Semper Paratus Always Ready. Women in the SPARS often served as photographers, cooks, pharmacy assistants, and drivers, among other jobs. The Navy had the Navy Nurse Corps and the WAVES, which stands for Women Accepted for Volunteer Emergency Service. Hats off to whoever came up with that catchy name. WAVES were often tasked with clerical work, storekeeping, weather forecasting, navigation, hospital work, engineering, and more. Next is the Marine Corps, who had the Marine Corps Women's Reserve, or MCWR.
John Bassilone's wife, who he married like 6 months before he died, was a Marine. She was a sergeant in the Marine Corps.
I guess they didn't get the memo about catchy abbreviations. They often filled clerical roles as well as trade and mechanical roles, such as aircraft maintenance, among other things. The Army Air Forces had the WASPs, or the Women's Air Force Service Pilot.
That's a cool-ass name.
These pilots often ferried aircraft, towed targets for gunnery training, and served as instrument instructors. And finally, the Army had the Army Nurse Corps and the WAC, for Women's Army Corps. WACs filled a wide variety of roles like switchboard operators, mechanics, postal clerks, drivers, typists, and medical personnel, just to name a few. These jobs were not combat roles, but many of them were still very dangerous. Hundreds of women lost their lives while serving in World War II, some from accidents like plane crashes, while others were killed by enemy fire due to their close proximity to the front line. Additionally, more than 80 nurses were taken prisoner by the enemy during the war. 3 years after the war, in 1948, the Women's Armed Services Integration Act was signed into law. This act formally allowed women to enlist as full permanent members in all branches of the military. I think sometimes people hear that date and assume that before that was passed, women couldn't serve in the military or could only serve as nurses, not realizing the many women who served in auxiliary and reserve roles during World War II.
I think it was around the same time, like, not only did they integrate women into the armed forces, they also desegregated the armed forces as well. I think that was right around that time as well.
So if you ever hear someone saying that U.S. women couldn't serve in the military during World War II, make sure to set them straight and be sure to hit them with some of those fun acronyms while you're at it. Hopefully those explanations help to dispel some of those myths.
Okay. What's this? Okay, we got the Space Force, the Army. I think that's the Navy right there. That's Army right there. Maybe that's the Air Force. Oh, is this the band? Oh, this is the band. Okay, this is the Army band. I was like, what the fuck am I looking at? Hey, the Redcoats. That's not us. Oh, that's a lot of people. It's a big ass color guard. And they're across multiple branches. There's Marines, Army, Navy. I wonder what this is for. Parade should be starting soon, in about like 12 minutes. Is it 6 p.m. their time, or is it 6 p.m. Central? Is it Eastern time? Is that what it's called? Eastern time? 6 p.m. Eastern?
We see President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump entering the area where the passenger view is taking place. So let's listen in as the newly incoming president does his official inspection of the U.S. military forces.
It's going to be a long inspection. President's song. Admiral, why are you looking around? You know better than that. Interesting. The No Kings people are here. We got Chuck Schumer and Amy Klobuchar. Fucking hypocrites.
Back the next.
What was that? Did I sync the wrong audio? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Looking at the Army band. I will admit the Army band's uniform doesn't look too bad. I'm not a fan of the red on the covers, but everything else looks pretty good. Now we're looking at the Marine Corps. And the Navy. I guess the Honor Guard or Color Guard. I don't know. It's a whole lot of flags. Probably Honor Guard. We got the Air Force. And finally, the Space Force. The branch created under Trump's first term. Oh, no, wait, who the fuck are these guys? Oh, it's the Coast Guard! That's cool. Wasn't expecting the Coast Guard here. They didn't show them. They showed the Space Force. And then you got Redcoats. Fucking Redcoats. Simple walk by. It looks good. All looking great. What kind of about face was that? What is happening? I'm so confused. The marching looks good, though. Yankee Doodle? Wasn't expecting Yankee fucking Doodle. Interesting. I mean, that was cool. Golly. Okay, they got there's a soldier on one side and a Marine on the other with the rifles. The rank on the Space Force ones are weird. They're like a hexagon. And then there's the rank. What was that all about? There's a prelude to the parade, I guess? Wait, this is from January of 2025. What? That's not even today. This is from when he was inaugurated. I was wondering why, like, I just thought Melania just put the same outfit on. I didn't even notice it says 20 January. Or are they just playing this for shits and giggles and then we're going to get the parade after? If not, I've got a second video up showing what I think is the parade. It's just tanks right now. Like, there's nothing going on. I say it's just like a static photo. Okay, the parade hasn't started yet. I'll be honest, I thought I woke up late. I was expecting the parade to be about like noon, but it's 5 o'clock my time, 6 o'clock theirs. Oh, I think it's starting. I think it's starting. I'll be honest, if I was still in the army, I would have loved to have participated as one of like the different era soldiers walking through. I would have said like, hey, can I be a World War II soldier? Just dress up as a World War II soldier. I'll wear the Boondockers, I don't care. Aren't we starting with the Revolutionary, though, or are we ending with the Revolutionary? Excuse me. Here they come. They're still far enough away that you can see mirages. Must be a very hot day. Well, it is middle of fucking June. I gotta rep my my branch. It's my branch's birthday today. Bro, you're taking a fucking selfie. And you're doing kissy face. What the fuck? Oh no, I see him, I see him. I see the revolutionaries. They're behind the band. Okay. So I guess these are like generals walking forward and then... fuck.
In the fires of revolution.
Fuck, excuse me?
On today's front lines of freedom. Before there was a nation, there was the United States Army. From the hallowed ground of Yorktown's first stand to the unwavering readiness at Fort Bragg today. And onward to West Point's next generation of leaders. For 250 years, one force has stood ready. Unshaken, unmatched, unbreakable.
I mean, we got to do this again in October for the Navy and in November for the Marine Corps because they're also turning 250 this year.
250th Anniversary Parade.
See the evolution of their uniforms and their everything.
Our joint forces. Please welcome the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane. Joining us, the Secretary of the Army. Please welcome the Honorable Daniel P. Driscoll.
They've been doing a good job for my boys and my girls. Those are my brothers and sisters.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Secretary of Defense, the
Pete
Honorable
Hegseth.
Pete Hegseth.
Him in those shoes. He always rocks those shoes. Is that a camo tie? It is! I didn't know they made ties like that.
President of the United States, J.D. Vance, accompanied by the Second Lady of the United States, Usha Vance, and their 3 children.
Our proud Marine. What the fuck just happened? Okay. The first Marine Vice President. Also, can't forget he's an E4. The Mafia approves. The Mafia has infiltrated the top levels of government. Work on your shit. Here comes our president.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. and First Lady Melania Trump.
Yeah, that video was just fucking 5 months off. Why the fuck were they re-showing that? Granted, I didn't see it when he was elected. I did stream his election. Fire! Oh. I would have loved to have had a 250 badge. I'm a veteran of the U.S. Army. Can I get a 250 badge? Fire! And the people in the background chanting USA.
Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, would you please rise for the singing of our national anthem?
It's like the 4th time I've heard the national anthem today. Is there going to be a singer, or is it just going to be the band? Here they come. Hegseth is fucking stiff and erect like a soldier. Like he's stiffing it out. Don't lock your knees, Hegseth. We know you were a major. People that are wearing their hats shouldn't have been. You're supposed to take your hat off when you hear the national anthem. The only people who are allowed to wear it were the soldiers.
Before we even had a country, we had an army.
They started as a small, unorganized group of shop owners and farmers, but they fought the most powerful army in the entire world to a standstill in Concord, Lexington, and Bunker Hill.
Stop.
Then our
clipping.
Continental Congress chose George Washington as general of our Continental Army.
But it wasn't until 1 year later, on July 4th, 1776, that news arrived of the signing of our Declaration of Independence.
Now we had a new army and a new nation.
With little gunpowder, no shoes, bloody feet, wasn't until 1 year later, cannons, little training, and even
Hang on, I'm switching to a different one because this one's clipping.
1776, that news arrived of the signing of our Declaration of Independence.
Now we had a new army and a new nation.
There we go. It's not clipping anymore.
With little gunpowder, no shoes, bloody feet, few cannons, little training, and even less food.
Valley Forge started in December. They went into winter camp in December of 1777. Approximately 2,000 Americans died that winter of disease.
They lived through hell, but they never ever gave up. Not this army, not this first American army.
Finally, Washington and his army arrived. Here at Yorktown, where they had General Cornwallis and his powerful British army trapped in this city against the sea.
All of the preparation.
The French were in the ocean. The Americans were on land. They were cornered.
Needs its full force here at Yorktown, and he employs it brilliantly.
Sailing from the Caribbean, the French Navy arrived and took on the British fleet.
Washington decided to make his move. Our men began digging to get closer and closer to the fort, finally getting within rifle and cannon range. Naturally, George Washington chose to set off our first cannon shot.
The British had two small forts in front of the main fort. They were called redoubts 9 and 10.
Then, on the moonless night of October 14th, the American and French forces attacked the redoubts. The hand-to-hand combat with bayonets, knives, and fists was bloody, to say the least. But within an hour, we were victorious.
And as the sun came up the next day, Cornwallis looked out and realized he was in serious trouble. So he prepared an all-out, desperate counterattack.
It didn't work, and the British were forced to surrender.
We were supposed to lose to the best army and the largest and most professional navy in the world.
But our young army had won the war and our freedom. The freedom we hold so dear. And 250 years later, for what started as a ragtag group of shop owners, has now become the most powerful army in the world.
Today, many things are very different from that army here at Yorktown, but one thing remains the same. An undying passion, guts, and love for our country remains deep in the heart of today's army. When I look into their faces, you can see it. That will never change. God bless the United States Army, and God bless the United States of America.
About to see the our boys from the 1770s. Left, right, left, 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 right, left. Is that a fucking 4-star general? 2 of them? 3 or 4, I don't know. The army of the free, count the brave, count the true. For a second there, I thought this was the Marine Corps hymn. Why is it only coming out of one headphone? Now it's coming out of the left one. Awesome. It's the Army song. Yeah, I had to learn that song when I was in basic. Nice. There we go. I can't hear the guy on the mic. The cheering is so goddamn loud. That's Yankee Doodle again. Can we get back down? Can we please get back down to the parade? What am I looking at? What am I looking at? So we're airborne jumping in? Are they surfing in? Are they air surfing? Now we're back to the Civil War. Why are they not in step? This looks like the uniform I wore. Oh, the guys from Fort Carson, okay. I'm looking at a whole bunch of shit that's not the parade. Oh, the cavalry. These are guys saying it's not a Fort Hood. Who's ever messing with the fucking mic over there at Forbes? Knock it off. I saw these guys occasionally when I was going to work when I was at Hood.
From Fort Cavazos, Texas, home of legends, the 1st Cavalry Division rise to thrive. Born from the founder of the 1st Cavalry Division of the Civil War, the 1st team forged its reputation on the front lines of history. Facing Armadillo at the Flying Cavalry, charging with the IEA.
That road's gonna be full of shit, I guarantee it. Horses walking shit at the same time. I have seen this carriage many a time when I was at Hood. Can we stay on the fucking parade? What is happening? Oh, Lockheed Martin. They gonna fly a plane? Ooh. What now? Why is nobody showing the fucking parade? We're about to see some soldiers in World War I outfits? Okay, so I got another one pulled up, and I see him in a Model T. There's a soldier in a Model T right now. Is that all we're getting from the World War I guy? Is a guy in a Model T? Forbes is delayed. There they are! God damn, I was wondering where they were. Why are we cutting back? Stay on the parade, for fuck's sake. That's a cool-ass car, though. A 1918? I thought it was a Model T, but they said it's a Dodge. Look at them holding the 1908s. Oh, that's right. That's the rainbow one I was talking about. So it's 42nd. Okay. I mentioned that like an hour ago. They're still active today. That's because the 82nd back in World War I was an infantry division. Get in step, guy! Soup sandwich. Soup sandwich here too. Come on, you're better than this. Cover and alignment, march and step. They're from Fort Sill? Okay. Oh, now we're in World War II. As I said, if I was still in the Army and I had the ability to volunteer for this, I would have requested a World War II uniform. Are those B-29s? Ain't no fucking way. And Mustangs? look at him. Oh, classic Jeep. You could literally, with like a wrench, take this whole thing apart and put it back together. Hey, come on, Trump. I like you, but bring me back. Give me back the boys. Give me back the boys. There we go. The boys. This is the music that played during Band of Brothers. Are we about to see the 101? Why were we playing the opening of Band of Brothers? Oh, the 82nd. It's back. Unless you got the 101 out there. Oh, wait. Nope, that's still 82nd. My right ear entirely shut out. I can't hear out of my right ear. There it is. There it goes again. I don't know if I'm losing my mind or if it's just the video. Oh, a drill sergeant. Hey, buddy. Yeah, there's the 101. Yeah, it's just this video that's cutting out of my right ear. This is still World War II or is this Korea? Nope, it's World War II still. Riding around in a Sherman! I ain't gonna lie, I'm kind of jealous. That seems like it'd be fun to ride in. You mean to tell me they're not gonna ride in with a ship that tank is called Sugar? Where's In the Mood? Half track. That's pretty cool. Seeing a half track is cool.
think I've seen these, but they were at the museum on Fort Hood. There's like I think there's a couple museums. We got a helicopter style museum at Fort Hood, like right next to the main gate. Oh, that's cool. They're towing one? Oh, we jump up to Korea? Yep. Is it my headphones or is it just the video?
During this war, the United States deployed approximately 6 million military forces.
Yeah, it's just this video. Now we get to see the boys rocking the Korean fit. I feel like there shouldn't be a lot for the Korean one. It only lasted a few years, and because it was so hilly, really the only thing you're going to get is, like, horses. Maybe they'll pull up a recoilless rifle? Like, they'll tow a recoilless one, but I'm not necessarily expecting them to be... Can we get the fuck away from the audience? Give me back the guys. That's not what I fucking meant. Thank you. Okay, so we are getting Jeeps. I 100% have seen this. He's literally just got the windshield put down. That's it. I mean, maybe it's slightly bigger than the ones in World War II, but there's not much different. Now we're in Vietnam. This is a war my grandmother's husband was in. He's not really my grandfather, but he fought in this war. I'm surprised these choppers still fly. This was a new way of cavalry flying in Vietnam. This was how the cavalry worked in Vietnam. We're gonna get to see some truly green uniforms. Show me the boys. There they are. Told you, a whole lot of green. Why the fuck are you holding your rifle like this? That's not how you do that. I'm confused. Why are people holding their rifles so, like, straight-armed? 45 degrees, guys. 45 degrees. Carrying around a good old M16. There we go. It's clipping. Little fuck. Here. Gulf War. Third video I've had to switch off of. No!
When Saddam Hussein's Iraq invaded Kuwait in August 19,
God, that mustache.
the U.S. Army deployed to Saudi Arabia to deter further Iraqi aggression in the region for what was known as Operation Desert Shield. By the fall, more than 750,000 troops comprising U.S. service members and coalition partners from more than 30 countries had assembled in the Saudi Arabian desert. In mid-January 1991, the U.S.-led coalition began Operation Desert Storm, which kicked off with an intensive air campaign designed to knock out key Iraqi infrastructure and weaken Iraqi forces. The ground offensive was launched in early 1991, where military forces overwhelmingly destroyed enemy tanks and vehicles. After only 100 hours of ground combat, coalition troops liberated Kuwait, and the Gulf War ended with Iraq's surrender.
After that, it should be the GWAT, which is my brother and mine's generation.
From Fort Riley, Kansas, this is the 1st Infantry Division, one of the Army's most storied divisions. Nicknamed the Big Red One because of the distinctive red on their unit patch. As the oldest
Oh, we're still here with Gulf.
the U.S. Army, the unit has participated in every major operation since World War I, living up to its motto, no mission too difficult, no sacrifice too great, duty first. The 1st Infantry Division was originally established as the 1st Expeditionary Division in 1917 and spearheaded the American Expeditionary Forces in France during World War I. In World War II, the Fighting First stormed Omaha Beach on D-Day and liberated Nazi concentration camps. The highly decorated unit has had 37 members of the Big Red One awarded the Medal of Honor. In Washington, D.C., the 1st Division Monument stands in President's Park, memorializing those who died while serving in the 1st Infantry Division. Ladies and gentlemen, they are the Big Red One, the 1st Infantry Division. More military rolling stock. During Operation Desert Storm, the M2 Bradley fighting vehicle proved its value on the battlefield. It is fast, it is tough, and it is lethal. Named for General Omar Bradley, a leader for Point's famed class of 1916, the Bradley was built to carry troops into combat with protection and power. Armed with a 25mm chain-driven cannon and twin tube-launched optically tacked wire-guided missiles, it played a critical role in clearing the way during the ground assault into Iraq. While the Paladin looks and sounds like a tank, it is technically a self-propelled howitzer and was first introduced back in the 1960s. Over the years, it's been upgraded to perform in versatile battlefields from Vietnam to the Soviet Union to Iraq.
Should be nearing the most recent people, the most recent era. Is that Dana White? Okay. The most recent era of soldiers, which is my era and my brother's era.
In the Gulf War, no division hit harder or moved faster than the 1st Armored. The 1st Armored Division, nicknamed Old Ironsides, is the oldest, most recognizable armored division in the United States Army. As part of the buildup for World War II, cavalry and reconnaissance units were brought together.
This guy's not marching in step. What the fuck?
In 1940. In the Gulf War, no division hit harder or moved faster than the 1st Armored. Old Ironsides really led the way. During Desert Storm, they engaged in some of the largest tank battles in Army history that were decisive victories, shattering enemy formations. Based in Fort Bliss, Texas, America's Tank Division is currently supporting missions in 20 countries across 5 continents. From World War II to today, Old Ironsides remains battle-proven and always ready.
It's the not staying in step for me that's pissing me off.
First used in Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm, the M119 howitzer brought precision firepower to the front lines. Lighter and more mobile
It's a whole lot of
than
tanks.
artillery, it was built for the infantry brigade, able to fire high into the air or directly at the target depending on the mission. Whether used in battery formation or as a standalone support weapon, the M119 delivered reliable, responsible fire when it mattered most. Still in service today, including on the front lines in Ukraine, it remains a trusted part of the Army's arsenal.
Should be nearing the end of the parade. Can't believe that I didn't know what time it started. I thought it was like an early morning thing.
Special thanks to our sponsor, UFC.
What? Dana White's there.
On September 11, 2000.
Oh, now we're here. Here we are. The global war. GWAT.
Trade Center in New York City and struck the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. using commercial airliners. In response, the U.S. launched the global war on terrorism. The U.S. would stop potential threats around the world and take the fight to terrorist groups and the nations that back them.
Did they really pull out the old uniforms?
Forces to Afghanistan to destroy Osama bin Laden's Al-Qaeda terrorist organization and depose his sponsors, the ruling Taliban. The 2003 President Bush expanded the war to Iraq. Soldiers and other armed services overthrew Iraq's dictator Saddam Hussein. The fight to stabilize Iraq and prevent terrorist groups from overthrowing its new government continues to this day. The campaign in Afghanistan lasted until 2021 when U.S. forces withdrew and the Taliban returned to power. Over the course of the two-decade conflict, over 2 million servicemen and women, less % of the American population deployed in support of the global war on terrorism. Most of those who served were members of the United States Army.
Barracuda? I don't think I can play this. I can't listen to Barracuda, so I'll pull up a protected song. Hold up, hold up, hold up. I actually skipped a song, but I like this song, so we'll play it. It's very loud. Still playing? Yep. This is copyright-free music. I can't let... We're not going to sit in silence either. Because I'm not going to let Barracuda get me fucking, like, copyright noticed. Are we not going to... Well, still in the tanks. Are we not going to pull out the old, the gravel camo? It's still playing. Still playing. It's still playing. I don't remember this song being that long. But it just happened. That was weird.
The global war on terrorism saw the introduction of a range of new technologies on the battlefield. The 8-wheeled Stryker Armored Combat Vehicle is the first new military vehicle to enter service in the U.S. Army since the Abrams tank back in the 1980s. The vehicle was developed to fill a gap in the Army's inventory between a lighter infantry and heavy armored unit. The Stryker Armored Combat Vehicle enables the team to maneuver in close and urban terrain.
Oh, is this third Cav?
In open terrain and transport infantry quickly to critical battlefield positions. The first Stryker vehicles were fielded back in 2002 with the first Stryker Brigade combat team.
It is. It's third Cav.
In 2003.
Is it third? 3-Corps, 1st Battalion, 3rd Cav? Is that what that's supposed to mean? I think this is also protect copyrighted songs. Still going. Is that the Rangers? Oh yeah, those are the Rangers. Berets? Holy fuck, it's the Green Berets.
Today's Rangers Regiment is the Army's premier direct action raid force. It is always combat ready, mentally and physically tough, and prepared to fight our country's adversaries. The U.S. Army Special Operations Command is an elite group of individuals trained to lead and succeed in protecting the country from their threats. Composed of 5 units with unique specialties, Special Operations works in small tactical teams, taking on the most challenging and sensitive missions. Military legends to service members and civilians alike, they take on terrorists through quiet guerrilla war-style missions in foreign countries. Ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. Army's Special Forces.
Even the Green Berets aren't in step. The fuck, guys?
The Stryker Brigade Combat Team combines the capacity for rapid deployment with survivability and tactical mobility. Adaptability, continuous transformation to overcome our enemies is vital. Fighting an elusive enemy in distant places and at home requires new tools such as unmanned aerial vehicles for surveillance and the Blue Force tracker to see real-time details of troop movements. The United States does not face the challenging international environment alone. Our network of allies and partners is an advantage that our adversaries can never hope to match. Over 80 nations have fought alongside the United States or assisted in during the global war on terrorism. The 10th Mountain Division's climb to glory began with its establishment as the 10th Light Division in July 1943, the only one of its size in the U.S. military to receive specialized training for fighting in mountainous conditions. After periods spent in active as a training division and as a standard infantry division, the unit returned to its roots in 1985 when it regained its Mountain Division designation. In the 1990s, the division participated in numerous humanitarian and peacekeeping operations. During the war on terrorism, the 10th Mountain Division proved their mettle as light fighters through repeated deployments to Afghanistan and Iraq. Now, since 2002, the 10th Mountain Division, based out of Fort Drum, New York, has been the most deployed regular Army unit. Its combat brigades have seen over 20 deployments to both Iraq and Afghanistan in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom and Operation Enduring Freedom. To show America's military might, they have one purpose: to deter war and, if ordered, defeat the enemies of the United States of America. They are the 10th Mountain Division. Investments in cutting-edge systems, drone technology, and ability strengthen the force, equipping soldiers with tools they need to protect the country and defend democracy. The Army has 8 Stryker Brigade combat teams, 6 in the component and 2 in the National Guard. More than 2/3 of the 7,000 servicemen and women who sacrificed their lives fighting the global war on terrorism were part of one of the Army's 3 branches: active duty forces, the Army Reserve, and the Army National Guard. The Army is continuously transforming to deter aggression to ensure our adversaries cannot outrange or outpace us. This transformation is not just about adapting, it's about maintaining dominance, ensuring that America's Army remains unmatched in its speed, flexibility, and ability to support the nation's strategic priorities.
We should be nearing the end now. Can't have AC/DC playing. I'm probably already in trouble because I think that last song I was playing belongs to, was copyrighted. For some reason, once we hit the modern era, AC/DC had to start playing. All the fucking rock songs between the 70s and the 2000s is playing now. It's still playing. Are we... Is the parade over? No. Still playing. These are the uniforms that I wore. I was expecting the old ACUs. Like, they were gonna pull them out. Specialists, get in fucking step, my guy.
The 7th enables.
It's... I can't listen to any of this. I can't listen to the guy speak because the fucking music's in the background. It's gonna get me in trouble on YouTube. Whoa, what happened to the camera? God damn. You guys are fucking me over. God damn it. They keep fucking me over. Are we done?
When duty calls, U.S. Army soldiers don't just answer, they lead. From Fort Bragg, witness a powerful demonstration of strength, purpose, and the unmatched capability of today's Army.
Okay, here we go. God damn.
The Army has made me see my potential, and I feel like it's molded me into a better person.
I grew up in a very patriotic household. My grandfather, he served in World War II, and his brother, my uncle, served in Vietnam. I can do this. If they can do this, I can do this.
When I was born, my dad was still serving in the military, and him coming home in his uniform, I'm like, yeah, I want to do that.
Clear for takeoff. My motivation, I think it follows in line, I think, with what my family's done is kind of a sense of duty to serve our country and give back since it's given us so much.
These commercials are so dumb, but...
I'm a very, I say timid person, but definitely helped me become a more confident person.
Working with a group and my peers, it really shows how much working with the team can strengthen you.
I derive a lot of purpose from serving others. I think serving something bigger than myself gets me out of bed every day, if you follow what I'm saying.
Got to keep it interesting.
I definitely pushed myself further than I ever thought I could go.
I joined the military service because I want to deploy. That's my main
It's a
goal.
canine dog, police officer. 31 kilo, I think.
If we get the call, we have to go somewhere, we'll do what needs to be done. That's just the way we operate here.
This is one of the few jobs in the nation where we all take an oath to say, I'm willing to put my life on the line for you, and they're willing to put their life on the line for me.
This is what we train for. This is what we want to do. My team leaders and squad leaders, they know exactly what to do. Check equipment, check
Fucking
rifles, check
dipshit.
ammo.
We're always ready to deploy within 18 hours and handle the mission at task. We jump so frequently so that our jump masters and the paratroopers are ready to deploy.
I'm very passionate about being a jump master. The paratroopers, they see you and, you know, they believe in you. I love to instill that confidence with my passion into those paratroopers. It's a rush. It's great.
Drop them cleared for personnel drop.
This week we honor 250 years of valor and glory and triumph by the greatest fighting force ever to walk the face of the earth, the United States Army.
It's a pretty cool ass hat. Too bad I wasn't a part of that unit.
For 2.5 centuries, our soldiers have marched into the raging fires of battle and obliterated America's enemies.
I love the Army. It is a great place to set yourself up for success, to prepare yourself for the future.
God bless you, God bless our soldiers, and God bless the U.S. Army.
Oh, look at Badass over here. Billy Badass. Who was that? Oh, Matthew Williams. Master Sergeant. But his rank Command Sergeant Major.
Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson, Alaska is the home to America's Arctic Angels, who execute expeditionary operations worldwide, conduct multi-domain operations in the Indo-Pacific Theater and on order decisively defeat any adversary in extreme cold weather, mountainous and high-latitude environments through large-scale combat operations. The Angels are the Army's only Arctic division. Masters of Arctic warfare, the 11th serves worldwide in all climates. Established in November of 1942, the Angels of the 11th Airborne Division led the way in the Philippines during World War II and spearheaded an amphibious invasion of Luzon and distinguished themselves during the liberation of Manila. After periods spent inactive and stationed in Germany from 1963 to 65, the division operated as the 11th Air Assault Division with the mission of testing and refining the Army's helicopter-centric air mobility doctrine. Activated once again in June of 2022, they remain dedicated to defending America's interests throughout the Arctic, in Alaska, and beyond. The 11th Airborne Division, America's Arctic Angels. Requiring ongoing maintenance in the field and on base because nothing happens until something moves, wheeled vehicle mechanics supervise and perform maintenance, repair.
Why are we playing Sweet Child O' Mine? Come on.
JLTV is known for its off-road capability while providing armor against small arms and improvised explosive devices. The JLTV right there.
A lot of Fort Cavazos, I'm sorry, but it was Hood when I was there, so I'm just going to keep saying it. Fort Hood units over here. 1st Cav and 3rd Cav, and like a lot of 1st Cavs. This thing's cool, though. This is cool. God, I can't say how many things I've fucking PMCS'd. Kick a tire and say there's no new faults. I'm probably going to get in trouble with YouTube. Something's squeaky. They need to oil something. Unless they're actually on tread tanks, which I don't see. I wish we had gotten fitted for those uniforms. Did that say general? That's not a general. That's a sergeant major. Oh, there are tanks. Okay. Who the fuck is running this? They called a sergeant major a master sergeant. Now they're calling a sergeant major a general. What is going on?
The U.S. Army Reserve is inseparably linked to America's long-standing citizen soldier tradition. Organizationally, the Reserve's roots lie in the Medical Reserve Corps, established by 1908 to provide a ready reserve of medical manpower. This organization was folded into the new offices of the Officers Reserve Corps in 1917. Reserve organizations furnished crucial manpower to the Army during World War I and were merged into 1920 into the Organization of Organized Reserve. During World War II, the Army activated 26 Organized Reserve infantry divisions, and roughly a quarter of the Army's officer corps came from the reserves during the conflict. During the Korean War, the Organized Reserve Corps was reorganized and redesignated the U.S. Army Reserve. The Army Reserve has since served as a vital source of manpower for the force during times of need, gradually transitioning from a strategic force to an operational force in response to the pressures of the war on terrorism. In the 170,000 Army Reserve soldiers and 11,000 civilians serving their home communities, and when needed, they can quickly mobilize. The Army can't deploy, they can't fight or win without the Army Reserve. They are an important component of Army readiness. Let's have a big hand for the Army Reserve.
Should have gone through marching.
Today, tomorrow's Army looks to increase safety and survivability, create efficiency and streamline processes. The Stryker is a great example of assessing evolving needs and developing the solution. Strykers provide a balance between heavy armor and infantry brigade and combat teams.
Hang on. This parade's been going on for almost an hour and a half. Am I fucking stupid? Is that a specialist or a lieutenant colonel? Or is that a cadet?
When Americans hear the name Bastogne, they remember one of World War II's
Battle of the Bulge.
sequences, the Battle of the Bulge. Surrounded by German forces in the frozen forests of Belgium in December 1944, soldiers of the 101st Airborne held the line.
It was cold. They couldn't get ammo. They couldn't get food. They couldn't get like proper rations of anything, but they held that line. And they ended up getting that counterattack going, and they pushed the Germans out of Bastogne. Basically ending World War II. Journey? Second Battalion, 327th.
2nd Battalion, 327th Infantry Regiment, 1st Mobile Brigade, 101st Airborne Division, Bastogne. They are showcasing the Army's Transformation in Contact Initiative, a program that allows the Army to rapidly test, evaluate, and equip our soldiers with the newest technologies. Modern,
Drone.
mobile, and mission ready, the Bastogne Brigade continues to adapt to new threats while staying rooted in the fierce resilience that defined its birth. They are carrying the next generation squad weapons, the XM7 and XM250.
That is a sexy rifle.
The XM157 optic. The vehicles are the infantry squad vehicle, a new mobility asset that can rapidly move through most terrain types. The trailer is the S-MET, and it's capable of carrying heavy loads under its own power through restrictive terrain. This platoon is equipped with 3 types of small unmanned aerial systems. They are the Ghost X, located on
Oh,
the
I was limping.
the C-100, and right above us there, the X-10D, which are flying above the formation right now.
It's a drone. Can we get back to the boys on the ground? There we go. Oh, you dreaming, buddy? Walking around with the nods down. The NVGs. Alright, we see you, LT. Can't tell if it's his glove or if he's just got bad trigger discipline. Oh, back at the tanks.
The Bradley fighting vehicle has proved itself to be lethal and survivable in multiple theaters since it first fielded back in the 1980s. Designed as a troop transport, tank killer, and to match speed with an Abrams tank, the Bradley is a fierce fighting machine. The Bradley accompanies American troops often with the M1A1 Abrams tank, nicknamed the Beast and Whispering Death because of its firepower, accuracy while moving, and its stealth. Together, they offer mobility and firepower, a fearsome combination.
What else can we expect to see? Oh. I think while we wait, I'm going to take this opportunity to let my animals out to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back.
And high in the sky, the AH-64 Apache. It's the premier attack helicopter in the world. The Apache entered service in the mid-1980s and continues to evolve and modify to meet worldwide threats. It can deliver intense fire on the battlefield with an array of aerial rockets, guided Hellfire missiles, along with 30mm cannon fire. The aircraft you see here is configured with a sophisticated targeting radar system and can operate in poor visibility and in the black of night. With more than 1,280 aircraft in operation accumulating over 5 million flight hours, 1.3 million of which have been in combat, the AH-64 Apache represents the backbone of the U.S. Army's attack helicopter fleet and a growing number of international defense forces. Special thanks to our sponsor, Lockheed Martin.
Robo-Dog. Okay.
Now, let's roll on to the future of Army readiness. The Army Research Laboratory robot dogs reflect the latest in Army innovation. Look at this. Much like a true canine, these robots can go where soldiers cannot. They have increased mobility, improved tactical awareness, reduced risk to soldiers, and enhanced teamwork. Replacing soldiers, robot dogs can explore terrain that may be difficult for soldiers to
God
traverse,
damn it,
dispose of
fucking cats.
explosive ordnance, and act in defensive posture or aggressive capacity when armed. The Ghost Robot Dog is another innovation that can adapt seamlessly for various missions from recon to bomb recognition. These dogs reduce risk and support soldiers completely in high-stakes missions. They have a standard walk speed of 2 miles per hour and are working towards 6.7 miles per hour sprint. As the oldest continuously serving Army band and the oldest unit at West Point, this is the United States Military Academy Band, ladies and gentlemen. West Point Band traces its history to a single
Wasn't
drummer
expecting
and
the West
fifer
Points.
invented by George Washington during the American Revolution. Over the next 2 centuries, this band evolved into one of the most capable and versatile performing groups in the world. One of prestigious institutions in the world where leadership is forged and duty becomes destiny. This is West Point, where Army leaders are made. With the motto of duty, honor, and country, West Point trains the best and brightest to serve their country as Army officers. Founded back in 1802 by President Thomas Jefferson, West Point is the home of the Long Gray Line, a legacy of courage and excellence that includes 77 Medal of Honor recipients, 2 U.S. presidents, Grant and Eisenhower, and numerous generals, including John J. Pershing, Douglas MacArthur, and Norman Schwarzkopf. Upon entering the United States Army, all recruits undergo initial entry training, a highly intense and a challenging training period aimed at
Are these freshly graduated soldiers?
toughness, instill discipline, train them in essential combat skills.
Freshly graduated soldiers.
IET transforms civilians into soldiers based on the 7 core Army values: loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal courage.
There's so many retards on fucking X. It's just embarrassing.
The Virginia Military Institute, on a mission to produce citizen soldiers, men and women educated for civilian life, prepared to serve their country in the armed forces. VMI counts a Nobel Prize winner, 11 Rhodes Scholars, generals, 7 Medal of Honor recipients, and a Pulitzer Prize winner among its graduates. As one of the nation's senior military colleges, students at Virginia Military Institute can participate in Army ROTC or the Corps of Cadets. While cadets in the Corps can serve in any branch of the United States military or pursue other careers, those in Army ROTC earn their commission as officers, ready to serve on active duty in the National Guard or Army Reserve. Each year, the Army Senior ROTC Blue Ridge Battalion commissions approximately 130 second lieutenants, ensuring that excellence in leadership continues in generations to come. The Citadel, the Military College of South Carolina, offers students the opportunity to participate in Army ROTC or the Historic Corps of Cadets. Founded in 1842, the Citadel is the 3rd oldest of the senior military colleges and is known for its Corps of Cadets living and studying under a classical military system that makes leadership and character development essential. While military service is not required at graduation, more than 120 students earn their commission each year through the Army Senior ROTC Palmetto Battalion, playing a vital role in shaping the future.
What's the red sash for? Is that A&M?
As
A&M.
one of the nation's senior military colleges, Texas A&M University is home to both Army ROTC and the renowned Corps of Cadets. The Corps of Cadets' central purposes has remained building individuals that exemplify respect, excellence, leadership, loyalty, integrity, and self.
Okay, not all of them are seniors. The boots represent seniors.
Participate in the Army ROTC earn their commission as officers ready to serve on active duty in the National Guard or Army Reserve. Each year, the Army Senior ROTC Warrior Training Battalion at Texas A&M proudly commissions more than 90 second lieutenants and is honored to shape the future leaders of the U.S. Army.
A buddy of mine was in the Corps of Cadets. He graduated back in like 1920.
In a powerful display of commitment, these future soldiers will raise their right hand and take an oath of enlistment, pledging to serve our nation.
They're taking the oath here?
Formation is proudly led by the Joint Task Force, National Capital Region, and the Military District of Washington Retention Team.
Right. So smooth. Woo!
shaping tomorrow's Army. West Point's most inspiring cadets remind us that America's future is courageous and in capable hands.
The pride to serve my country knows that I'm doing it not for myself. Every day I put on the uniform, I'm not just representing Caroline Robinson. I'm representing my company here at the Academy. I'm representing West Point. I'm
An
representing
underclassman of mine, he was a freshman when I was a senior. He went to West Point. He's now in the Army. I think he's at he's an infantry officer.
Belief in the American dream and giving back.
I think it's time to let my animals in. So while this commercial plays, I'm gonna go let them in.
yourself. You're a part of a tradition of excellence and a legacy that's connected not only to the Academy but to the American Army.
I'm surrounded by people who want to make themselves better and serve our country.
Excellence is their baseline, and that to me is what it means to be a West Point cadet.
From the earliest days of our nation, this supreme tradition of American military service has been passed down from soldier to soldier and generation to generation, and it's a beautiful thing to watch.
My brother preceded me here, and originally I didn't really know what West Point was until he came. But when I saw the mission that they were committed to, of upholding the principles of American democracy and protecting the Constitution, I knew it was somewhere I had to be.
Every time that we lived outside of the United States, I always developed this sense of gratitude and pride of being an American, and I wanted to give back to my country what it gave to me.
And it wasn't until I zipped up the blouse and I put the belt on for the first time that I realized that I was going to be serving my country, and it felt right.
All right, I'm back.
West Point was the place that I needed to be, and more importantly, the Army was where I wanted to be.
I just looked to the left and right over basic training and realized that we all had the same American patch on our shoulders, that we're all fighting for the same thing. I mean, there was no better feeling in the world knowing that every single person around you is committed and willing to die for that mission.
You came for excellence, you came for duty, you came to serve your country, and you came to show yourselves that you are among the smartest, toughest, strongest, most lethal warriors ever to walk on this planet.
What excites me the most about my future in the Army is the opportunity that I'm going to have to give back to the American soldiers that I'm going to be leading.
Because ultimately, they don't get to choose. And to me, it's that burden of responsibility to be the best leader.
And as a young officer, that's going to be exactly what I get to do.
I was the cadet basic training first detail for the first 3 weeks. I got to see the new cadets come in from their families' homes and being in process on their very first day and watching them grow so quickly.
I would do all the formations, and I looked out at these 1,000 new cadets, people who just come out of high school. They were completely different people.
I don't think there's an institution in the country like West Point where the student body is so committed to furthering the mission of America and ensuring our democracy and freedom for generations to come.
I'm really surrounded by the best of the
Not a
best,
democracy.
And that's when I realized this is the place that I absolutely want to be.
West Point itself is an amazing institution, but it only provides opportunities. The people here have to choose to take those opportunities and grow and lead and serve. And the people here want to do that. And I'm proud to be a part of that. And I would tell any high schooler who is considering it, you won't regret it.
Left. Hey!
Mr. President, First Sergeant Norton reporting for duty, sir. Ready to commence the ceremony as directed.
That's cool.
I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me according to regulations and military justice. So help me God. Congratulations, congratulations. Welcome to the United States Army and have a great life. Thank you very much. Have a great life.
That's insane to have the president do your oath of enlistment. Mine was a captain. Oh, fireworks?
Ranger School is the best life
Oh,
insurance
never mind.
policy for our Army. It will always end with two people facing off with each other, and we need young leaders to be able to close with and destroy the enemy and defend our nation's interests forward.
Surrender is not a Ranger word. It's not an option. I know that I'm not going to be able to get to do this again. This is my chance.
The first ever cinematic. Why do we need to put that?
At the legendary Ranger School, the crucible where these elite warriors are forged. It has been described as the longest approved gut check in the Army. Over 62 days, students will patrol hundreds of miles over mountains and through swamps under the crushing weight of their equipment. All the while, they are deprived of both food and sleep, forced to perform at the very edge of their physical limits. But it's not just the physical challenges that make Ranger School so intense. The mental strain will break these soldiers down to their core.
If I have a come to God moment, I have to take my PC off my patrol cap, and on the inside of that, my commander gave me a Ranger tab, the yellow and black one that you get during graduation, and I pinned it to the inside of my PC.
Ranger School is not for the faint of heart, but for those who are up to the challenge, it is the ultimate proving ground.
They already didn't have enough beds for people in our company. And our eyes reminded us that we don't have enough beds because there's not going to be this many people by tomorrow. Just a slight reminder of that. There's too many of you anyways, and not all of you are going to pass.
Rangers, if you don't figure it out, you're about to get another casualty.
It's completely different than what people would think Ranger School is like, but you can't put that into words, so it's hard to tell somebody something that you have to experience for yourself.
They got a saying, it's called as the tab turns. So Ranger School is continuing to change and to develop, but at the end of the day, it is the same, right? They're always going to put you in scenarios that is going to test like your ability to actually make decisions on the ground.
As you go through Ranger School, it is a gut check. It's going to check you out. And what's going to get you through it is whether you have it or not. Thousands and thousands of soldiers train all their lives to come here, prepare themselves to come to Ranger School, and only a few hundred leave here every class with the tab. It's not for everyone.
I'm not going to leave until I get it, so just buckle down, stop complaining, and just get the job done.
Okay.
Please welcome country music sensation and proud supporter of our troops, Warren Ziders.
Who? Yeah, can't play that. So enjoy some royalty-free music. he done? I'm not getting in trouble.
I'm nervous, but I would just like to say thank you so much for having me here tonight. I am just so fortunate to be here in front of y'all, and thank you guys so much for what you guys do. And honestly, happy birthday, y'all. Happy birthday.
Okay, I think they're getting ready to sing again. I'm not getting in trouble. Is the copyrighted music done?
This week we honor 250 years of valor and glory and triumph by the greatest fighting force ever to walk the face of the earth, the United States Army.
Oh, we already just saw this, didn't we?
Each of you on the field today is among the most talented members of your generation. You could have done anything you wanted. You could have gone anywhere. You could have gone to any school. Matt's incredible heroism helped ensure that not a single American soldier died in the Battle of Shock Valley. For 2.5 centuries, our soldiers have marched into the raging fires of battle and obliterated America's enemies. The dignity, daring, and devotion of the American military is unrivaled anywhere in history and any place in the world. Our soldiers do not rest until they win. Our citizens know that you're standing guard, killing terrorists, crushing our enemies, and keeping America safe. But you're also keeping it strong and proud and mighty and free. This week we remember that we only have a country because we first had an army. As President of the United States, let me express my undying gratitude for every soldier here today, for every veteran and their incredible families, and for every patriot who has worn the uniform. Our debt to you is infinite and everlasting. With the grace of God, America will always prevail.
Well, let me say to the thousands of Americans who traveled from distant towns and across state lines to be here today, this is your national capital. Welcome to Washington, D.C. We are thrilled to have you. This evening, as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States Army, the oldest branch of the greatest fighting force ever known to man, I want to say to all the soldiers all across our nation's capital and all across the world,
Don't hooah.
Happy birthday, soldiers. We're
Okay,
proud
thank you.
of you.
But I say, don't go hooah.
And I want to say you represent an unbroken line of greatness, of excellence. And one of the things the President of the United States has told his entire administration, from the Vice President on down, is that we must remember that the young men and women who put on the uniform and serve this nation are our most precious resource. We must honor them, we must respect them, we must fight for them, and that's exactly what the Trump administration aims to do every single day. And so to our soldiers, we're so proud of you, and let me tell you that the way that we honor and respect you is, number one, we never ask you to go to war unless you absolutely have to. And number two, when we do ask you to go to war, we give you the weapons and the support needed to kick the hell out of the enemy and come back home safely. Now, I know I am the last thing standing between
Okay, that's good. We're going to call that as the end of the stream. We saw the parade. I got to see what I wanted. I wanted to see the soldiers marching around. I've been streaming for 8 hours now. I thought the thing was going to be earlier, but it wasn't. Next stream will probably be something completely different, but it's hot. I got to take care of my animals. And I got to feed them. It's time for their dinner. And then I got to make myself some dinner, so I'm going to let y'all go.